Recording in progress.
Okay, welcome everyone to day 2 here in Spokane, and busy day ahead of us here. So with that, we'll get right to it, and I'll pass the gavel to Vice Chair Hassenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone. We're going to start off today, our first agenda item on halibut management, and I'm going to turn the microphone over to Angela Forstall for introduction to this agenda item. Angela.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is agenda item F1, the 2025 catch sharing plan and annual regulations preliminary. This is the annual item for halibut that you see in September, where the council considers proposed changes to the Pacific halibut catch sharing plan for Area 2A. Proposed changes are usually related to season structures and have more recently included changes to the non-tribal commercial season structure and non-treaty directed halibut fishery. New this year was a change to the catch sharing plan made last year, where council staff facilitated a discussion between the 3 states and NMFS to share catch updates and in-season fishery information. The catch share plan now allows for a transfer of quota from other states for the remainder of the fishing season if the respective sport fishery allocations are projected to be unused by a particular state. So we did have a discussion on August 13th. No changes were made at that time, but the states did indicate they would want to touch base again in a few weeks. So again, via email communications, the 3 states exchanged more updated catch information. And what came out of those exchanges was a transfer of 12,000 pounds from the state of Oregon to Washington. Washington was projected at that time to potentially exceed their state sport quota, and Oregon was projected to have some remainder by the end of the fishing year. California did not receive or give any quota, as they were projected to stay within their state allocation. You do have a report under this agenda item from the National Marine Fisheries Service, which includes progress to date of the 2024 Pacific halibut fishery in Area 2A. And there is also documentation from the International Pacific Halibut Commission providing clarification on the methods used to estimate commercial discard mortality for Area 2A. This was requested by the council at their March 2024 meeting. This request came from the discard mortality estimates for 2024 being greater than the 2023 estimates, which reduced the corresponding fishery constant exploitation yield. And the increase in the discard mortality was primarily driven by the substantial increase in a survey of sublegal encounter rates in Area 2A, which is further documented in that IPHC report attached to the NMFS report. You'll be receiving reports from each of the states, Washington, Oregon, and California, under this agenda item, as well as a report from the Groundfish Advisory Panel and the Salmon Advisory Subpanel. Your council action for today is to review and discuss the in-season update and commercial discard mortality rate as appropriate, and to review and adopt for public review proposed changes to the 2025 Pacific halibut catch sharing plan and annual regulations. And there is no public comment signed up at this time.
Thank you, Angela. Before we proceed, any questions on the overview, the tasks before us? Not seeing any questions, then we'll move on to our reports. And the first one is the NMFS report, I believe. Frank, were you going to give that?
We usually don't go. We do have a NMFS report in the briefing book, and it's just kind of explains the information on the fishery, and we usually don't. I usually don't read it into the record, but I'm happy to answer questions on that. But I will highlight that somewhat different than in the past. We do have at the very end, we've appended a document from the IPHC on commercial discard mortality estimates for IPHC regulatory area 2A. So I just wanted to highlight that, but I wasn't planning on going over in detail, but would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll look around and see if there are any questions regarding the NIMS report before moving on. Not seeing any. Then we'll go on to the state reports. And first, I have the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife report. Heather Hall. Good morning, Heather.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm not sure if I have my microphone close enough to me. I will read and try to summarize the supplemental WDFW report under this agenda item. WDFW met on August 13th with recreational stakeholders via a webinar to identify and discuss proposed changes to the council's catch sharing plan. During that time period, we also reached out to Washington participants in the commercial directed halibut fishery individually to solicit feedback on this season's directed commercial openers. Our report summarizes what we heard during those meetings, formal and informally, and the 2024 halibut fishery season to date, and identifies proposed changes to the catch sharing plan for 2025. For 2024 halibut season overview, our season was structured in 2024 to continue to focus on utilizing opportunity as managers and stakeholders strive to adjust to fishery dynamics that had been altered by the pandemic. The 2024 catch sharing plan expanded the number of days open in April, May, and June compared to 2023. So with the intent to use the sport allocation during the spring months, which are preferred for halibut fishing across all marine areas, noting that there is support for some for fishing in August and September because of the good weather that provides. The 2024 season opened in April in Puget Sound and the Strait of Juan de Fuca, 7 days per week through June. The coastal areas opened on May 2nd, and those sub areas followed different weekly schedules through June, which are included in an appendix in this report for you to look at. As of June 30th, we had attainment of about 74% of the Washington sport quota compared to 67% last year and 56% in 2022. In June, we held another public meeting to seek input on the late season fishery, which for Washington is August and September, and submitted the proposal that you heard about for in-season action. And then this is consistent with the flexibility that we have in the catch sharing plan, and the proposal relaxed adherence to our sub-area quotas, allowing so that we could achieve our full utilization of Washington's quota and providing opportunity across all sub-areas. The proposed schedule for achieving those two objectives, although contingent on available quota, included adding 13 consecutive days from August 22nd to September 3rd, plus 3 days per week for the remainder of September for the Columbia River and South Coast subareas, and opening the North Coast and Puget Sound from August 16th through September 30th, 7 days per week. The flexibility to share sub-area quotas undertaken initially in response to conditions from the pandemic supports angler access to the full Washington sport allocation and is really a valuable management tool. Relative to the directed commercial halibut fishery, we interviewed 6 members from both participants in the fishery and buyers. We heard from them a broad support for management measures that facilitate efficiency in attaining the quota as early in the season as possible, and avoiding a 4th directed halibut opener if possible. And what we heard was consistent support for limiting the time between openers to no more than 2 weeks. More than 2 weeks delays further delays the season. And we also heard participants in this fishery express concern about the number of boats that obtain a permit prior to the first opener, but do not participate in the first or second opener. The participants we spoke to felt that that prevented the fleet's ability to attain the quota as early as possible in the season because the vessel limits were set according to the number of permits obtained instead of the number of vessels that participate. Directed halibut participants in Washington were also in favor of reducing the amount of time in which the recreational and commercial directed fisheries operate in the same areas. If both fishery seasons are delayed or expanded, the amount of time in which they overlap is greater. And we heard positive feedback for the 3-day openers compared to the 10-hour openers in prior years. So our proposed changes to the catch sharing plan for 2025 include a general overarching support for continuing season structures similar to 2024 with some modest adjustments as I'll describe here below. The sentiment was that the incremental steps taken in recent years to expand opportunity as reflected in the 2024 season structure has really helped to balance between an early season and late season fishing opportunity while meeting other fishery objectives. So walking through here for Puget Sound, these are our marine areas 5 through 10. We have a status quo option, and that status quo option includes a provision based on the FCEY that will be established at the IPHC's annual meeting. So if the FCEY is less as at least 1.3 million pounds, that season in that area will be open up to 7 days per week in April, May, and June. If the 2025 FCEY for 2A is less than 1.3 million pounds, the season may be open up to 5 days per week in April, May, and June. Really this continues the general season structure from 2024 that we had in place. For the North Coast, similar to the Puget Sound sub area, we have a status quo that includes this threshold of the FCEY being at or above or below 1.3 million pounds. So if it's at least 3 million pounds, this area will open in May, 3 days per week. And if it's less than 1.3 million pounds, it will be 2 days per week. And then in June, there would be an option to open up to 4 days per week. For the North Coast, there's an option 1 that would be status quo, the status quo season structure, except that there would be an opener adding a Saturday to Memorial Day weekend. For the South Coast sub area, this is our Westport Marine Area 2. The status quo is the only option put forward for this sub area, and that is opening in May, 3 days per week, and opening in June, 3 days per week, also with a total of 8 days open in June. The Columbia River has a status quo option and also a different option. So the status quo option is open May through June, 3 days per week, Thursday, Sunday, and Tuesday. Option 1 also includes the threshold of 1.3 million pounds. So if it's at least 1.3 million pounds, we have the season opening 3 days per week, but the days per week are Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, which are different than status quo. If less than 3 million pounds, 3 days per week. It also Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. The This sub area also has a nearshore fishery, which will be open Monday through Wednesday following opening of the all-depth fishery. And option 2 under this is the same as option 1, except the recreational fishery would not open on Monday, June 23rd or Tuesday, June 24th. And this is getting at that interaction that we heard where we had some overlap with the commercial directed fishery during that time. I think that covers the sub areas. A conclusion in our report is just, again, speaking to this in-season management flexibility. And we've been able to refine that over the last couple of years. It's been really beneficial, and appreciate that coordination that we've had with National Marine Fisheries Service. We speak to the annual halibut bag limit that we have in place in Washington regulations, but it's not a component of the catch sharing plan. In 2023, we expanded the annual catch limit from 4 to 6 fish at the end of the season. And in 2024, we started with the 6 fish annual bag limit at the beginning of the season. Again, just getting at our ability to attain the Washington sport allocation. We have a stakeholder meeting scheduled for October 3rd to discuss these alternatives and refine them. So we have a final preferred proposal for the council meeting in November. I'd be happy to take any questions. Oh, excuse me. I'll just share that Appendix 1 has the proposed halibut season dates for 2024, or the season dates for 2024, so you can see what those look like.
Thank you, Heather. Questions for Ms. Hall on the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife report? Looking around, give you time to get your arms up. And that's not happening. So we will move on to the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife report. Lynn Mattis. Good morning, Lynn.
Good morning, Vice Chair Hesmer. We did submit a report for the advanced briefing book. I'm going to try to summarize it. We did solicit public input this late summer, early fall. We hosted 4 public meetings in Brookings, North Bend, Newport, and Salem. Unfortunately, Salem had 0 attendance, even though it's more closer to our population center. We also webcast the Newport meeting where people could participate remotely. We got input via email and phone throughout the season, people walking into the office to talk to us, et cetera, as well. 49 members of the public attended the meetings in person, 19 participated in the webinar. So considering the public input and how recent fisheries have progressed, we provide the following proposals for consideration. For the Central Oregon Coast sub-area, for the last several years, anglers expressed a desire to have and keep the Central Oregon Coast sub-area spring and summer all-depth seasons open 7 days a week. The week-long opening is desired to spread the angling effort throughout the week and allow opportunity that better accommodates a variety of work schedules, reduces overcrowding at boat ramps, and enables the ability to take advantage of optimal weather windows. In the Central Oregon Coast sub-area, quota attainment has been below 80% since 2019, the first of the 6 continuous years of the high quota for Area 2A. If the Central Coast sub-area continues to see quotas at or above 250,000 pounds, the nearshore fishery, which is restricted to inside the 40-fathom regulatory line, may become obsolete. For 2024, the spring all-depth season was open 7 days a week, May 1st through the season's regulatory end date of July 31st. And the summer season opened August 1st and is anticipated to go through October 31st. Both of these seasons were open 7 days per week. Thus, the almost 32,000 pounds of quota allocated to the nearshore fishery will go unused pending allocation shifts to neighboring states. Per the request from Oregon anglers to have the fishery open at all depths 7 days a week and to minimize the in-season changes that have been necessary the past few years, we offer the following options be forwarded for additional public review. And I do want to note that these are individual options. You don't have to do one or all. You can dim sum the options. Option 1, if the regulatory area 2A FCEY is 1.2 million pounds or greater, allocate 10,000 pounds of the Central Coast subarea quota to the nearshore fishery and shift the remaining subquota to the Central Coast all depth seasons. Option 2, remove language from the catch sharing plan, limiting the Central Oregon Coast subarea all depth seasons to 2 or 3 day openers per week. Option 3, start the Central Oregon Coast subarea summer all depth fishery on August 1st instead of the first Thursday in August. Option 4, if the entire Central Oregon Coast subarea quota is below 50,000 pounds prior to August 1st, then the summer all depth season will be open every other week. And option 5, if the Central Oregon Coast subarea quota is 30,000 pounds or greater following Labor Day, the summer all depth season can be open every week. We do below have proposed language for the catch sharing plan. I'm not going to read all of that, but it's there for reference. As I spoke to, just given how the seasons have gone the last several years, the proposed options provide a little more opportunity, a little more flexibility to our fishery, and as well as hopefully does not strand quota in that nearshore fishery. We are not proposing any changes to the Columbia River or Southern Oregon subareas. And there is a small language cleanup for under section 6.11.1.c. The intent is to take the entire Central Oregon Coast sub area allocation by October 31st, not September 30th, as that season is open until October 31st. We focus this report on the sport fishery, but similar to WDFW, we have heard a lot of reports from our directed commercial fisheries requesting some modification based on how the season went. I'm not going to repeat everything Ms. Hall said, but we've heard very similar input. And with that, I can try to take questions.
Thank you, Lynn. Questions for Ms. Mattis on the Oregon report? And likewise, no one has energy to raise their hand. We'll move on to the south, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife report, Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning. I'll be reading from Supplemental CDFW Report 1 under Agenda Item F1A. CDFW report on proposed changes to the CSP and 2024 annual regulations. In-season flexibility provisions, this is section 6.8.1F. CDFW supports continued work to build upon the in-season flexibility provisions that were first incorporated into the 2024 catch sharing plan. The initial steps taken in 2024 under this new process appeared to have functioned largely as intended and allowed for reassignment of pounds from one fishery to another mid-season through the end of the year, enabling planned open dates in Washington to continue without interruption. CDFW is mindful of our goal to fully utilize the two-way fishery CEY and is hopeful that improvements can be made to increase the mechanisms and methods used to allow for in-season sharing of pounds across recreational sectors. CDFW also supports work to improve the CSP and regulatory language to minimize or streamline rulemaking obligations that come with these in-season flexibilities. The California Coast Recreational Fishery. Starting in 2024, the recreational California Coast sub-area was divided into two sub-areas split at Point Arena. CDFW recommends minor modifications to the CSP regulatory language for 2025 that would clarify the use of the 500 pounds assigned to the south of Point Arena sub-area identified in section 6.12.2 of the CSP. In 2024, the CSP was modified to set aside 500 pounds for de minimis catch that may occur at the southern extent of the Pacific Halibut range. Pacific halibut are typically not directly targeted in this area and are infrequent and insignificant contributors to total mortality. The highest recorded catch to date was estimated at 391 net pounds from this area in 22, and that was described in a CDFW report last November. While unlikely and unprecedented, it is possible that expansions of small numbers of retained fish could result in catch estimates produced by CDFW's surf programs that exceeds 500 pounds in a year. As an example, to date, 2 fish have been encountered by surf field staff in this region in 2024, which results in a preliminary catch estimate of 148 net pounds. The fishery remains open statewide, and CDFW does not anticipate attaining the statewide quota this year. However, in the event additional fish are encountered by surf samplers south of Arena, resulting in catch estimates greater than 500 pounds, CDFW recommends including an in-season flexibility mechanism that would allow this area to remain open, given the total California coast subarea quota has yet to be attained. Similar language in subsection 6.8.1c and 6.8.1d allow transfer of unused quota from a subarea within a state to another subarea within the same state for Washington and Oregon. CDFW proposes the addition of language to the CSP to allow unused quota from Northern California subarea to be transferred to and utilized to cover any catch in the south of Point Arena area that exceeds the 500 pounds, allowing the south of Arena fishery to extend through the December 31st end date. This modification will increase flexibility within the California subarea and allow for greater utilization of the quota while ensuring catch stays within the California subarea quota. CDFW looks forward to working with NIMS and council staff to refine and finalize the wording for inclusion in the draft 2025 CSP release for public review and the 2025 implementing regs, and offers an initial draft of CSP amendments below for consideration. And I won't go through all of this, but again, the intent is as described in the text above to ensure that if for reasons that are possible but unlikely, we wind up projecting that we're exceeding that 500 pound set aside for the southern area, we're looking for an in-season transfer of fish from the northern part of California to the south of Point Arena subareas so that that area would continue to be able to remain open. So moving to the next section, which is Area 2A commercial discard mortality estimate calculation. Following the 2024 IPHC annual meeting, it became apparent that increased transparency is vital in how the Northwest Center and the IPHC calculate the commercial discard mortality estimates in Area 2A, which are then used by IPHC to calculate the FCEY from the TCEY. The sudden increase in the Area 2A commercial discard mortality estimate for 2023 to 100,000 pounds, comparing to an annual average between 2017 and 22 that was just over 34,000 pounds, is concerning, as it resulted in a significant decrease to the 2024 FCEY, resulting in reduced sector quotas for the 2024 fisheries. The council and industry should be wary of implications that may arise with a near tripling of bycatch estimates in 2024 and potentially into the future. Discard mortality in commercial fisheries has long been an important topic, and fisheries in Area 2A incorporated numerous management changes such as IBQ, bycatch reduction devices, updated discard mortality rates, etc., over the last 2 decades to reduce commercial discards to consistently low levels. A detailed review of the process used to estimate and set aside the 100,000 pounds in 2024 for Area 2A would be beneficial to determine if additional changes to management measures are appropriate or warranted, or if additional follow-up with IPHC would be beneficial. CDFW appreciates the report the IPHC provided following the council's request at the March 2024 meeting. After reviewing the IPHC report included as an appendix in the NIMS report, CDFW is interested in understanding the specific calculations from 2023 and how the variables included in the calculation for the 2024 FCEY may have differed for prior years. Further refinement of the commercial landings and discards columns in Table 1 of that IPHC report would be useful, including the source poundage and application of the multipliers used to determine the total discards. Some questions that may help guide additional discussions with NIMS and the IPHC include which commercial fishery sectors from the WITGOP bycatch report contribute to the discard mortality estimate used by the IPHC? Can the public-facing IPHC calculation table and/or documents provided at the IPHC's interim and annual meetings show the steps from TCEY to FCEY to include more source-specific line items for the commercial fishery? This would assist in differentiating mortality attributed to the IFQ and IBQ program, directed and non-directed non-treaty discard mortality, treaty fishery discard mortality, and other mortality sources. IPHC reports there was an increase in the proportion of sublegal size fish from the FIS survey in 2023, a year when the number of FIS stations in Area 2A was reduced compared to prior years. What does a direct comparison of the Area 2A stations fished in 2023 to those same stations in prior years result in when looking at the proportion of sublegal versus legal size fish? How will the lack of fish sampling in 2024 in Area 2A be accounted for in determining the 2A discard estimate calculated for 2024 for use in 2025? Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Marcy. Questions for Ms. Uremko on the California report? And not seeing any questions here, we'll move on to our advisory body reports. First up, we have a Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report. Harrison Ibach is here to deliver that. Good morning, Harrison.
Good morning, Vice Chair, Council. Harrison Ibach reading the GAP report for agenda item F1. 2025 catch sharing plan and annual regulations. Catch sharing plan changes referencing the ODFW report, the WDFW report, and the CDFW report regarding changes to the CSP. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel agrees with these reports. Area 2A commercial discard mortality estimate calculation. The GAP appreciates the information supplied by the IPHC and NIMS in Supplemental NIMS Report 1 on the commercial discard mortality estimate per our request in March 2024, which was agenda item G1 in Supplemental GAP report. We also support the CDFW request in Supplemental CDFW Report 1 for additional information on the commercial discard mortality estimate calculation. 2025 non-tribal directed commercial halibut season regulations. The GAP had a robust discussion about the state of the directed commercial fishery as NIMS continues to determine the best way to manage the fishery. 5 3-day openings were allowed this year in the directed fishery, but that was in part due to low vessel limits for the first 2 periods and then static limits for all vessels for the last 3 periods. Fishermen on the GAP reported a lot of consternation amongst the fleet this year. The 5 openers were just one issue. The sablefish market was not favorable, and sablefish is commonly caught at the same time as halibut. Weather conditions made it difficult for fishermen in some parts of the coast to participate in the directed fishery at various times. The availability of halibut was also spotty this year. Fishermen were also frustrated at having to wait 3 or 4 weeks for subsequent openers. Halibut fishermen have noted they appreciate the openers every 2 weeks and also appreciates NIMS noticing the first 2 openers at once. One potential solution for attaining the halibut quota could be to notice the dates of the first 3 openings and increase the vessel limits to ensure the directed commercial fishery quota would be obtained during the first 2, or if necessary, 3 periods. The GAP also recommends consistency between the openers after the first 2 fishing periods. Additionally, the GAP suggests that directed halibut landings be required to be on electronic fish tickets to facilitate landings data so that NIMS can expedite notices related to vessel limits and subsequent fishing periods. Looking to the 2026 season and beyond, GAP members recommend analysis and consideration of longer fishing periods that would more align with groundfish trip limit structure, such as a monthly or bi-monthly limit for a single period. Moving to an incidental limit for the tier fishery south of Point Chehalis or other fishery management structures that would change the current derby structure. It would be helpful for marketing. It would also be safer for fishermen because they could choose their time their fishing times based on better weather and increase fishermen's flexibility in making business decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Ibach? Frank Lockhart.
Thanks for the report. Question is about the commercial directed fishery. The sentence is fishermen on the Gap reported a lot of consternation among the fleet. You mentioned the 5 openers, but was there more to that discussion? Was there other things that gave consternation with regards to the commercial directed fishery, or is it pretty much the 5 openers and the trip limits?
Through the chair. Thank you, Frank. There is a lot of discussion this year. It's been a lot of years since we've had 5 openers. There's a lot that's gone into these openers. There's a lot of reasons of why there ended up being 5 openers this year. And as based on the other reports that were given, such as the WDFW report and whatnot, the fleet would like to get these fish caught as quickly as possible during the derbies. But also at the same time, there's, mixed feelings about this derby style fishery. There was not a lot of, there was a lack of consistency this year because I believe that there was 2 week between the first 2 openers. There's 2 week separation between the second and the third. Don't quote me on this. I believe it was 3 weeks between the third and the fourth. It was 4 weeks. And now between the fourth and the fifth, it was also 4 weeks. So it was very hard for the fleet to plan and make their business decisions. A lot of fishermen have moved on from the halibut fishery to participate in other fisheries, not knowing what the trip limits, what the boat limits were going to be, and also when the fishing period was actually going to take place. So there's been a lot of discussion amongst the fleet of what potentially, what other options there may be for this fishery moving forward, what other kind of structure there could potentially be. There was a lot of discussion in the Gap about requesting NMFS to potentially run an analysis on what other options that there may be for the future, such as a longer period. We didn't really have a direct recommendation as to which option of fishery that there could be, but there's discussions such as, could the halibut fishery potentially evolve into something like the sablefish fishery, where it's multi-tiered with permits with an open access element to it? Could it potentially look like the north of Chehalis fishery, where it's an incidental fishery with also an open access element to it? Could it potentially look like a standard groundfish trip limit? But I think overall, I think a lot of the fishermen would want to know what kind of boat limits would be in place potentially. And that's where I think it would be a request of NMFS to potentially run the analysis on what those boat limits could look like with how much participation that there may be. There's also discussion about the same thing as what WDFW brought up, is that there's, sometimes these limits are based on how many participants have got permits. But there's also a lack of participation. Not all of those permits are being used.
Thank you. That was very helpful.
Thank you. Other questions, Marcy Remco?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Harrison. On the same topic of the DC fishery, you talk about a potential solution being to notice the dates of the first 3 openings and increase the vessel limits to ensure the DC quota would be obtained during the first 2 or, if necessary, 3 periods. So if I'm understanding, you would notice the dates of all 3, but then the determination of necessity on the 3rd period would come only after the information was available from the first 2 openers. And then there'd be some announcement as to whether that 3rd period would be prosecuted or not. Is that how I'm understanding it?
Vice Chair. Thank you, Marcy. Yes, there's a lot of discussion that was all over the place of how to best structure this Derby fishery. That was one potential option, was to maybe list the dates of all three and not know if that third one was actually going to take place. That was one discussion that took place. I should note that the GAP fully understands and appreciates the struggle that it takes to acquire the information necessary to set another season in place, another Derby. We understand that it takes time. We understand that it takes time to get the information, and we understand it takes time to not only get the information and set a boat limit and also get it into the Federal Register. But I think that, based on same as the WDFW report, a lot of fishermen are just trying to figure out a way to get the derbies going as quickly as possible, as close to 2 weeks as possible, and also provide adequate notice. So it's, I'd say that's where a very roundabout discussion kept going round and round in regards to this season structure had kind of led into what other options there could potentially be in the future. We're also well aware that any other season structure is going to take some time, and that we will be with the season structure for the next probably couple of years.
Thank you. I know, sorry, Dr. Lent, but Marcy wanted to follow up.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Harrison. I think what I'm maybe struggling a little with here is I'm understanding that here we are in September, and if we have particular options for amendments to the CSP for 2025, then I believe we'd need to be leaving the meeting here with some specifics, or at least perhaps a range that would provide notice of an intention to do something different for 2025. And I'm not sure how much opportunity the GAP had to actually synthesize complete recommendations and develop language that would be useful for public review. But maybe you can tell us a little bit about any discussions you had with NFMS on that, and if there is in fact an interest on the part of the GAP in, perhaps you mentioned the fishing period length. Right now we are using periods that are 50 something hours long. I don't know if, this is a very simple example, if perhaps the intention or the desire of the GAP would be to consider a longer period in number of hours for 2025, because there's nothing here explicitly that would suggest that that's something that we're intending to consider.
To the Vice Chair. Thank you, Marcy. Yes, you are correct that, there are other possibilities as well, such as potentially even adding another day to the 50 something hours, be 70 something hours. The longer period would also maybe help for finding the best weather possible within that window, within that opener. That's definitely been part of the discussion as well. As previously stated, I remember some years ago when the discussions were beginning about moving away from the 10-hour Derby into a 50-something hour, there was some concerns potentially amongst the fleet. And once we actually did make that move, we have never heard one complaint ever since. I think the whole fleet has been in full support of that change from 10 hours to 50 something hours. Maybe adding a little bit more time to that, I think, is another possibility, a short-term possibility to potentially look into. But yes, I think that, this fishery is evolving. And so the structure of this fishery, I think, is evolving. And I don't think it hurts to explore other options to see what could actually work out best for this fishery and for the fleet.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Sorry, I'm operating in a Derby fashion here. And apologies to Marcy. Thank you, Harrison, for this information. You mentioned, and it's mentioned in the report, concerns in a derby fishery about fishing in bad weather, safety issues, predictability, just having control of your business and your lives. I wonder to what extent, and perhaps this is hidden somewhere in a document, but to what extent might there be local market gluts, quality issues, price impacts of having a derby fishery? Thank you.
Vice Chair. Thank you, Rebecca. Yeah, as of marketability, anytime that you put all of a product, all of the supply onto a market all at once can, for lack of a better term, you produce a glut. And so generally a lot of processors can take advantage of that. And ultimately in the fisheries, the more that you could spread a product out over a period of time will always increase the market value and will always produce a higher X vessel value. And so being able to spread out fish over a longer period of time is something that the fleet has been discussing for a long time in order to achieve the best price possible. Halibut price it's low this year. And not surprisingly so. The price of most everything and all ground fish is very low at this time. The sablefish market has all but collapsed, to be perfectly honest. There's a lot of concerns about the sablefish market in the future. And that's in part why we probably we're on our 5th derby at the moment, is because the sablefish market is horrible. It's all but collapsed. And so therefore, a lot of fishermen did not have good sablefish markets, and therefore they were not participating in the halibut derbies because the price of sablefish is so low, and some fishermen just don't even have sablefish markets. They don't even have an avenue to move their sablefish at this time. And with the uncertainty of actually catching halibut on the halibut openers, there was a lack of participation because people weren't able to move their sablefish. That was also part of the discussion, is that a lot of fishermen, specifically hook and line fishermen, longliners, they do run into and, discard halibut throughout the year, waiting around for a time that they actually can retain their halibut. So being able to retain halibut on other trips will also add value to your sablefish trips as well. And we will also potentially be able to fetch a higher X vessel value for that halibut when you bring it in a slower period.
Thank you. Further questions on the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report? Not seeing any. Thank you, Harrison.
Thank you.
Next, we'll move on to the Salmon Advisory Subpanel report. Ryan Johnson is online to deliver that. Ryan, I'm assuming you can hear us. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll be reading the SAS report on catch sharing plan, annual regulations preliminary. Item number 1, 2025 non-tribal directed commercial fishery. The SAS discussed the potential structure for 2025 DC halibut fishery. Section 564 of the catch sharing plan describes the season structure. SAS recommendation 1, maintain the status quo season, 3-day openers no more than 2 weeks apart. Item number 2 is application deadlines for permits. The SAS continues to urge the council and NFMS to work with industry on providing some flexibility in acquiring halibut permits for the upcoming season, either by changing the deadlines back to the original dates or by changing which permits can be held in tandem. The SAS thinks that changing a deadline would be the most efficient approach. Since management authority was transferred from the IPHC to NFMS, the deadlines for permits are earlier in the season. This makes it difficult to decide which fishery to participate in, since you must choose one over the other. The current deadlines are February 15th for the non-tribal DC fishery, which starts in late June, and March 1 for the incidental salmon troll fishery, which starts in April. Historically, the deadlines were March 15th for incidental salmon troll and April 30th for the DC fishery. Section 5.4 of the catch sharing plan in part says that participants must choose either to participate in the DC or retain halibut caught incidentally in the primary sablefish fishery, or retain incidental halibut in the salmon troll fishery. Section 5.5 includes the application deadlines and other permit restrictions. The SAS recommendation would be to change the application deadlines to March 15th for the incidental salmon troll permit and April 30th for the DC permit. This change would allow applicants to make a better informed economic decision as to which permit to apply for. The deadlines are as they are now. An applicant must decide by February 15th to either apply for the DC permit or forego that opportunity and apply for the incidental salmon permit 2 weeks later. The status of salmon runs and an idea of potential seasons are not available in mid-February, so the applicant is forced to make a decision with little to no information on which of the two fisheries would provide the most economic benefit. The change would require NIFs to make similar changes to their permit deadlines as described on their webpage. That concludes our report.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Johnson on the Salmon Advisory Subpanel report? Lynn Mattis.
Well, thank you, Vice Chair. Mr. Johnson, the intent of changing the salmon troll permit deadline from February 15th to March 15th, is that to allow the March council meeting to happen so that salmon fishermen have at least an idea what the salmon season is going to look like and therefore be able to make an informed decision on whether or not they want to participate in the salmon fishery? Thank you.
Thank you for the question through the Vice Chair. Yes, that's exactly correct. I mean, the three states typically put out the forecast for salmon, the last 2 or 3 days in February. Gives us an early look, but you really don't know how the season structure is going to shape out until yes, that would give us the opportunity to potentially be into the March council meeting or conclude it and have the, initial 3 options out for public, and the fishermen can make our best informed decision at that point.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Ryan. I recall this being a topic of concern or interest from the SAS previously. This isn't the first time we've heard the concern. I'm just wondering, there have been several months that have passed since I think you last brought this topic up. Did you have an opportunity to discuss these possible date changes with NIFs, and did you receive any feedback on their ability to implement these recommendations?
Thanks for the question. Best of my knowledge, there's been some communication between NIFs and the states. We didn't have a chance to have NIFs as a guest in our virtual SAS meeting, this meeting. And then the salmon season has been ongoing these last few months. So there hadn't been much personal communication, but I believe that NIFs has been in contact with the states, and hopefully over the winter, through this fall and over the winter, we might be able to make some progress on this with salmon seasons winding down and can focus some more attention on this topic. Thank you.
Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Ryan, didn't this issue really come to light when the first California complete closure happened? They knew something was coming, but not what happened. And the California trollers weren't able then to switch because the March meeting happened and the horrible news came that there wasn't going to be no trolling in California. So isn't that when this really came to light? Was in 2023, I think. Is that correct?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think it was 2022 and 2023. California was caught off guard, and even there was a feeling among the fishermen and maybe some of the biologists early about the expected run coming that year. So guys were able to, the early deadline forced them to put in for the incidental salmon season. Then we made it through March and found out some of the conservation burdens that the south of Falcon fisheries were going to be subject to. And that put them out of position at that time with very limited or closed salmon seasons to then switch back to the DC application. So that's how it went. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Ryan. And thank you for your testimony.
Any further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Ryan. That completes all of our reports, takes us to public comment. I see none. Confirm that we have no public comment. So we will move into our council discussion and action. Task before you is on the screen there. Adopt 2025 preliminary catch sharing plan and regulation changes for public review. So with that, I'm going to search for any hand to initiate discussion here on this topic. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. This may get a little bit of what I think Butch was just asking Mr. Johnson about. So a question for NIMS. What do you guys have an estimate of what the latest deadline you could have for the incidental salmon permit to still meet the deadlines, et cetera, that you all need? I know February 15th is ideal for your process, but would there be a potential to move it to, say, March 1st or March 15th, just to give our salmon folks a little more time to figure out what the season structure is going to be?
Frank Lockhart.
Hesitate to get an exact date because we're still having those discussions, but I think we're very open to discussing how, if we can push that forward a little bit. And, I think it's something, those discussions could happen between now and the November council meeting. And that is something that we could potentially address in November. But there's been basically the way this works is that we try to get the permits done upfront so that we can calculate or try to project the effort that's going to be in the fishery so that we can then set the trip limits for the fishing periods. The more we move that back, the less time we have to do that, and then also meet our regulatory requirements under the APA for notice and public comment and all of that. So there is, between March and, the June openers, there's not a ton of time to work with there. But we think there may be some flexibility there, and we'd be willing to explore that between now and the November council meeting with the states.
Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, Frank, I am very supportive of moving that date to help our fishermen out. I think it's just not a little. I know it's big for everyone. Let's just put it that way. And man, I've known you for a lot of years, and you've been able to work your magic. So if you can work your magic on this one for the fishing industry, that would be awesome. And so I am supportive of moving that date if possible to help the fishing fleet out. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you. I think Ms. Uremko was about ready to raise her hand as well. So apologies if I'm jumping ahead of you. We heard from the GAP and the WDFW reports about how the directed season played out. This is only the second year that NFMS has taken over, and I know it's a learning process, and NFMS is doing the best they can. So I don't know if we need how to address it, but if there's any way we can improve or the timelines so that there's an opener next week. In the 16 years now I've been here, we've not had a Halibut opener in September, let alone almost into October. So if there's ways we can work with you to help the process go a little smoother, to have openings a little bit quicker, I believe that would help our industry. Additionally, if we can maybe have higher trip limits to begin with, that might also help with the quota attainment and not having the fishery drag into September when weather starts to get a little iffy on the coast. August, a lot of folks switch over to albacore tuna and other things. So just hopefully we can continue to work together to improve the process, to make it a little more streamlined. And then since I've got the mic on the recreational side, appreciate how the three states and NIFs were able to work together to have discussions on the recreational quota. I wasn't able to attend the meeting on August 15th or whatever the date was, but having that open communication with each other and trying to work together, I think is good. Again, there's another place where there may be some potential for increase in the efficiency of the process we would be looking for. But I do want to express the appreciation for how the four agencies worked together this summer to try to more adequately utilize our quota. Thank you.
Frank?
So to start off, essentially same comment, willing to work with everyone on, potentially looking at ways to make some improvements. We've also heard, we've heard the complaints too. And I appreciate the further detail offered by the states and from their public meetings on that. I think, there's one thing I just want to make sure everyone knows that, we're open to exploring all these things. The permitting as under the last question, and then also looking at the directed fishery, but we're not sure how far we can go, and we're not sure how much we could do. So, we're willing to explore, but we'll definitely be coming back in November with more details on what we think is doable. With regards to the directed commercial fishery, I think maybe I'll put that to the states of Washington and Oregon. Is the issue not knowing the fishing periods up front, or is it the time between, or is it everything? I think, we might be able to tweak, knowing you might be able to get the perhaps 3 fishing periods up front, but you might not know the fishing limits up front for the second and the third, let's say, and so if you allow, Mr. Vice Chair, if I could ask them, what is the most important thing from their point of view, from their fleet's point of view, to look at with regards to the commercial directed fishery?
Thank you. Absolutely. We're in discussion. Heather Hall.
Thank you. And thank you for the question. I'll do my best at expressing what I'm hearing from our stakeholders. I think knowing the first 3 periods up front would be valuable. But I also think in combination with that, the higher landing limits at the beginning is key. And if there were higher landing limits in the first 2, with the third opener known in advance, that would be an improvement from where we are. And so I think it would be a great start. And maybe just while I have the microphone too, I just really wanted to appreciate the GAP's forward thinking on this fishery and some of their ideas about how to improve it. I hope that's a conversation that we can have and really respect their suggestion that they're saying 2026 and beyond, and that it'll take some time, but I hope we can find a way to have those conversations. So back to your question, I hope that helps, but thanks.
Lynn Mattis.
Thanks, Vice Chair. And to address Mr. Lockhart's question, a lot of the consternation I was hearing and our port biologists were hearing was the unknown timing of subsequent openings. Previously, they were every other week, so they could plan for, okay, I can go tuna fishing this week and halibut fishing next week. It's the unknown, how many weeks between the openings. And as Mr. Ibach said, it was 2 weeks between the first 2, and then it was 3 weeks, and then there was one that was 4 weeks. So just not having the information beforehand to make some plans more than a couple of weeks out has been difficult for the fleet.
Marcy Remco.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think I'm having some difficulty understanding procedurally what we need to do. I'm hearing Mr. Lockhart say, we'll explore what's possible and get back to you in November. And that to me doesn't quite align with our normal process on how we go about finalizing recommendations. But maybe it does, because all we're doing is making recommendations when we make them in November. So if I maybe can ask for a little more clarity about how specific we need to get here and now with these concepts in terms of our recommendations today. The council action says adopt 2025 preliminary CSP and regs changes for public review. So I want to try to reconcile that action statement with what Frank said about we'll get back to you on what's possible. So thanks.
Frank Lockhart, do you want to take a shot at that?
Well, I'll look to my left first, but I'm willing to take a shot at it, knowing that it might need to be amended by council staff. But I guess what I was thinking is that there could be something general put in the document for public review that says, the council asks NIMS explore setting the first 3 fishing periods up front, and again, off the top of my head, explore setting higher trip limits for the first 2 periods or something along those lines. I don't think you have to solve every issue here, as long as you give the public something that lets them prepare, comment on it and be ready for, some potential action in November. That would be my thought. I'll stop there.
Executive Director Burden.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Halibut is always interesting. I suppose what comes to my mind is we're thinking about process and what we're trying to do here, which is to adopt something for public review. And if it's this council's intention that they would like NIMS to shorten this timeline, I'm not sure what to call it, with the trying to secure the permit, that be noted as part of this action, that's a request that you've made of NIMS, so that the public is aware that that's what you hope to achieve. Because what we're doing now is sending a signal to the public, this is what we're trying to do. And then that would, I guess, put NIMS on alert that we're hoping to hear back some concreteness on that possibility in November, at which time there would be action taken. So that's what occurs to me as a possible process, and perhaps that's addressing your question, Mr. Remco.
Okay, thank you. Pause while people think about that. I know at some point we need to get to motions to adopt this for public review. At some point, I believe is necessary, we'll take a break so those can be finalized, but I want to make sure we complete discussion on this before all the answers or questions are answered before we get to that. So, any other hands? Sharon Kiefer.
Just recognizing, we'll probably need some generalized information to put the public on notice. If we could kind of ask Frank a recap. I heard application deadlines. I heard notice of openers, potential, and I don't know whether this would be, and potential hours added to openers, like another day. Is that in the mix of discussion? I'm just trying to get a sense of, relative to the things we're asking NIMS to assess or evaluate, to give the public a sense of what we're trying to accomplish. I'm trying to get that list formulated in my mind.
So, Frank, if you want to respond to that first, Heather Hall, it's also ready to stand by. So Frank Lockhart.
Okay, I would just say, I definitely, I think I heard general support among the council table for all but the last thing. I didn't really hear the hours brought. I mean, it was discussed in the public or by the gap, but I didn't hear that at the table. So I wasn't anticipating that, but I would hesitate that NIMS be the one setting this. I think it's up to the council to decide what things they want us to explore.
Thank you. Heather Hall.
Thank you. I can draft a motion here to provide clarity, I think, of what we're asking of NIMS for the public review. And you mentioned a break to help make sure we have the time for that. And if now is appropriate, I don't want to conclude the discussion, but I just wanted to say I'm working on that and could do that. And that might just help make sure we're very clear about what we're asking.
All right, thank you. Unless there are any immediate questions further that we need right now, I suggest we take a break. Part of the motion process includes more discussion on that. So Heather, 10, 15 minutes.
That sounds right. Thank you.
All right. Let's set the clock for 10 minutes, be back here, and if we need more time, we'll be flexible. All right, back in 10, check in 10 minutes.
Recording stopped.
All right, let's migrate back to our seats so we can get started again. All right, thank everybody for getting back here. And I know you appreciate the break, but also I've learned from past experience, it's worth the time to make sure the motions are developed and are good before we get into all the discussion. So with that, I'm going to look around and we were in the discussion, but we need some motions at some point to adopt these things. So any other discussion, or does someone have a motion to start this?
Recording in progress.
Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I don't have any more discussion, but I'd be willing to kick it off with a motion to cover parts of this agenda item when we're ready.
Let's go ahead with your motion then.
Thank you. This would be ODFW motion 1. There we go. This is for agenda item F1. I move the council forward for public review the proposed changes to the catch sharing plan for the Oregon recreational fishery as shown in agenda item F1A ODFW report 1 from September 2024.
Thank you. That language looks accurate and complete. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Heather Hall. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I think I spoke to it when I gave our report earlier. It's just intended to try to add a little more flexibility and better utilize the Oregon sport quota based on how our fishery is operating currently. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? Seeing no questions, discussion on the motion? No discussion. I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Lynn. Anything further? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Lynn reminded me that I think California does need to move the recommendation regarding the recreational fishery proposed amendments to the CSP for CDFW or for California as shown in the supplemental CDFW report. So I apologize. I didn't have a motion drafted up and sent off into space. So I need to do that unless somebody can help me really quickly on the fly and just change ODFW to CDFW.
So you want to use something as a template that might help you in verbalizing emotion?
Yes. I'm hoping it magically appears on the screen that, hey, amazing. And if you might amend or add the word supplemental and change the word Oregon up above to California. And there we go. Thank you. I move the council forward for public review the proposed change to the CSP for the California recreational fishery as shown in agenda item F1A, supplemental CDFW Report 1, September 2024.
Thank you. I followed along. That language on the screen looks accurate and complete. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Mark Guralnick. Please speak to your motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is the discussion contained in our report about the additional language to describe the ability to move fish in season from the northern area to south of Arena in the event that we exceed that 500 pounds that's set aside for that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for clarification on the motion? Seeing no questions, discussion on the motion? And no discussion, I will call the question. Those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Marcy. Heather Hall.
Thank you. I have a couple of motions under this agenda item. So I'll start with motion number 1 for WDFW. I move that the council adopt the proposed season structure alternatives and changes to the catch sharing plan for 2025 as described in agenda item F1A supplemental WDFW report 1 for public review.
Thank you. That language before us appears accurate and complete. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Lynn Mattis. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. I think we covered the intent in our WDFW report from earlier today, and this gives us a good range of alternatives to discuss prior to the November council meeting for public review. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Questions for clarification on the motion? No questions. Any discussion? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. The Washington proposals do include the Columbia River, which we co-manage. So I feel I should speak to that just briefly, that we're supportive of the concepts. I think some of the details and the nuance needs to be worked out. And ODFW staff will continue to work with WDFW staff on the nuance for the Columbia River area between now and November. But we're supportive of the changes to the Columbia River, even though we didn't propose any changes ourselves. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Further discussion? Not seeing any, I will call the question. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Heather.
Thank you. And I do have F1 WDFW motion 2 when we're ready. Thank you. I move that the council direct NFMS to explore options in addition to status quo for the directed commercial halibut fishery for public review that would include increasing the landing limits for the first 2 or 3 periods of the directed commercial halibut fishery, announce the potential first 3 fishing periods prior to the start of the directed halibut fishery, structure the first 3 fishing periods, preferably with 2 weeks in between each opener, move the permit deadlines later in the year per the recommendation in the SAS report, and consider for longer fishing period.
Thank you. With that language on the screen, looks accurate and complete. Is
Yes.
that correct? Yes. Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Lynn Mattis. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. I think we had a really good discussion today. And again, I heard Mr. Lockhart agree to considering all of these things. And so this is just putting it out there formally and appreciating that exploration by NFMS for these requests that we've heard. This motion doesn't cover the longer term ideas that we heard shared in the GAP report, but I hope we can have that conversation, maybe under future meeting planning of how we start those discussions, because I think it's a great idea. And this will notify the public of what we're looking at and give NIMS some time to come back in November with how they can potentially accomplish some of these things. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for clarification on the motion? Marcy Remco, then Sharon Kiefer. Sharon Kiefer.
I appreciate the way you structured it in addition to status quo, which certainly gives Frank a little bit of cover should he not come back with overly positive news. But I did have a question. So I'm assuming move permit deadlines later in the year per the recommendation is only specific to the halibut commercial permit. And so we also heard some discussion about the salmon troll permit application timeline. That is not covered. I'm assuming we're just talking specifically about the halibut. And so I guess my question is, in the course of that conversation, is there, even though it's not part of the motions, still an opportunity to have that conversation about the salmon troll permit application deadline?
Heather Hall.
Thank you. That's a great question. It was intended to consider all of the permit deadlines, but I think maybe the way the motion is written, could you scroll so I can see the top part? Is it specific to the directed commercial fishery? Yeah. Oh, thank you, Tisha. It is referring to the SAS report, which did address all of the permit deadlines. So I think maybe we are covered there, but thank you for that detail.
Thank you.
Frank Lockhart.
One question about the last bullet. The only thing I heard via the testimony from the GAP was for a 1-day extension of the fishing period. I'm just wondering why you put just a longer fishing period rather than that specific time.
Heather Hall.
Thank you. Simply to be flexible in how NIMS looks at it. I heard the same thing, and but if it's 1 day or 12 hours or something like that, not being explicit in the recommendation gives you some flexibility.
All right, thank you. And there was a question. I just want to make sure everybody is clear on the deadlines, that this does cover everything that was in the SAS report. That is the intent here, even though up in the first sentence it says commercial directed halibut fishery. So everybody's clear on that. Okay, any other questions for clarification? Not seeing any. Discussion on the motion? Frank Lockhart.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just some general comments. I made some of these before, but I'll just kind of go through them. So we can explore all of these, but I just want to make clear that in our minds, what we may come back with is some of these may be doable in 2025, some may be doable in 2026, and some actually may be better dealt with as part of a larger discussion of some more wholesale structural changes to the fishery. I'm remembering our discussions of several years ago where we thought we would have an intervening period with minor tweaks and then talk about larger scale changes. So in November, we may come back report back on all of those things, that, what can be done now, what can be done in maybe next year, and then maybe longer term. And then, of course, NIMS being NIMS, we'll talk about resources for both analyses and kind of rulemaking. And when we do that. And then one thing I wanted to specifically point out, the fishing periods, in our internal discussions so far, I've heard Harrison's testimony and others talking about your public hearings that there's people want ideally 2 weeks and then ideally knowing the 3 periods up front. I just wanted to highlight that you may have to choose between those two things. We might be able to announce 3 periods, but it's still quite a challenge for us to get things done in 2 weeks, particularly maybe for that 3rd period, because we'll have had 2 periods going on with unknown catches and potentially larger catch limits. And that would make it difficult for us to do all the analyses and consideration, particularly for that 3rd period. So we may come back with that, that you may have to choose between that at the end. So I think we understand what the council is asking of us here, and we will be prepared to come back in November with kind of a report out on this. And then also we're very interested to hear the public comment on this. So that's for discussion. And maybe I'll end with, we're wondering, this is on the motion itself, wondering if it might be reasonable to, have a specific timeline for the last bullet that just say consideration, or if you wanted to kind of have something along the lines, consideration for a 1 day or for a 1 day longer fishing period and potentially other times or something along those lines, just to give the public a little bit more specificity on that. It might provide for a better notice to the public of what we're considering. Because I don't think we're considering anything beyond that at this time. So thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Kiefer.
Mr. Chairman, for an amendment.
Please go ahead.
The last bullet, consideration for a longer fishing period of up to 24 hours, adding up to 24 hours.
All right. The intent of your motion is there on the screen. Is that accurate, complete?
Consideration for a longer fishing period up to 24 hours, I believe. Yeah, I don't think we need to say in addition, or do we? In addition?
No.
Adding, yes, that's the word I'm looking for. So if you would put adding in front of up. Yes, thank you.
All right. Is that accurate, complete?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Marcia Remco. Speak to your motion.
I think this does capture the what we heard from the advisory body in terms of something that would be very helpful to the fleet.
All right. Thank you. Any questions for clarification on the motion? Not seeing any questions. Discussion on the motion to amend? Not seeing any discussion. I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion to amend passes unanimously. Now we will go back to the main motion as amended. Further discussion on that. Marcia Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. want to speak very strongly in support of the motion and the bullets as they are presented here on the screen, and appreciate Mr. Lockhart's willingness to investigate what's possible. I want to say a few things about the second bullet and the announcement of the potential first 3 fishing periods prior to the start. The GAP expressed why this is so important to them. I heard a little bit of hesitation from NIMS about the trade-offs that might be involved here. And I just want to maybe convey specifically something that I picked up on in discussions in the hallway over the break, which is the potential for announcing the dates. But then if it turns out that, in fact, you can't prosecute the 3rd period, as an example, you just would provide a notification of 0 trip limit. So those are kind of ways we've structured things in the past in other fisheries that have accomplished this goal of being able to notify of what the dates are, and then have the flexibility that's needed later to ascertain if it's really possible to prosecute a 3rd period or not. So just wanted to add that to the discussion. On the 4th bullet on the SAS report and the permit deadlines, we appreciate the exchange there to clarify we are talking about permit deadlines, both for the incidental salmon troll as well as the DC fishery. And I guess I would just add the clarification that I think it's recommendations plural. It says recommendation, and so there could be some confusion there, but I'm reading this to mean the recommendations collectively in the SAS report. Anyway, appreciate the motion, and I heard pretty loud and clear that any of these things would greatly improve some of the operational challenges that the fleet faced in the 2024 season, and would be most appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Further discussion? Not seeing any. Before I call the question, we are voting on the motion as amended. I just want to make sure we add the words so it is completely accurate. Adhere to our rules that what you see before you is correct and complete. That's good. Now, so with no further discussion, we'll call the question on the motion as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. With that, I will look to Angela and see, excuse me, Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. There are a couple of things that are kind of outside the scope of motions that were described in the CDFW report, and I just want to make sure I take an opportunity there to follow up a bit. On the section regarding in-season flexibilities, as CDFW notes in the report, we support we can continue the discussions to increase the number of mechanisms and methods used for in-season sharing of pounds. We've made progress in 2024 with the measures to provide the flexibility between the in-season, between the recreational sectors. I think we've kind of talked in sidebar about the desire to perhaps improve that language somewhat and refine it. We're kind of just getting our feet under us with how this process works, but I think we've all identified that perhaps some improvements to the language might be made as this process evolves and as we learn how exactly to accommodate the sharing that we're looking to achieve. Also want to recall back to last year's discussion on in-season flexibilities and sharing between sectors that we've identified in some past years that there have been perhaps some underutilization in some of the other sectors And while what we did in 2024 provided the mechanism for in-season sharing between recreational sectors, there's still, I think, some larger discussions to be had looking ahead regarding sharing between commercial sectors. The CSP has a couple of very explicit rollover provisions that can happen, but I think, we've kind of discussed that looking forward, we're going to want to perhaps consider additional flexibilities so that we can accomplish that ultimate goal of fully utilizing the Area 2A FCEY. So I just want to flag that, I'm hoping we will continue with our thinking, because this discussion here and even the gaps discussion, it sounded like we didn't have a whole lot of time this cycle to really get into possible mechanisms. And kind of one easy one that I know I caught in some sidebar conversation, we have a rollover that would allow transfer of quota from leftover DC quota into the salmon troll fishery, but it doesn't work in the reverse that would allow rollover from the salmon troll fishery into the DC fishery. So those are the type of things I think we all had intended to continue talking about after last year. And it's a stepwise process, and just want to appreciate that, there's more to talk about, more to come in upcoming months, perhaps for consideration in the 26 CSP. The other thing I want to zoom in on is the last section in the CDFW report regarding the Area 2A commercial discard mortality estimate and the content provided in the IPHC report. I would note that the GAP expressed support for CDFW's recommendation here to ask NIMFs to seek some clarity from the IPHC on exactly how that 100,000 pound bycatch estimate was derived. They gave us a table and a figure with, some boxes in it and a diagram that I'm not sure I understood. They provide some words on the page about how the rate was or how the rates were applied and how the 100,000 pounds was derived. But I think it's important that we get some answers and think about this a little bit here. This increase in discard mortality is close to a threefold increase from past average amounts, should give us some reason for concern. We should be thinking about the implications, the signals that might send, that all of a sudden we're needing to account for dramatically larger bycatch in our commercial fisheries. And I don't think we've made management changes that would prompt an increase in discard. And so I think we want to think about what this number suggests. So I look to NIMFs to report back and would ask that NIMFs have some discussion with IPHC and the Northwest Center to see if we can drill down and get an opportunity to review the math and the actual inputs that were used to generate that 100,000 pound number. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Frank Lockhart.
I would just say, understand the request, and we will talk with IPHC and the center about this and be ready to speak to it in November.
All right, thank you. Further discussion on the halibut items before I look to Angela to summarize. No hands, Angela, what else do we need to do here?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The council proposed and forwarded for public review the proposed Oregon, California, and Washington state regulations or regulatory recreational changes, and requested that NIMFs come back in November with some additional information in addition to status quo in response to requests brought forward by the GAP and the SAS. And that completes your requirements for this agenda item.
All right, thank you. One more scan of the table. Any last comments? Not seeing any hands, we'll close this agenda item. And since we had a long break not too long ago, we're going to move right into our second halibut item. Angela, please give us the overview on this one.
Thank you. This is agenda item F2, commercial fishery regulation changes, vessel monitoring systems, seabird avoidance, and catch reporting, range of alternatives and preliminary preferred alternative. We tried to keep it short. In the interest, I will be giving a PowerPoint overview for this action, so I will briefly summarize what is in the situation summary. But there are 3 items under this action that have been brought forward by the enforcement consultants in recent years. And so the council will be reviewing information in an analytical document that really looks at these 3 actions. They are requiring all vessels participating in the DC halibut fishery to carry a vessel monitoring system unit, requiring all vessels in the DC halibut fishery using bottom longline gear to use seabird avoidance gear, and revising fish receiving ticket requirements to specify both the pounds and number of Pacific halibut landed by vessels participating in the DC halibut fishery are recorded. In 2023, you did review additional information on these items and adopted them for public review. And in November of 2023, you again discussed the recommendations from the enforcement consultants and offered guidance that additional work should be completed. So at this meeting, you're being asked to consider the additional information provided in attachment 1, as well as advisory body reports. You do have reports from the enforcement consultants, the Groundfish Advisory Panel, and the Salmon Advisory Subpanel, and are being asked to adopt a range of alternatives and preliminary preferred alternatives. You do also have additional asks in supplemental attachment 2, which provides a summary of the alternatives as well as some direct questions that the council should be prepared to address. So again, your action is review and discuss the information provided in attachment 1, adopt a range of alternatives and preliminary preferred alternatives for the 3 actions, and provide guidance to staff on the proposed clarifications and questions as described in supplemental attachment 2. And you currently have 1 public comment signed up for this agenda item.
All right, thank you. Before we get to the staff PowerPoint, are there any questions on the overview, the tasks before us here on this agenda item? Not seeing any questions. Go ahead with the presentation.
All right, thank you very much. I will be presenting an overview of the information included in supplemental attachment 1. So as I just noted, there are 3 actions for the council to consider under this agenda item. The first action would require all vessels participating in the non-tribal directed commercial Pacific halibut fishery, the DC halibut fishery, to carry and operate a vessel monitoring system. The second action would require all vessels in the DC halibut fishery to using bottom longline gear to deploy streamer lines when setting gear. And the third action would require all fish receiving tickets for landings of Pacific halibut from vessels participating in the DC halibut fishery and only landing Pacific halibut to record both pounds and numbers of fish. The full problem statement is in both attachment 1 and supplemental attachment 2 and in section 1.1. These actions are in response to issues raised by enforcement consultants that during monitoring and enforcing of regulations related to the DC halibut fishery. The problem statement notes that EC has noted challenges with detecting if vessels that are not currently required to carry VMS are fishing near or in closed areas, and identifying if vessels are violating streamer line requirements, and if vessel halibut limits or incidental landing limits for halibut in the primary sablefish and salmon troll fishery have been exceeded. These 3 items have come up over a number of times during the past few years, with the first instance being in November of 2019. At that time, enforcement consultants recommended that all DC halibut vessels carry VMS. And this was recommended at the time as the halibut fishing season was shifting from the 10-hour openings to the longer 58-hour openings that we've had in recent years. In September of 2022, the EC again recommended VMS requirements and also recommended seabird avoidance measures and a modification to the reporting requirements for landings of Pacific halibut. The council reviewed a scoping report on these items in June 2023 and additional information in September of 2023. And as I noted at that November meeting, the council discussed these items again, but requested additional information. So just a summary again of the materials that you have. And the council action for today to review and discuss the information provided, provide guidance on those proposed clarification questions. Those questions are, does the problem statement accurately characterize the problem the council is trying to address? Are the range of alternatives sufficient to address this problem statement? And are the preliminary preferred alternatives selected by the council? How do the benefits compare to the cost to industry and management? And the council will also be asked to provide a range of alternatives and preliminary preferred alternatives to each or any of these actions. Before I dive too deeply into the three actions a little more, I want to provide context for the management area of this action and the applicable laws we're operating under. This action falls under the Halibut Act rather than the Magnuson-Stevens Act. And the Halibut Act does state that regional fishery management councils may develop regulations governing the U.S. portions of convention waters. And convention waters do include both federal and state waters. This is important to keep in mind as the council considers what waters they want these actions to apply to. This fishery does occur in convention waters of IPHC Area 2A south of Point Chehalis and is subject to a number of closed areas, including the non-trawl rockfish conservation area and additional specific closures that were created under Groundfish Amendment 32. The participants that would be impacted by this proposed action in the case of the VMS and streamer lines requirement would be individuals participating in the DC halibut fishery. Hook and line gear is the only allowable gear type, with bottom long line gear being the most common. There are no limits on the number of participants in this fishery, and it has been noted to be a good entry-level fishery given the low permit and other entry costs. This fishery is managed through a series of open periods, as we have already discussed this morning. From 2018 to 2019, there were the 3 10-hour open periods. And then in 2020, we shifted to the 58-hour open periods. There was 5 in 2020, 3 in 2021 through 2023, and 5 in 2024. Given this change in the season structure, we just used data from 2020 onward to analyze this action. So to drill down into the number of individuals who might be subject to the full cost associated with a new VMS requirement or seabird avoidance measures, we looked at individuals who had landings of Pacific halibut only starting in 2020. This is because vessels that are retaining groundfish are already subject to VMS requirements and streamerline requirements, and there are participants in the DC halibut fishery that do simultaneously retain groundfish. There were 32 distinct vessels that only landed Pacific halibut from 2020 through 2023. And of those, 15 did not retain groundfish. So therefore, 17 would have already been subject to VMS and streamerline requirements. And of these 15, 8 did participate in a fishery with VMS requirements in a year outside of this range, so 2019 and prior, and therefore would not be subject to the full cost of purchasing a VMS unit. These 8 were therefore removed from the list of potentially impacted individuals, which left us an estimate of 7 vessels participating in the DC halibut fishery and only retaining halibut that would fully be impacted by a new requirement to have a VMS unit and deploy streamer lines. For Action 3, the potentially impacted individuals would be dealers receiving landings from vessels only landing Pacific halibut and not groundfish. This is because federal regulations already require that Pacific halibut landed with groundfish report both weight and number of fish, and that state regulations require the number of halibut landed incidentally in the salmon troll fishery be recorded And we'll dig into those regulations a little bit more in a future slide. But that would have been around 9 to 11 dealers during this time frame. So now walking through each action in a little bit more detail. For VMS, enforcement has noted that it is difficult to detect if a vessel is only retaining Pacific halibut and fishing near or in closed areas, since these vessels are not required to carry VMS. Monitoring activity of these vessels in closed areas is only possible during the DC halibut fishery by on-scene enforcement assets. And identifying vessels and determining whether gear was illegally set in a closed area is extremely difficult to detect due to the large area of this fishery, the limited number of patrol assets, and a vessel's ability to set and recover gear undetected at night or during periods of low visibility, such as low-hanging fog. There are 2 alternatives and a number of components under this action. As always, we have the no action alternative, which would maintain that vessels participating in the DC halibut fishery and only retaining halibut do not need to carry a VMS unit. Under alternative 1, all vessels participating in the fishery would be required to carry and operate VMS. The first component the council should specify is what the applicable waters of this action would be, either just the EEZ or all of convention waters. Component 2 specifies what the VMS ping rate requirement would be, either 4 times per hour or once per hour. 4 times per hour would be consistent with current groundfish regulations, but once per hour would be less costly to the industry. Component 3 specifies when the VMS unit must be operating and transmitting vessel location. This could either be 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, or only when the vessel is participating in the DC halibut fishery and fishing during an open period. The impacts of each alternative are dependent not only on the combination of subcomponents or components selected by the council, but also by the vessel classes. And costs are broken down for comparative purposes into a year 1 and a subsequent year, with year 1 being the cost associated with both purchasing the VMS unit and operating it, and subsequent year costs only associated with operating the VMS unit. Under the lowest combination of options, which would be that 1 hour ping rate and only on during the DC halibut fishery. For this analysis, we did assume 3 openings a year, which is what we had seen most common at the time. The year 1 costs would be $2,765, and the subsequent year costs would be around $130. Under the highest combination of options, which is that 15-minute ping rate with the VMS unit on year round, the year 1 costs would be $3,570 and subsequent year costs being just below $1,000. When comparing the year 1 costs to the average ex-vessel revenues for the landings of only Pacific halibut, so that's that orange bars on the graph, the year 1 costs exceed or come close to exceeding the average for vessel classes A and B and vessel classes C, for this is the average ex-vessel revenue. The high costs associated with purchasing and operating a VMS unit may deter potential new entrants from entering this fishery, although it may make it easier for entrants to shift into also retaining groundfish. And although that would have its own set of additional startup costs, the revenue from groundfish may help to offset that. VMS would benefit enforcement by reducing the effort and resources needed to monitor for closed area violations and determine if gear was set in a closed area. And it may also help to ensure that the benefits of applicable closed areas are not undermined if thus violations are occurring. So the second action is a requirement for seabird avoidance measures. Enforcement consultants have noted that it is difficult to identify violations of seabird avoidance gear requirements during the DC halibut fishery, since there are vessels that are using bottom longline gear and retaining both groundfish and halibut that are required to deploy streamer lines, but vessels using the same gear but not retaining groundfish are not. These vessels are very visually similar and fishing in the same area at the same time. So from the water in the air, it is very difficult to identify, or is impossible to identify what this vessel is retaining and what requirements they are or are not subject to. And for vessels where the requirements are in place, EC has noted 1 violation in 2021, 6 in 2022, and 7 in 2023. The requirements are in place for groundfish vessels per a biological opinion that was issued in 2012 and reinitiated in 2017, with the initial ESA consultation being triggered by a take of a short-tailed albatross in the sablefish longline fishery in 2011. But the reasonable and prudent measures did not include bottom longline vessels fishing for only Pacific halibut as vessels that must use streamer lines to reduce the take of short-tailed albatross. So the 2 alternatives for the council to consider under this action is no action, or alternative 1, requiring vessels participating in the DC halibut fishery and using bottom longline gear to deploy streamer lines when setting gear. Again, the council should specify if this would apply to just the EEZ or all convention waters. Alternative 1 does assume that the other seabird avoidance measures that are currently specified for groundfish would apply. So that includes requirements being required for streamer lines being required for vessels that are 26 feet length overall using bottom longline gear and setting gear during hours of daylight. Vessels greater than 26 feet but less than 55 would be required to use 1 streamer line, but vessels greater than 55 feet would be required to use 2. The direct costs associated with alternative 1 would be the cost to purchase the streamer line. And as of July of this year, this was around $200. Remembering that vessels greater than 55 feet would be required to purchase 2. The cost of 1 streamer line roughly equates to landing 35 pounds of halibut, with the average landings varying by vessel class from 500 to 8,070 pounds. But there may be also additional incidental costs associated with any structures needed for smaller vessels to ensure that these lines are deployed properly, or a loss of time spent troubleshooting with entanglement with gear, which we heard can occur especially in non-ideal weather situations. Additional impacts under alternative 1 may be a reduction in enforcement resources spent determining if seabird avoidance gear violations have occurred, since all vessels participating in this fishery using bottom longline gear would be subject to the same requirements. Note that under component 1B, all convention waters, this would introduce a new inconsistency with streamer line requirements in state waters. There may also be indirect benefits to seabirds. There have been observed takes of non-ESA listed seabirds in this fishery in recent years. There is also already current outreach to inform vessels participating in the DC halibut fishery about who is required to use seabird avoidance gear during this fishery. And those who are signed up to receive the NMFS Pacific halibut fishing emails receive these emails. And there's also an annual web story that NOAA Office of Law Enforcement puts out. But any increased outreach would be necessary either under alternative 1 or may also benefit and result in increased compliance under the no action alternative. So the third and final action is the modification to catch reporting. Concerns were raised on how halibut catch in the salmon and sablefish fisheries is reported compared to how the incidental limits are set. In the salmon troll and primary sablefish fishery, incidental catch allowances are set by a ratio or a ratio of number and pounds of fish landed in either the number of Chinook or pounds of sablefish. So for example, salmon, this has been a ratio of 1 halibut plus 1 halibut for every 2 Chinook. And for sablefish, for the incidental sablefish fishery, this is 1 halibut plus 150 pounds of halibut for every 1,000 pounds of sablefish. Enforcement consultants raised concerns that if fish receiving tickets do not include both the pounds and the number of halibut, it is difficult to determine if the catch allowance has been exceeded. Current federal reporting requirements do specify that pounds of halibut landed must be recorded. And it also does specify that halibut landed with groundfish, the number of halibut landed with groundfish must be recorded. So this means that vessels landing halibut and groundfish during the DC halibut fishery and vessels landing halibut incidentally during the primary sablefish fishery are already recording both the pounds and the number of fish. Washington and Oregon state regulations explicitly require the number of halibut landed in the salmon troll fishery must be recorded. And this is not explicitly stated in California state regulations, but their regulations do state that landings, receipts, and electronic fish tickets will report the number of individual fish as applicable. And in conversations with CDFW staff, they have indicated that since there is this ratio limit for halibut in the salmon troll fishery, this requirement applies here. Therefore, the only fishery landings where both pounds and numbers of fish are not currently required to be recorded is the landings from the vessels participating in the DC halibut fishery and only landing Pacific halibut. So therefore, that brings the two alternatives forward, the no action alternative and instituting this requirement for both weight and number for the DC halibut fishery on the vessels only landing Pacific halibut. As noted previously, this would impact around 9 to 11 dealers. The number of dealers that received landings from Pacific halibut only from 2020 through 2023. This alternative may increase offload times, although halibut offloads have been noted to take around an hour or less, and some dealers voice that they are already recording both pounds and numbers of fish. Having both number and pounds of Pacific halibut landed by these vessels would result in no benefit to fisheries management or efficiency or accuracy. Fishing period limits are set by weight and only pounds are required for catch counting purposes. So having the number of halibut from these vessels wouldn't provide any benefit for management. And that brings us back to council action for today. Review and discuss the information, provide additional guidance and clarification, and adopt a range of alternatives and preliminary preferred alternative.
Thank you, Angela, for that thorough description of everything. We'll look and see if there are any questions regarding, again, a summary of what is before us and some detail about each of those items. Not seeing any questions on the presentation. Oh, excuse me, Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Was just trying to get to the right slide to ask my question. This is on slide 23. Yep, that one. So the way you described this and the way I'm reading it is we may not need to do any action because all of the numbers are already counted for. Is that correct?
If the focus of this action is indeed on the DC halibut fishery, then correct. And the council agrees that there is no benefit to having number from these vessels landing only Pacific halibut. That is correct. I think our sticking point remains is California not having this explicitly in their regulations and how that is being interpreted by potentially different groups. But then the question remains if this is a council issue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Look more carefully. Dr. Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Would this be an appropriate time to ask some questions about the regulatory impact review and the RegFlex documents?
Angela, I'm going to turn to you, I guess.
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Angela. There's as usual, a heavy use of the terms and the data with gross revenues, which if I understand correctly is the ex-vessel price times the landings. It would be helpful, of course, to get some notion, although we don't have fishing costs readily. Would the net revenue be 20% of that, 10% of that? It's difficult to put side by side gross revenues and the cost of PMS units in operation without having a better idea of that. Even for gross revenues, sometimes for smaller vessels, it gets close. Sometimes, as we've heard, there's a lot of price volatility. So if we could see also charts of prices, how they're going, so we'll know Grosso modo, is it the price that's driving these variations, or is it the landings? And then one more question. There's a mention about some options for covering the costs for the fishing fleet, for VMS units, and also for the Seabird avoidance measures through the commission. Can you elaborate on that? Is there any assurance that that might be possible? It's such a small number of vessels that are impacted. One would hope that that would be possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Yeah, agree. We were not able to include any net revenue prices or net revenue information in this document. There is very little information on that available for these vessels. So it's been difficult for us to really drill down into, but we'll note as something to further pursue. As far as the reimbursement programs, yes, in the past, there have been programs where streamer lines were passed out to vessels that were required in 2020 to start carrying streamer lines. The streamer lines and the funding for that have since dissipated. There's nothing left in that program, but there has been an interest from expressed from Oregon Sea Grant that they might explore starting something that up again. But I don't think anything the council can count on when making any decisions related to this action. And for VMS, there was also that initial program that essentially covered the startup costs for purchasing VMS unit for a lot of vessels. There still is some funding left in that program, but that's a national program, and there have been some new requirements in Alaska for VMS. And so there's a question of how much longer is that funding going to last if vessels in Alaska are now trying to reach into that pot. So again, it does exist, but I don't think anything the council should count on.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Angela. We will move into our reports. And the first one is the enforcement consultant's report. Mr. Greg Bush is here to give us that report. Good morning, Greg. At least I believe it is still morning.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. I'll be reading from agenda item F2A, Supplemental EC Report 1, Enforcement Consultant's Report on Commercial Fisheries Regulation Changes, Vessel Monitoring Systems, Seabird Avoidance, and Catch Reporting. The EC has made several statements on this topic, the most recent being at the November 2023 council meeting under agenda item G1A, Supplemental EC Report 1. The enforcement consultants have reviewed reports associated with agenda item F2, Pacific Halibut Management, Commercial Fisheries Measures, and have the following comments. Regarding F2, Supplemental Attachment 2, Problem Statement. The EC notes the current problem statement and summary of the alternatives for regulatory changes are not only the non-tribal directed commercial Pacific halibut fishery, the DC halibut fishery, but also the incidental sablefish and salmon fisheries. The EC recommends the first sentence of this problem statement be changed to the enforcement consultants have noted challenges when enforcing management measures pertaining to Pacific halibut caught in the DC halibut fishery, salmon troll fishery, and primary sablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis. Regarding vessel monitoring system, the EC recommends that under Action 1, vessel monitoring system, the council adopts alternative 1 with the following components. Component 1A, applicable waters, require VMS on applicable vessels when fishing in the EEZ. Component 2A, VMS ping rate requirement, require VMS ping rate of 4 times per hour, that is once every 15 minutes. And component 3B, VMS requirement, VMS must be turned on in transmitting location data when fishing during the halibut open fishing period and participating in the DC halibut fishery. As noted in previous statements, the EC is concerned with the ability to enforce closed area regulations on directed commercial halibut vessels that do not carry VMS. Currently, monitoring activity in closed area is only possible by on-scene enforcement assets. Identifying vessels and determining whether or not gear was illegally set in a closed area is extremely difficult to detect due to the large area, limited number of patrol assets, and the fishing vessel's ability to set and recover gear undetected at night or during periods of reduced visibility. The EC requests the 15-minute ping rate for consistency purposes with the groundfish requirements. Seabird avoidance measures. The EC recommends that under Action 2, seabird avoidance measures, the Council adopt Alternative 1 with the following component. Component 1A applies to applicable vessels when fishing in the EEZ. Currently, only those vessels retaining groundfish are required to deploy seabird avoidance gear. The same fishing gear is being used during the directed halibut fishery, whether you are or only retaining halibut or retaining both halibut and groundfish. Having vessels alongside one another in this derby fishery adds enforcement challenges when one vessel is deploying the seabird avoidance gear and the other one is not. Enforcement cannot always identify in real time whether particular vessels are solely fishing for halibut. So often, especially if patrolling via air, violations are not immediately detected. Enforcement has cited several vessels during the DC halibut fishery in each of the past 3 years for noncompliance with seabird avoidance gears and continues to inform fishers of this requirement in a pre-season web story. Requiring everyone to conduct business the same way will likely improve compliance and eliminate confusion. For catch reporting on fish tickets, the EC recommends that under Action 3, catch reporting on fish tickets, the Council adopt Alternative 1. For Alternative 1, the EC recommends requiring all commercial fish tickets to report the pounds and number of individual fish for halibut landed under the incidental halibut fisheries. The EC sees value in applying this to all halibut landed, including the DC halibut fishery, but is primarily concerned with the ability to calculate ratios under the incidental salmon troll and sablefish fisheries. Federal and state regulations are disjointed in regards to halibut number counting. This action would close the loop to create regulatory consistency, and recording the individual fish is critical to enforcement when determining compliance with ratio or individual fish or vessel limits. This concludes the EC statement.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Bush on the enforcement consultant's report? Asia Shumlo.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you, Greg, for the report. I just have a question about the EC committee, or the EC's recommendation to require VMS in the EEZ rather than the convention waters of the IPHC. I just want you to elaborate a little bit more for the record why not extend it into state waters as well.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Shamillo, through the Vice Chair. The EC discussed this requirement, and we were split on whether requiring it for the entire convention area or just within the EEZ. And it really came down to the core reason for requesting VMS in the first time, and that's to ensure consistency between those fishing in the directed halibut fishery and those vessels that are fishing in the federal groundfish fisheries. So we're looking at what closed areas are we monitoring under this regulation, and it's primarily the rockfish conservation areas and other closed areas that are established within our groundfish regulations that parallel over to the Halibut Act. So we were looking at what's the regions that we're really trying to enforce, and that was not within state waters. That's in the federal waters. So that's why we're looking at limiting it to that area.
Thank you. Any other questions? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Regarding the catch reporting item and the recommendation for Alternative 1, which would require reporting pounds and number of fish for the incidental halibut fisheries. Then I see the next sentence and it says the EC sees value in applying this to all halibut landed, including DC, but is primarily concerned with the ability to calculate ratios. So are you recommend maybe, and I thought we had an exchange just a bit ago with Lynn, and it sounded like there was some uncertainty about whether status quo would accomplish the objective of ensuring the incidental fishery requirement is met. But I'm hearing you recommend Alternative 1. So maybe you can clarify what actually, in your view, is necessary?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Yaremko, through the vice chair. This is a little more complicated than what it may appear. And one of the challenges that we have in enforcement is that we have a federally managed fisheries and we have a mix of regulations that are being applied to try and that we would try to use for enforcing these ratio and trip limits. So we have not only the Halibut Act, we also have our federal groundfish regulations, which take care of the incidental halibut caught north of Point Chehalis and the sablefish fishery. But then we have 3 different state regulations that we would be relying on to enforce potentially the salmon bycatch issue. And myself and none of my officers have authority to enforce state regulations. So we would have to defer that to the state for enforcing a federal fishery. So this is really to help clean up and put under a federal regulation the requirement to count fish and to ensure that they're properly logged and recorded. Since we're enforcing a federal regulation, we'd like to have it clear that regulations in a federal statute is what we would be enforcing. Because I cannot enforce state law. Any changes to state law may add some confusion and something to have to follow. And I'm also concerned with the language within the state of California's regulations that are as applicable and whether that carries the weight that we could actually enforce that regulation if we did find a violation.
Thank you. Marcy, follow up.
Thank you, Greg. That was incredibly helpful. Next question, and maybe you don't have this answer off the top of your head. In the federal salmon regulations, do we require recording both pounds and number of fish on the fish ticket? Or is that something that's left to state regulations to specify? Do you know?
Through the vice chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Ranko. I do not know off the top of my head, but my understanding is we have no reporting requirements that are captured within our federal salmon regulations related to the documentation of halibut.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Frank Lockhart.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you, Greg. I think maybe before I ask the question, I'll just reference, I thought the staff presentation right before this was really good and talking about, the need to look at benefits and costs. And so I guess some of my questions are going to be related to that here. So on the VMS, you talked about the difficulty of being able to enforce closed area regulations without the VMS, without an on-scene assets. But I'm just wondering if you guys discussed what level of infractions have you seen when you did have on-scene assets out there? Is this a large problem? And then related to that, is this enforcing vessels for halibut areas, or is it for groundfish areas? Could you expand on that a little bit?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Lockhart. Through the vice chair, we haven't had a large number of closed area violations that we've been able to detect in the directed commercial halibut fishery, but there have been a couple, and most of those we've been able to detect or were detected when the vessel was making the landing, and we found evidence that they were fishing in a closed area. There are a couple incidences where we have had that. Some of this is to close a concern that we have in an open fishery to where we have no visibility and we have a huge area, so we can't with confidence say that there is not illegal fishing by vessels without VMS fishing in closed areas. We just do not have the resources to adequately enforce it, and this would help. VMS would help close that risk.
Follow up, Frank.
follow up on kind of the same concern, but for the Seabird one, in the paragraph right before the last paragraph of the Seabird section, you talk towards the end, you say enforcement has cited several vessels during the DC halibut fishery in each of the past 3 years for non-compliance with Seabird avoidance gear. Again, can you give me some idea of what that means? What is several vessels?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Lockhart, through the vice chair. Depending on the year, we've had up to 7 identified within a single year, six on a separate one. One year we may have had 1. Some of it has to do with the amount of the focus of our enforcement officers and whether they're checking on the use of Seabird avoidance gear by the vessels that are making landing of groundfish, and whether or not our aircraft or vessels are on scene at the specific time the gear is being set, that they can actually observe and identify a possible violation. But it's been a high of 7, 6 in another year. A couple of years we've had 1 since it's been in place.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
Next, we have a Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report. Bob Alverson will be delivering that. Good morning, Bob.
Good morning. This is agenda item F2A, Supplemental Gap Report 1, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Commercial Fishery Regulation Changes. Vessel monitoring systems, seabird avoidance and catch reporting, range of alternatives, and a preliminary preferred alternative. Problem statement, range of alternatives. The Groundfish Advisory Panel discussed the 3 proposed actions relative to agenda item F2, which deal with requiring vessel monitoring systems, seabird avoidance devices, and certain catch reporting actions for vessels operating in the directed commercial Pacific halibut fishery. With regard to action 3, the GAP does not see a need to include the directed catch halibut fishery in the scope of the alternative. For the DC halibut fishery, there is no need to count the number of halibut for the non-tribal DC halibut landings, as it is managed only in pounds. This will only increase the burden for processors without any management or enforcement benefit. The GAP agrees with the modifications proposed by the enforcement consultants for the problem statement and overall believes it accurately describes the concerns addressed by the proposed actions. The GAP supported preliminary preferred alternative as follows. Regarding action 1, vessel monitoring system. 1, require the VMS on vessels participating in the DC halibut fishery. And with regards to applicable waters, EEZ. The component 2 of this, VMS ping rate, require 4 times per hour, once every 15 minutes. And component 3, VMS status requirement, item B, when participating in the DC halibut fishery and fishing during an open period. With regards to action 2, seabird avoidance measures, alternative 1, require vessels participating in the DC halibut fishery using bottom longline gear to deploy streamer lines when setting gear. Component 1, applicable waters, EEZ. The GAP agrees with the EC and the preliminary preferred alternative for actions 1 and 2. This would align regulations for vessels fishing in the non-tribal DC halibut fishery and groundfish vessels. We believe this would eliminate confusion among participants, but still address the problem at hand. The GAP did discuss and acknowledge that approximately 7 vessels will be required to purchase VMS equipment and streamer lines in order to participate in the DC halibut fishery should these actions be adopted. While this may be an economic burden to those vessels, the GAP also recognizes the owners of those vessels may be eligible for reimbursement through the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission. We understand from the Office of Law Enforcement that PFMC is evaluating requests based on priority and requirements being put above elective fishing opportunities, and no requests have been denied to date. Additionally, by using VMS, those vessels will be able to expand their fishing opportunities into groundfish if they so choose. The GAP also recommends that additional funding for streamer lines be procured, as this was done for the groundfish fisheries when those measures were implemented. The the recommendations from the GAP on actions 1 and 2 mirror what we are, the groundfish fisheries requirements are. So the GAP industry people wanted to have the same regs applying when they're applying fishing for halibut as they do for groundfish. I add that as clarification.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Elverson? Frank Lockhart.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Bob. The GAP's comments on the VMS and support for that, is it conditioned only if there's reimbursement through PSMFC, or is the GAP supportive of that and just noting that it may be available? I guess the answer or question, what if there is nothing available for reimbursement? Would the GAP's opinion change?
Through the chair, my interpretation was the latter, that we endorse these changes and we recognize, and hopefully there's some reimbursement for VMS and Tory lines.
Thank you. Any other questions on the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report? Not seeing any. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have a Salmon Advisory Subpanel report. Mr. Ryan Johnson online. Ryan, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll be reading the SAS report on commercial fishery regulation changes, VMS, Seabird avoidance, and catch reporting. The SAS discussed the proposed non-tribal DC halibut fishery management measures and appreciates the opportunity to comment. The SAS reiterates their comments made in June of 2023 on the vessel monitoring and modification to catch reporting and provides the following additional considerations. VMS. The SAS supports a no action or status quo. The SAS opposes requiring VMS on vessels participating in the DC halibut fishery. The salmon troll fleet sees little benefit in pursuing this topic when compared to the purchasing and operating VMS. This would impose significant costs and limit potential new entrants into the fishery. Area closures are well defined and should be easy to patrol. Regarding seabird avoidance measures, the SAS sees little biological need to require streamer lines on bottom longline vessels participating in the DC fishery and only retaining halibut. The need to minimize take of birds by vessels only retaining halibut has not been identified through any biological opinion, and there would be additional costs associated with the purchase and deployment of the lines. However, the SAS would defer to the GAP on this item. Catch reporting. The SAS supports no action or status quo. The SAS opposes modification to landing requirements for Pacific halibut. All of the required information is already being recorded. There's no clear benefit or additional biological or fishery information that will be gained by this action. The SAS thanks the Council for the opportunity to provide comments on the above items. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the Salmon Advisory Subpanel report? Ryan, I don't see any hands here, so thank you very much. That completes our reports, takes us to public comment. We have one sign up, and that in a few seconds that'll appear on the screen before us. And I'm guessing it's Michelle Conrad. Come on up, Michelle. Good morning.
Good morning, Vice Chair Hasmer and council members. I'm Michelle Conrad, and I'm speaking to the comment submitted by the American Bird Conservancy in support of Alternative 1 for seabird avoidance measures for the directed commercial halibut fishery. Seabirds are an important ecological link in coastal marine ecosystems and are strong indicators of the health of marine ecosystems. And we appreciate the enforcement consultants bringing this issue to the Council's attention, along with other proposed halibut fishery regulations. Under Alternative 1, vessels participating in the directed commercial halibut fishery using bottom longline gear would be required to deploy streamer lines consistent with the rules that already apply to the groundfish fishery. Even though the halibut fishery is fairly short in duration, there is still an opportunity for seabird interactions to occur. Based on the limited observer program coverage in the directed commercial halibut fishery in 2017 and 2018, we note that observed seabird interactions may be relatively low, but they are not zero, and streamer lines would keep any potential impacts on seabirds to a minimum. We appreciate that the halibut fishery is one of a few remaining open access fisheries and could provide an entry point for groundfish. However, we don't see the streamer requirement as being overly complicated or costly. While there would be a one-time cost to approximately 7 vessels to purchase the streamer lines, the estimated cost would essentially be offset with the landing of 1 or 2 halibut. I have personally attended the longline skipper workshops that were hosted by Sea Grant a few years ago. And as described in the analysis, deploying streamer lines takes only a few minutes and does not significantly disrupt fishing operations. We also note that the use of streamer lines is not only required for the Council's groundfish longline fisheries, but in March, the National Marine Fisheries Service West Coast region also proposed the use of streamer lines for any highly migratory species longline EFPs, specifically due to their ability to reduce the likelihood of adverse impacts to seabirds. Therefore, if Alternative 1 is not adopted, then the directed halibut fishery would be the Council's only exception. Not only does this present an enforcement challenge, as pointed out in the EC report, but it would also be unfair to exclude this particular sector when other fisheries using longline gear are required to use streamers. In summary, American Bird Conservancy recommends the Council adopt Alternative 1 as its preliminary preferred alternative for Action Item 2, seabird avoidance measures. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide these comments, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Conrad on her testimony? Don't see any hands. Thank you very much, Michelle. That completes our reports. Public comment takes us to council action, which will pop up on the screen. There it is. And that action is to adopt a range of commercial fishery regulation alternatives and a preliminary preferred alternative. So with that, we've heard a lot. Anybody need to initiate discussion here? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Seem to be talking a lot about halibut this morning. Based on my interaction with Angela and then Marcy's interaction with Greg Bush, I'm still extremely confused as to what, if anything, we need to do with action number 3. I thought I heard it's already taken care of, but then it's not. Some of it's in federal rule, some of it's in state rule. We are a federal body, and we've been talking about the jurisdiction in other venues here. So I don't, if it's a state rule we're trying to fix, are we the appropriate body for that? So I think I'm the one who's going to be working on the draft motion, and I am confused as to what I need to do for action for number 3, the action 3 on this, and could use some better clarification from somebody.
Thank you. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer, and I appreciate Lynn's confusion. I'm similarly confused, but I think I have a question that might help my thinking a little bit, if I may, of Angela in the preparation of the analytical document and the terminology that is used in describing alternative one on this issue. I'm reading that under alternative one, all tickets would be required to report the number of pounds and number of individual halibut landed in the DC halibut, salmon troll, and primary sablefish fishery. Alternative one would apply to all fish receivers accepting halibut landings from the DC halibut, salmon troll, and primary sablefish fisheries. I guess my question is, why is it written that way? Why can't it just say apply to all fish receivers accepting halibut landings? Thank you.
Angela?
Thank you, Mr. Rumka. And this is also getting to our staff request for some additional specification on what we want these alternatives to look at. So I'm appreciative of you bringing this up and drilling in. We, when structuring this action, did not want to be redundant with requirements that are already in place. So that is how we worded in our document only having this requirement in place for the DC halibut fishery, landing halibut, as the federal regulations cover the requirement for the halibut landed in the primary in sablefish fishery, and from our understanding of the state regs, are required in the incidental troll fishery. Looking at the salmon regulations, for the federal regulations, it does state that catch and effort data necessary for implementing any of the applicable FMP are collected by states and the Indian tribes of Washington, Oregon, and California. And that state agencies and Indian tribes continue to provide NIMS with the statistical information adequate for management. And if under those conditions, no additional catch reports will be required. So if the council does not feel like the state's required, if the information being provided by the states is the information required, this alternative could be restructured potentially as under a preliminary preferred alternative to target that more directly.
Thank you. That helps.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion, questions? Sharon Kiefer?
And relative to motion, I'm curious whether we're contemplating one motion with all of the elements in that motion, or perhaps breaking up. So perhaps we might vote one way on one element and vote a different way on another element. I'd be happy to help.
Lynn Mattis?
Thank you, Vice Chair and Ms. Kiefer. The draft motion I just sent to the motions email address tries to address everything in one motion, which may turn out to be a mistake, but was trying to aim for some efficiencies this morning. But we can always use a friendly amendment to strike out or do something different on pieces.
Chris Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you get to the motion, I'm hesitant to raise this question or this issue because I know just enough about it to be dangerous or cause confusion in the discussion. But on the VMS issue, I've become aware, and just very recently, and talking to my colleague Karen specifically, there's another, I know costs are an issue, and there's another VMS system that apparently the commission has developed and data portal with the states, and it's being used in some of the Dungeness crab fisheries. It's called Sea Tracks, I think. And it has a much, its ping rate is like every 10 seconds, and it's a much lower cost program. It doesn't provide real-time tracking, but it provides a much finer scale, detailed record of, post-fishing trip activity, which may be useful for a lot of reasons. Now, I don't know if that's makes it a showstopper from an enforcement perspective in this case, or if the perhaps lack of consistency with the groundfish requirements makes it a non-option, or simply the timing. You're this far into the process of, and like I said, I don't want to throw a wrench in the spokes at late date in the process, but I guess I'm curious as to whether there are other folks around the table, either council members or staff who are familiar with this, whether it's been a consideration before or whether it's an issue for, a later date. So I raise it not knowing a whole lot about it, but, and again, it might be something for a future discussion in a broader sense of its application and consistency with the federal VMS programs. But I'm wondering if there's anyone else around the table that has a comment or thoughts or familiarity with it. That's all. Thanks.
I saw two hands here. Which hand? Heather Hall.
We agreed to the order of our comments here. And thank you, Chris, for bringing that up. And just to give a little bit more context to this idea, in our Dungeness crab fisheries in the States, we've been working on electronic monitoring, and Washington and California have successfully implemented these lower cost vessel tracking systems for our fisheries. This is the first year that Washington has had this program in place, and it is really successful. I'll say the Washington system is a little bit different than California in that we also record hydraulic pressure sensor. I don't know that would be needed in a federal fishery, but one thing that was attractive about this system is the lower cost, and it has proven to us to be a really good tool. And so the idea I think that Chris is bringing up is, does it need to be federal VMS in the rules, or a more general vessel positioning system that could be an alternative? And I don't know, again, as I say this, if we're too far down the road for this particular issue. Some of these directed halibut boats may participate in the Dungeness crab fishery and already have these systems that are operating. So again, thank you for bringing it up, Chris. And that's a little bit about what I know about it. And again, not sure if it's too late in the game for the conversation now, but it's worth at least bringing up.
Asia Shumalo.
This is, thank you, Vice Chair. This is bringing up a lot of history for me on groundfish when I worked for NIMS, and I just found the vessel movement monitoring rule. We went through something similar to this, or NIMS went through something similar to this consideration in the past. With that rule, the council did recommend an option to reduce the operating cost by choosing a non-type approved system. But there were a lot of challenges with just one region implementing that option. I know that we're talking about a very small number of vessels in this case, but I think it does cause a lot of, I will let NIMS comment on this further, but I think it does cause a lot of trouble to mix systems in the federal system overall. So there's a rulemaking out there that summarizes these concerns in a lot of detail and the challenges with operating a separate new system, even with the reduced cost from the federal perspective, that I can point people to if you want to think about that more. I don't work for NOAA. Sorry. Yes.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Frank Lockhart.
I am going to go in a different direction, but maybe I'll just make a quick comment on that. Yeah, I think very good comments on this. And I think the using this different system, I think, has a lot more analyses required and maybe a few more steps required before it's kind of ready for a decision is kind of, my thoughts on it. But it may be worth it, to go down that road, but it may delay things, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. Moving in a different direction, I think overall, there's been some good work done on this, but we do believe that in particular for the VMS and the Seabird streamers, we think there needs to be more work done on building the record under the APA for the management and the conservation concerns. So why are these actions necessary? And I prior addressed the staff report about talking about benefits and costs and things like that. So do the benefits outweigh the costs? And in particular, maybe trying to reach out and get some input from a wider variety of the fleet. And I think that will be important before we can move forward. Assuming the council does take some sort of final action, we will have to make sure that we have an adequate record to support the action. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Hall.
Thank you. I just wanted to add two things I forgot to mention on the discussion of alternative vessel monitoring is that Oregon is working on implementation of a similar program, and all the data is housed at Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission. So the 3 states are sending all of our data to Pacific States. So we have access to them. So just wanted to add that as we think about it for potentially the future.
Right. Thank you. Chris Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman. I appreciate the VMS discussion. It doesn't sound like something we need to bog this particular issue down any further with, but I appreciate being able to have the discussion. It may be something that has applications in the future for this or other actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcia Remco.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm thinking about the fish ticket issue, and after considering the response I heard from Angela, I want to take the opportunity to share some thoughts on the current description of alternative 1, and that it at this time is written in such a way to identify only the 3 sectors that halibut are authorized for commercial harvest. I'm thinking about this particular action that we've been undertaking now, I want to say going on 3, maybe 4 years, that we've discussed a need to consider these amendments for commercial fisheries. We've had it on a year at a glance for some time. We've identified these 3 things as key needs for management of our fishery. But I'm also thinking about the future. And we've had a number of discussions on an ongoing basis that have identified desires to restructure the catch sharing plan, perhaps look at different ways for halibut to be taken incidental to other groundfish targets. Perhaps some other restructuring of the DC fishery. We've heard concerns about not being able to hold multiple permits for the take of halibut. I'm thinking holistically about the fish ticket requirement. And I'm thinking about our commitment and our need to very closely track the take of halibut in season, as well as across multiple seasons, at pretty precise levels. If any of you have ever attended the in-season salmon calls where we're talking about adjusting trip limits and we're tracking, tens of pounds in some years, really down to this teeny tiny brass tack and moving, fish around, determining if we can allow incidental retention for another week or another couple of days. So I feel like we need to think about what reporting requirements are going to serve us best into the future as we consider some of these other changes. Because I don't know when we're next going to have an opportunity to consider making regulatory changes for something that's kind of as basic and fundamental to our reporting needs as fish tickets. I see an opportunity here for us to make a change to the language in Alt 1 or offer an additional alternative that would require that fish tickets record both the number of pounds and the number of fish. I hear from our fleet, they already collect the number of fish. They have to report it on their logbook. They know what that number is. It is not burdensome, and the gap statement speaks to this, to record that number in addition to the number of pounds. So I'm just struggling to understand why we wouldn't take the opportunity now to make that very simple, very nominal cost change while we have the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Butch Smith.
Yeah, I just wanted to put a point out there when we're spending other people's money. Some of these boats are in many fisheries to make a whole, and it's easy for us to say it only costs this much or it only costs that much, or observer costs only costs $400 a day. And pretty soon, all those things add up. So I just wanted to just let the council know as these fishermen are trying to make a living in this tough time of the fishing industry, the seafood industry, that what we think or what some might think $300-400 or $1,000 a year is nothing, it could be quite a bit to a small fishing operation. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that on the floor for general information. So thank you.
Thank you. Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just sitting here listening to the discussion and thinking about, in particular, I guess, Mr. Lockhart's comment that more needs to be done to build the record, which took me a bit off guard. So I've been sitting here just thinking about what is it that we're missing. And I would, I guess, go back to one of the requests of staff, which is to hone the problem statement. Or in other words, what is it that we're trying to fix? And I think that without some clarity there, that gets us chasing a lot of different things potentially, and potentially without end. And we've had a few agenda items like that over the course of our history. So if that could be refined, I think that would help us a lot in terms of what is the problem we're trying to solve, and by extension, what is the record building that we need to keep building. Right now, we have a lot of things that we're talking about on, enforcement integrity and things of that nature. But just listening to the discussion, I think we're all struggling a bit with what is it that we're trying to do here, and what is the problem that we're trying to solve here. So I think we would benefit from that as we put the analytical package together. And there's nothing here that requires you to adopt a PPA at this stage. We're asking you to do that, but if you're not ready, you certainly don't need to. So you could provide us with more feedback and clarify the problem statement, and we can keep going, hopefully with some more clarity next time. So that's what's going through my mind at the moment. And I appreciate Mr. Lockhart's comment, even though it took me by surprise, but it has, I think, clarified some thinking in my mind at the same time. So.
Lori Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
along those lines, I'm wondering if Mr. Lockhart might be willing to tell us a little bit more about that need for a stronger record. I'm thinking through my head, what is needed, what that looks like, and just wondering if you might be able to provide a little bit more how this differs from other potential council actions, and why this is something the council might need to do versus something that would happen as part of the rulemaking process.
Frank Lockhart.
I think trying to think on the fly on the best way to represent this. And I think maybe start with, if we did nothing, what would be the issues that would be remaining that we would be concerned about? So if we didn't do the VMS, if we didn't do the streamers, if we didn't do the catch reporting, what are the issues that the council as a whole or individual states would have? And then maybe I'll expand it to the enforcement folks. What concerns would be created there from both a management and a conservation perspective? So that's kind of the start. And I think, a greater exploration of that. And there is some in the document, and we've heard some public comment here, and the questions that I asked from the enforcement consultants revealed that as well. But I think we think that should be expanded. The things I've heard so far in the analysis, I think it points, the message I'm getting is that it could make improvements, but it's still unclear to me that it's absolutely needed, that there is such a management concern or such a conservation concern that these are needed. And then weighing the benefits of those improvements against the costs, as we just heard from Butch and others. They are, some of them are probably affordable to some of the fleet, but others, it's probably quite substantial in their overall kind of operational costs. And so weighing against that. So I think we'll have to leave it at that. I mean, we just would like the record to be expanded and more discussion and thought on the underlying reasons for continuing down this road.
Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think maybe I'll direct this at Frank, but others might also have some information. So recognizing the public testimony that we heard, recognizing, and I don't understand what prompted the two Fish and Wildlife Service actions relative to seabird, biological opinions regarding seabird avoidance, whether that originated out of a litigation threat or whether it originated out of some sort of a settlement agreement. But in your opinion, the fact that we do have one targeted fishery that is not required to have seabird avoidance when all of the others are, does that shine a litigation spotlight on that particular fishery?
Frank, would you like to respond?
My record at predicting litigation risk is really poor, so I'll start off with that. But I'll say that's a really hard one to get at. But I think that could potentially be part of the discussion, right? I mean, it's unclear to me what they would sue on. The mere fact that it's different, we have a lot of regulatory programs out there with certain parts of it having different regulations. So to me, that by itself doesn't create a problem, but there's a lot of smart lawyers out there that can figure out a way to make it a problem. So that it could be there. So I'm sorry, that's about as best as I can do.
Thank you.
Chair Pettinger.
I think I'm familiar with the unit or the system you're using in Washington. I think it was over almost maybe 10 years ago that Pacific States, I talked to Dave Coco about utilizing the system and trying it out on, I think on our boat actually. It's a packet system where it basically records a bunch of data and it sends it up in a packet. I believe that's the system that we're talking about. And so they were talking about using it as a low cost option from the current system for everybody, not necessarily crab vessels. But it's been a long time and I don't remember getting back to them. So I'm kind of curious if it seems to me that we have three components to this potential motion here. And I wondered if maybe if where we're at as far as NIPS, maybe looking to signing off on that being an approved system in the somewhat near future, if that the component about vessel monitoring maybe delayed a year or maybe two or something, whatever it is, and accommodate those folks and keep the cost down as Butch brought up, and maybe just acknowledging those, that's a burden to those small operators. But the system, when it comes into play, it was approved by National Fisheries Service. That'd be a great way to check all the boxes and making sure that we have the proper management and oversight here on everybody. So I wonder if we would, I guess, or my thought would be if we move forward to have a delay in the VMS or packet unit you're talking about being mandated for those vessels. So something to think about, but I think it'd be a pretty easy thing to do, depending if you plan on moving that thing through the system and have it approved by National Fisheries Service. So my question, Frank, if I may, is it if there's any thoughts on that, or have you discussed that, or where are you at?
Frank Lockhart.
So first off, I heard you talk about maybe in a year being ready. I think that is overly optimistic. I did get a couple of comments from staff, and I guess something like this system was already looked at under the VMM that Asia mentioned, and it didn't pass muster. I don't know the background for why it didn't, so I can't really answer that. Probably not good to get into that level of discussion here at this point in time. But if what you're asking me is that could you take off the VMS now, potentially look at this for some future action once we have a better idea of what its capabilities are, I don't think we as an agency would be opposed to that. But I would hesitate to say that it's going to be a year. I would guess 2 years, even 3 is probably more likely for kind of going through that. But again, I don't know the background and what specific steps would need to be taken.
Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I think I'm concerned that we're kind of losing sight of context. I'm thinking about the halibut fishery, our West Coast halibut fishery, and fishery sectors. And I think we need to keep in mind how valuable this fishery is and how much we've invested in managing it, both for sustainability and to ensure that there's access by multiple user groups to this very valuable resource. It's valuable for commercial fishermen. It fetches a very high price. It's very valuable to recreational fishermen. And we have spent decades developing and evolving our catch sharing plan in response to competing needs and interests for this very valuable resource. When we worked on transitioning management of the commercial fishery from IPHC over to National Marine Fishery Service. It was with the idea that the council would continue to work to better manage the commercial fishery, recognizing that it's one sector within our catch sharing plan. But thinking about, you know, how much we spend to ensure that we are utilizing but not exceeding our Area 2A TAC. That's why I think we've, you know, we're in the place now to be considering commercial regulation changes to ensure the continued and improved operation of the commercial fishery under NMFS authority. We care about every halibut under the catch sharing plan. It's very detailed, very complex. And counting every pound of halibut is very important. When we started the discussions about VMS, one concern that was raised was, I'm going to call it, you know, perhaps unfair advantage to the DC fishery, or less accountability maybe for those participants that also weren't co-participating in the groundfish fishery and subject to requirements such as VMS and streamers, which is how we came about recommending consideration of these actions. Acknowledging the overlap between the participants in the groundfish fishery and the halibut fishery. And we wanted to ensure that folks were held to the same standard because we do expect accountability, and we also have a need to monitor our fishery activities. So I'm just concerned that we're perhaps losing sight of what our intentions are here. And I'm thinking about, you know, Merrick's comment about the problem statement. Several years have elapsed since we initially received recommendations. Angela highlighted that in her presentation. But I think it's just important to reiterate that here and why we are taking these actions up and how important they still are in terms of those fundamental needs that we had and that we still have. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Looking around the table, I'm going to offer a comment here. I just reread the situation summary. These topics have been before us for a very long time. I guess as I think about it, I'm not so sure we have to identify a problem to take action here to improve the fishery management. Apologize to Frank that to build a record on what's the problem. We have a history and there are some issues that have been identified, like streamer lines and consistency with fisheries. And I guess as I think about that, expanding to the greater issues we face, there's continuing competition for dollars amongst agencies to do the work we need to do. And if it's more efficient for enforcement to monitor and manage the fishery, then maybe less money goes to the enforcement pot and more into the fisheries management pot here. So there are things we can do. That's maybe a poor example, but there are reasons why we would do that. So maybe I've said too much on this. It's your decision, the council. So I will look to see if there's any other discussion. And Asia Shumalo.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yeah, the thing that strikes me, Merrick's comment really sat with me too, refining the purpose statement, and then Butch's comments and the questioning that we had about the cost of all of this for vessels and what we went through in discussing the vessel movement monitoring rule and considering that there are cheaper alternatives for VMS on the whole, but that wouldn't just affect this fishery, that it could be potentially applicable everywhere, that they could be helpful elsewhere. So what sits with me is like, do we need to do this right now for these 7 vessels? Or could we pull back and consider this more holistically for everyone? It was a really tangly issue, I remember. I don't think that it was something that was simple to walk through with national enforcement, but I do think it is worth, bringing the question again that like costs are high. So is there some way to think about doing this differently that could reduce costs for everyone that would be better? And to me, that speaks to not really moving forward with that item for these 7 vessels right now, if we can bear the enforcement hit on it at the moment. The streamer line issue seems easy. I remember that they didn't cost very much. I think we were joking earlier about like, can we make them right now? Like that's not a heavy lift to add to management. So if the, I think there's a way for us to select preferred on certain parts of this that have a clear conservation benefit, but then maybe take a step back and do some additional consideration on some of the items that we're having pause with at the moment. And so, yeah, if a motion were to come forward, I would love it if there were different parts so we could tease this out a little bit more and then have more thinking before it comes to final action later on.
All right, thank you. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I did send a draft motion a little bit ago in, but based on the discussion that's been going on the last few minutes, I honestly think my current motion would do more harm than good to our discussion. I think there's key pieces in there, but I do think, as we've been talking, that instead of trying to do this at one time, we may need to split it out. I can't do that on the fly while we're having discussion. We could throw my motion up there, but I think we would just get super wrapped around the axle. So that's why I'm struggling here and looking like I'm getting a major headache, is because I'm not sure how to proceed with this, given that we are 25 minutes from lunch. Do we take a break to break this out? I don't know how to proceed.
Thank you, Lynn. Let me tell you how we'll proceed. We are going to break for lunch now and come back at 12:45. So that gives us an hour and 15 minutes for lunch, and we will resume this agenda item now. How does that sound? All right, let's be back at 12:45.
Yeah, it's not fuzzy.
Recording stopped.
15. Check.
Recording in progress.
Okay, if we can get back to our seats here quickly. Resume our business. All right, thank you. We will resume our business here on agenda item F2. The halibut commercial fishery regulations. We ended up, when we broke, we had discussed a lot of different things, a lot of different options. I'm going to, and you've had time to think about this. I'm stalling a little bit, but looking around to see if there's any hands here to start us off. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Just was doing some hand signals with the back to make sure they had the draft motion. Thanks to the break, the early lunch break and some huddling, I think we now have a motion that shouldn't wrap us around the axle too far, too much, hopefully. It's up there. Formatting's a little goofy, but that's okay. The text is there. So I move the council adopt the below range of alternatives for the directed commercial Pacific halibut fishery with a PPA for action 2 only. For action 1, vessel monitoring system, no action is status quo. Alternative 1 would be to require VMS on vessels participating in the directed halibut fishery. Under alternative one, there is component one, applicable waters. The two options are the EEZ or the IPHC convention waters of area 2A. Then there is component two, which is the VMS ping rate. Option A is 4 times per hour. Option B is once per hour. And component three is VMS requirement when the VMS unit must be turned on and transmitted. Option A is 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Or B, when participating in the directed commercial halibut fishery and fishing during an open period. Could scroll down, please. Scroll up. Thank you. For action two, seabird avoidance. The no action alternative is status quo. Alternative one, require vessels participating in the directed commercial halibut fishery using bottom longline gear to deploy streamer lines when setting gear. That is the PPA. And with component one, applicable waters, the PPA is the EEZ, with convention waters of IPHC as the other alternative. Action three, catch reporting on fish tickets. The range will include no action of status quo. Alternative one, require that fish receiving tickets for landings of Pacific halibut from vessels participating in the directed halibut fishery, and only landing Pacific halibut include both weight, pounds, and number or count. We have added a new alternative two, require fish receiving tickets for landings of Pacific halibut from any vessel landing Pacific halibut to include both weight, pounds, and number count of Pacific halibut landed. And modify the problem statement to include closed areas are related to concerns with overfished species and essential fish habitat and the effectiveness of maintaining those closed areas for groundfish species and habitat protections. Streamer lines are related to conservation of ESA-listed seabirds, particularly short-tailed albatross. Groundfish longline fisheries have been subject to biological opinions. However, the halibut fishery has not. This action is proactive as the vessels use similar gear, fish in similar areas, and the same times as longline groundfish fisheries. Accurate catch accounting of both pounds and pieces of fish landed helps managers better track sector catches and in-season management of halibut, as well as better understand how the fisheries are operating and may ease future modifications of regulations as the fishery evolves.
Thank you, Lynn. As I followed along, the language on the screen appeared accurate and complete. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it does.
Thank you. And I will just note that you did indicate with bold the PPA and action item number 2. So that was clear. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Sharon Kiefer. Please speak to your motion as needed.
Thank you, Vice Chair. We've had some lengthy discussions about all of this and some additional record building being needed on some key pieces of this. Therefore, we did not feel it was time to go to a preliminary preferred alternative at this time on action 1 and action 3. Those seem to need some additional fleshing out for a number of reasons: the cost for the individual vessels, what is the benefit to our fisheries management process of those? Are there other options that could be used instead of VMS? Are there options for some cost reimbursement on those? On the seabird avoidance measures, as mentioned in the problem statement, this is sort of proactive, trying to be ahead of the game instead of waiting until we have a problem with this fishery interacting with ESA-listed seabirds. Since most of these vessels fish in the same areas, very similar gear, same times, they are likely to run into the same birds potentially that the groundfish fishery would be. So in addition to simplifying and making regulations consistent, it's trying to provide some conservation protection for ESA-listed birds, particularly seabird, short-tailed albatross. In having it only impact the EEZ rather than the convention areas, that is so that the halibut regulations are the same as groundfish regulations. So they're trying to, so we don't have two different sets of regulations we're using. Additionally, the 3 state waters, at least in Oregon, is approximately the 30 fathom contour, and most seabirds, such as short-tailed albatross, are farther offshore than that 30-fathom break. The vessels that do participate in the directed halibut fishery inside of the state waters or shoreward of the EEZ tend to be smaller vessels, often fishing with hook and line gear. They tend not to be bigger vessels. They don't use a whole lot of bottom long line gear. Therefore, it seemed appropriate to have the same regulations as groundfish and not create new regulations and regulations for boats that don't even use the type of gear. The action item 3 is a place where I think that we have the most confusion and misunderstanding of what is needed at this time. Therefore, we're not choosing a PPA at this time on it and have added a new alternative to the range of alternatives to try to simplify the language and be consistent across fisheries and across state and federal landing requirements. And I think that will do it for my overview.
Thank you. Are there any questions for clarification on the motion? Angela.
Just a point of clarification on the problem statement. By pieces of fish, you do intend to mean number of fish, correct?
Thank you, Ms. Forstall. Yes, my work with the Canadians at the IPHC for many years influenced not only me calling dogfish barky, but me calling individual fish pieces of fish. So yes, it is meant to be number of fish.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Executive Director Burden.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. And also a question to the maker of the motion, just on the problem statement. It does say right up at the front, it says, and modify the problem statement to include, and there's no further direction about how to do so. What is it your intention that staff, we might work with NIMS to do this, to shape that into the problem statement in a way that incorporates this, or did you have a specific way that you wanted this included?
Yeah, thank you, Executive Director Burden. Had not thought about exactly how to do that, but I think what you're suggesting of having council staff work with NIMS staff to incorporate is probably going to be the smoothest option than trying to do that here on the floor. Mr. Lockhart and his folks and Ms. Forstall and Ms. Elke, brain fart. They know this fishery. They know what we're trying to get at here. And I think I trust you all to make those corrections, even though I don't task the council staff with what they do, but that would be my suggestion.
Frank Lockhart.
I don't want to cut off further discussion, but NIMS has a suggested amendment to the problem statement. So if now's the time for that, we can go ahead and do that.
We are in questions for clarification, but I think we can take an amendment to the motion at any time. So if you're ready, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I would move to amend the problem statement, and unfortunately I didn't have a chance to send it, but I think I can talk us through it. So delete the sentence, groundfish longline fisheries have been subject to biological opinions. However, the halibut fishery was not. Then add immediately after that, add the following. Although data regarding seabird interactions with the Pacific halibut fishery are limited, and then basically take the capitalization of the word this and make it a smaller case. And so then this action is, and then add intended to reduce risk to seabirds. Delete the word proactive. Then the next section I'll read, but it's just continuing. It's the same as the current language. As the vessels use similar gear, fish in similar areas, and then after the word and at, and then continue the sentence, the same times as longline groundfish fisheries. And then add 5 words here, where documented seabird interactions occur. So I think that's it.
I think we've captured it, but
yeah,
we may ask to have that done in strike through. And I know our people up there are working on this. So there's a number of chained deletions and additions.
Yeah, we apologize. We finished it basically just as we started up, so couldn't get it forward.
Oh, one.
We can email it. Sorry.
Let's email it. Okay.
It just so for clarification, it is on an earlier version of the motion. The strike through doesn't change. Language won't change, but it's on an earlier version that was slightly amended, I think, before it came to the floor. So it doesn't have like the essential fish habitat language or some of the other language in there, but we're comfortable with the additional language that was added. It's just not going to be a one-to-one, what you're going to see in the email and what's on the floor right now. But the strike through, it's in red line and the strike through will hold.
And then we can look at it and make sure that we have.
Yeah. So I think if you can email it, there's some changes that aren't clear.
Okay. I think it has been emailed.
Okay. And I know you can airmail it with a paper plane faster than the electronics work. So we'll just wait a little while. While we're waiting, we have a proposed amendment on the floor, but Marcy, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just have a question. I guess this is of NIMS and with regard to the language that's about to come to us on the screen. Looking at the problem statement and then the proposed additions to the problem statement that were in the original motion, and then looking at the draft document, I'm wondering if the problem statement includes reference to the EC's statement on the fish ticket item, and the exchange that I had with Greg Bush related to the disjointed state regulations and the inconsistencies between them, and that being part of the problem, and that part of the solution that would come either in Alt 1 or Alt 2 would be one consistent federal regulation that would govern. So I don't know that I see that in the problem statement or the proposed additions to the problem statement. I'm just seeking clarification as to whether or not we need a note on that point in light of what the EC statement says.
So before we get into that, I think maybe we should work through this proposed amendment and figure out what the problem statement is that's being proposed. That's okay. So I'm going to give you a chance to study it, Frank, and when you're ready.
Okay, give us a couple minutes and then we'll be able to talk. Mr. Vice Chair?
Yes.
I think the strikeout and additional language, underline and strikeout language is fine, but what General Counsel was speaking to, that the motion we had was not the motion that was originally made. So there's some we need to add. We're amending that motion, and there's some issues with that. I think that is it just the first sentence? Okay.
Do you want me to speak to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would it, with your benevolence, could we have General Counsel speak to that?
Yes.
If you could scroll up to the motion that was originally made. It was added in the first sentence, and modify the problem statement, or in the closed areas are related to concerns with overfish species and essential fish habitat was added. So that's not in the version that we sent with the strikeout. Yep, exactly. And then also when you get to the sentence that says accurate catch accounting, the version we said had pounds and pieces, and this changed to pounds and number of fish.
So I'm going to ask that the maker of the original motion can confirm with you, since your amendment is modifying what was in that original motion, correct?
Correct.
And parts of what you submitted are not quite yet consistent with that.
Also correct. And
Lynn, can you offer some guidance?
What is shown on the screen now in terms of the first sentence and changing pieces to number is what was the motion that I proposed. So the edits that are being proposed now are editing what I think is the correct paragraph based on the motion that I made a few moments ago.
Okay, so then I think I am ready to have you read your amendment into the record, and then we will make sure it is accurate and complete.
When you, Mr. Vice Chair, would it be easier for me to just read the entire paragraph, or do you want me to read only the changes?
I think read the entire paragraph as you intend it to be in the
okay
document.
Thank you. I will go ahead and do that. I move to amend the problem statement. And the amendments will result in this final version of the paragraph. And modify the problem statement to include closed areas are related to concerns with overfished species and essential fish habitat, and effectiveness of maintaining those closed areas for groundfish species and habitat protections. Streamer lines are related to conservation of ESA-listed seabirds, particularly short-tailed albatross. Although data regarding seabird interactions with the Pacific halibut fishery are limited, this action is intended to reduce risk to seabirds as the vessels use similar gear, fish in similar areas, and at the same times as long-line groundfish fisheries where documented seabird actions occur. Accurate catch accounting of both pounds and number of fish landed helps managers better track sector catches and in-season management of halibut, as well as better understand how the fisheries are operating and may ease future modifications of regulations as the fishery evolves.
All right, thank you. As I followed along, that language on the screen now is accurate and complete. You agree? Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Asia Schmillo. Please speak to your motion.
Okay. The changes are consistent kind of with our prior discussion and kind of narrow down what we're trying to explore. In particular, the largest part of this is adding the fact that seabird, we don't have a large record or a lot of data on seabird interactions with the Pacific halibut fishery. So we wanted to make that known. And then also, I think this, the other change in there is but it is intended to reduce the risk to seabirds. And so these two changes, I think, are a little bit more clear on what the actual problem is. The deletion, I don't think it was necessary to include that. I don't think that's part of the discussion. I think it's more about reducing the risk to seabirds by looking at these streamers. So although it took quite a while to get there, it's a relatively simple in concept. And so happy to answer any questions if there are.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions regarding the amendment to the motion? Executive Director Burden.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Just because these are very specific textual changes to the amendment, I'll just pose my same question that I asked Ms. Mattis a few minutes ago, which is, would it still be the intention that, I guess, the council would direct me and I would work with my staff and you all to shoehorn this into the existing problem statement in a way that makes the most sense?
Frank?
If I understand the question, maybe I'll say that I was intending to ask after this, the sense of the council to give staff the leeway to continue working on this in a way that makes sense. So yes, that's fully consistent with my thinking as well.
All right, thank you. Further questions for clarification on this? Not seeing any questions. Discussion on the motion to amend. Not seeing any hands, then I will call the question, the motion to amend. The original motion, the language is on the screen before you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion to amend passes unanimously. We can now move back to the main motion as amended, and I will see if there are any questions or discussion regarding that motion. Marcy Remco.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just back to the question that I asked while we were pausing. I think I understood from the exchange that just occurred that because the leeway that has been granted to NIMFs to work with the executive director and council staff on integrating the recommended additions to the problem statement. I just was hoping for some clarification regarding task or item 3 in our list and incorporating the statement from the enforcement consultants regarding the disjointed state regulations being part of the problem, and that one federal regulation that would require documenting of catch on fish tickets. The solution is contained within the range of alternatives. So I just want to be sure that this reason for, or I'm sorry, this particular problem would either be incorporated or it doesn't need to be incorporated. I know I'm not phrasing this very well. Thanks.
Frank Lockhart.
I think the short answer is I think so, but there's so I think also the way you phrased it, allowing NIMS to work with council staff, I think we can address that concern. I don't know if you have in mind specific language that you want included, or if you are just okay with council staff working with NIM staff to further explore that.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, very comfortable with whatever you may come up with. But it's an important point in that exchange. I just wanted to make sure that that need is captured and the possible solution is captured within the range. Thank you.
So thank you. And with that exchange, I think we don't know the outcome of the motion yet, but if there's further guidance to be provided to the executive director afterwards, then Marcy, I think we can make sure that that's captured what you want there. Further discussion on the motion as amended? Not seeing any hands, I will call the question. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Lynn Mattis.
Apologies, Vice Chair, but since we did not choose a PPA at this time, FPA is listed for this item for November. We did not choose the PPA for 2 of the 3 items on here, mostly because we heard we need more documentation, we need some more information. Just inquiring what council staff and NIMS staff capabilities to provide us more information in time for November is, or if we need to look at postponing that item, which would then essentially postpone it an additional year to get into the regulations. But just some clarification on workload and timing. Is it doable to help manage our expectations on what we're going to be expected in November?
Okay, thank you, Lynn. So the question is the capacity, the executive director and the staff to provide that in additional information necessary to make a decision in November. I will ask Executive Director Burden to address that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Without having consulted with my trustee deputy and trustee Halibut staff officer, I don't have a real clear answer at the moment. Certainly we can get some work done. I admit I don't have a good sense in my head just yet of what additional record building would be necessary to satisfy the things that Frank has raised. So I don't have a good answer at the moment, but for our usual course, what Kelly and I will do before we get to day last is we'll put our heads together and we discuss our workload and our capacity, and we propose a YAG and a quick reference agenda for you. And if we have the capacity to do what we think needs to be done, we'll propose doing that in November. So I'm sorry I don't have a clearer answer at the moment, but that's just where things are.
Thank you, Executive Director Burton. That's exactly what I was expecting to hear. But I just wanted that we all kind of were on the same page about what to expect, and that we'll talk about it more on day last under workload planning, maybe. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank Lockhart.
I would just say we agree with the executive director and likewise see some challenges, but we'll do the same sort of thing, have some internal discussions. But I think we certainly agree that there are some challenges in order to get it done by November. But we will explore it. But I will note, this is being done by the same Halibut staff that have just been directed under F1 to do a lot of other exploring. So I think reducing expectations is wise. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before I turn to Angela for a summary, I'm going to still look around the table, see if there are any other hands for discussion. Not seeing any. Give Angela a chance to summarize and tell us if there's more work to be done here. Angela?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Council, for some very helpful clarification as staff moves forward on this action. You have adopted one preliminary preferred alternative, and that is requiring streamer lines for vessels participating in the DC halibut fishery. You also adopted a full range of alternatives for the two other items without a PPA identified at this time. Council staff will have some discussions about workload planning before the end of the council meeting, and we'll report back to you at that point on what we anticipate will be able to be delivered by November. You also refined your problem statement with some provided text that staff from the council and NIMS will work with together to incorporate into the existing problem statement. And with that, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, I believe your work is done.
All right, thank you very much. I believe that I don't see any other hands here. That completes our work on this agenda item. We'll close that out and ask you to remain in your seats for about 1 or 2 brief minutes while we have some staff changes here and prepare for our next agenda item. All right, we're here ready to start on our next agenda item. We're going to switch to coastal pelagic species. Before we get started with the overview and go around the table and make sure who's seated here, starting on my left, Josh Lindsay is in the NIMS seat with us virtually. John North is taken over in the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife seat. John Ugeritz in the California Department of Fish and Wildlife seat. And I would like to welcome Lieutenant Sky Williams to the Coast Guard seat, another new face here for our council. And with that, I want to turn it over to Executive Burden for another staff introduction.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to welcome our newest staff officer, Ms. Katrina Bernaus. She is started with us in mid-July, and she'll be helping us out on coastal pelagic species. She's also helping us out already on some EEJ matters, and we have big plans for her that we haven't even told her about yet. So, so just help me welcoming Katrina, and you'll see more of her in the future for these items. Welcome, Katrina.
All right, so thanks. Welcome to all of you. And now I will turn it over to Jesse and Katrina for an overview here on this topic.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good afternoon, council members. This is agenda item G1, our National Marine Fisheries Service report for coastal pelagic species. And this is really for you to hear an update from the West Coast region and Mr. Josh Lindsay about the recent court order affecting Pacific sardine rebuilding plan and the harvest specifications. Your council action for today is just to have some discussion. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions, but I would turn towards Mr. Lindsay to give the overview of the NMFS report.
All right, before we go to that though, let me just make sure there's no questions regarding the task before us. Not seeing any. Josh, I will turn it over to you for the NMFS report. Good afternoon, Josh.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. As was noted in that NIMS submitted a report for the advanced briefing book. I did not intend to read that verbatim, but I will attempt to summarize it for everyone. Going back a bit, as a reminder, in 2020, despite the fishery being closed for the previous 5 years, the biomass of Pacific sardine dropped below its minimum stock size threshold of 50,000 metric tons, which triggered an overfish determination process. The council subsequently developed a rebuilding plan, which was finalized in 2021 as Amendment 18 to the CPS FMP. In a complaint filed in July of 2021, Oceana challenged NIMS approval of the rebuilding plan and ultimately the final rule setting harvest specifications for the 2023-2024 fishing year as well. Then in April of this year, the court issued an order in this litigation where it granted in part and denied in part Oceana's motion for summary judgment and granted in part and denied in part NIMS cross motion for summary judgment. It applied the same conclusions to the 2023-2024 harvest specifications, including that NIMS failed to demonstrate that it relied on the best available science when using cow-coffee-based EMSY to set the overfishing limit. Then in late June of this year, the court issued a ruling on remedy, where the court vacated the portions of Amendment 18 that it had concluded violated the MSA and the Administrative Procedure Act, and vacated the EA prepared in connection with Amendment 18. The court ordered that NIMS prepare and implement a compliant rebuilding plan for Pacific sardine and conduct the necessary NEPA analysis by June 1 of 2025. Which brings us to this meeting. To meet this June 1 deadline, NIMS has determined that a draft rebuilding plan and all the accompanying analysis, including a rule package that addresses the remanded portions of Amendment 18 and its EA, must be completed by the end of December. Therefore, to allow for council participation and recommendations and not necessitate NIMS undertaking unilateral secretarial action on a revised rebuilding plan, the council would need to take final action on a new sardine rebuilding plan at the upcoming November 2024 meeting. I will note here that the court acknowledged the concerns NIMS expressed to the court that a June 1 deadline would limit engagement with the council, but the court held that on the record presented and in front of the court, that the deadline offered NIMS a reasonable period of time to prepare a compliant rebuilding plan and complete an EA and obtain public comment. The court based this conclusion on its April 2024 holding that it did not find all aspects of the rebuilding plan were unlawful and that NFMS in the court's terms was not starting with a blank slate. I just would note, as was in the NFMS report, we're prepared to assist the council staff. We have begun some conversations of working towards a new rebuilding plan, understanding that this one meeting process is unique. Some work will need to happen between now and November. But that is our proposal and advice to the council. And maybe I'll stop there and see if there's any questions. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Josh. Questions for Mr. Lindsay on the NFMS report? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Mr. Lindsay, for that brief overview. I had a question regarding, I think it's on page 6, about the implementing the final rule for 2024-25. And it said it was going to be, I think, expected prior to the September council meeting, but I don't think that's actually come out yet, unless I'm incorrect. Do you have any knowledge about when those are expected?
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. Ridings, for the question. Yes, I sort of skipped over a bit of what's been happening on the specs level there in the NFMS report. The original court order came out while we were in the process of, after we had the proposed rule out and the process moving toward the final rule. So we've had to delay that final rule to ensure we are developing a rule that is in line with the court's orders and decisions and thinking. And then subsequently had to prepare a couple of interim rules that have subsequently delayed things as well. So that final rule is still, we expect to come out very soon. And I can't predict when, but we are hopeful, as we were, that it'll be out by this meeting, that'll be out within the next couple of weeks. We do have interim specs in place that are in place until they are replaced by a new final rule. So there's no sort of lack of on the water management at this point in time.
Thank you. Further questions on the NFMS report? Not seeing any. Thank you, Josh. That is the only report we have here. I'm looking at public comment. I'm not seeing any on my screen. It's been confirmed. We have no public comment. So that takes us to our council discussion and action. I hope that will pop up on the screen. It's very simple. Discussion and comment is appropriate. And just as maybe to summarize, the ask from NFMS was to get something on our November agenda to address this item. And that would come up during our workload planning. So any other discussion? John Ugaritz?
Yeah, thanks for that. And thanks to Noah for providing the update. I think the court has given Noah a task that they must complete. And while the council would prefer to have more time to review documents like this and provide input, we understand the timelines involved. And so I'm supportive as long as we get something in an advanced briefing book that we have time to digest, that we can make a decision in November. And I'd much rather have the council participate in that manner than not participate at all.
Thank you. Corey Niles.
Yeah, agreeing with John's last statement there, but I'm wondering if we can hear from Josh a little bit more on the plan. I don't know if the advanced briefing book would be enough. Is there a plan to have a webinar? How are you going to come up with alternatives? And I'm kind of wondering why we didn't use this as the first meeting, given the court decision's been out there for a little bit. But yeah, how are you going to come up with alternatives? Is the CPS management team going to be involved? Is there going to be a webinar well in advance? Can you just give a little more detail, Josh, on your thought process there?
Josh, can you respond to that?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Corey, for the question. I think I can respond in part, and then I might turn to council staff for an assist on this as well. Yeah, the ruling on the remedy, which is really the driver for this, came out in late June. So this is really the first meeting we were able to advise the council or give the council new information on those proceedings. I don't have answers to questions, Corey, in terms of webinars and things. We are hopeful we can have in working with council staff, a good document, a good analysis for the council to review in November. I think the changes from the previous rebuilding plan that the council adopted, or the needed changes in what the council previously adopted, are relatively narrow. And so I think that's the hope, that much of the existing analysis and rebuilding plan remains in place, and so that we can work under this sort of tight timeline that the court has given us. But maybe I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Josh. And Corey, because your question also referred to management teams and advisory bodies, I was going to ask Executive Director Burden, but maybe Jesse wants to speak first. Jesse.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just kind of following up on Mr. Niles, your question to Josh that he kind of wasn't able to speak to. Council staff has been working on developing this the analytical document in the lens of the EA, as Josh mentioned, that there is only certain parts of the rebuilding plan were vacated. So we're really looking at that ACL rule of the rebuilding plan, and there's some other pieces that we need to update. But we are at the timeline, given when kind of everything settled out on what had to be done, we are the earliest that we can really plan on having things done is for the November briefing book. We did discuss with the CPSMT and the AS to have potential pre-council webinars that they could get an overview of the analytical document in advance of them being in person, which is planned for the November meeting.
Okay, thank you. That answer your questions, Corey? Okay. Further questions, discussion? We're in discussion here. And again, there's no action necessary, something we could take up during workload planning. And Corey Niles.
So, seeing if anyone else had any other thoughts, but yeah, I guess I'm not quite, I understand the time crunch. I don't understand what the issues are. I think I've brought up a few times that, the council benefits from hearing from NOAA General Counsel in closed session, but much of the material we hear there doesn't need to be in closed session. It's really kind of advising us on what the lawsuits are. So it would be nice to understand, and it's a lot of work, but I reread part of that decision again, and I'm pretty confused about what the court was saying about this. It was a ACL issue, but it was labeled as a problem with NEPA. So I'm just hoping that when the time comes, we do, even if it's just one meeting, get a pretty good understanding of what the flaw was, and understand how the alternatives will be looking at address it in what we understand where our policy discretion lies, and help choosing those alternatives. But yeah, and I trust that staff can do that. It's just, it's an unusual timeline, but I think this council should understand what the issue is and have some leeway to choose the alternative that we think best achieves our policy and consistent with the court's direction.
Thank you. And what I'm guessing will occur during workload planning is whether or not we want to direct the executive director to have staff work on this beforehand. NIMS has offered to help. My expectation is that if there is work done on it, they know exactly what to respond to, or it will fail in the face of the judge. So, Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman and Mr. Niles. I completely appreciate your questions, where you're coming from. And if I was in your shoes, I'd be asking the exact same questions. We are, under a very compressed time frame, and what I had hoped we'd be able to do is have more for you by the time we got here. We're working very closely with General Counsel to structure a couple of alternatives that would meet the court requirement. And what I foresee is that within that, the council will still have some latitude to figure out how to combine those or work within those. And that's one of the reasons why my opinion very strongly when this first landed in our office was that we need the council to be involved in this decision. And I think that speaks to Mr. Ugratz's comment a minute ago. So I do think there will still be some latitude, maybe some creativity somewhere to bring in the council's expertise and how we respond to the court and how we structure the next rebuilding plan. Unfortunately, we haven't created those alternatives just yet, because we are working very closely with General Counsel to make sure that whatever we do create would be responsive to the court. So sorry we don't have those for you, but I do anticipate you being able to do what I think you want to be able to do, which is use your expertise to decide the best policy forward.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion on this? Not seeing any hands. Jesse, is there anything else we need here?
No, Mr. Vice Chair, I think you've completed your business for this item.
All right, thank you. Then I will close this agenda item out. And I believe I get to pass the gavel back to our chair. So, Mr. Chair, it's all yours.
All right. Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. And some seats changing around here, so we'll wait a few minutes or a minute or so to people get in place.
Okay. I got the head nod from the chair, so I'll launch into this agenda item H1. This is Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative 4, and specifically here, progress review on the groundfish and salmon risk tables. We'll hear more about that appellation later on, I think. Anyways, reading from the situation summary. The purpose of this FEP initiative is to develop on-ramps for integrating ecosystem and climate information into council FMP's decision-making with a focus on harvest specifications processes. And then I add here, which was not in the printed situation summary, I just thought I would rehearse the goals that were originally set out for this initiative. And those are to review the incorporation of climate and ecosystem information into council harvest setting and fisheries management processes, determine the need and appropriate timing for additional FMP-specific ecosystem and climate information, and where there is a need for that additional information to develop clear pathways for it to be used in the setting of scientific uncertainty, harvest policy, and specific management actions. So those are maybe slightly broader goals, but they do kind of condense down to that harvest specification element. The EWG presented a work plan back in March of last year, and consistent with this work plan, last September, a year ago, it provided a proposed risk table assessment methodology and an example application to 2 groundfish species. And then going back to March of this year, the council directed the EWG to work with NIM Science Center staff to further develop the methodological framework for groundfish, the risk table approach, if you will. And then depending on the outcome of this work, the council could consider using the methodology or risk tables for selected stocks as part of the next groundfish harvest specifications decision-making process that starts next year for the biennial period, 2027, 2028. Further development of groundfish risk table methodology was reviewed at an August 5th SSC Ecosystem Subcommittee webinar, and the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Team Report that was submitted for review for that meeting is here attached. Essentially the same report, few copy edits updated, but that's it. The subcommittee report is, and then the SSC subcommittee report is available on the briefing book page under the SSC materials, kind of down the bottom of the page if anybody wants to go and look at that post hoc. And the full SSC will consider the subcommittee's findings and make a recommendation to the council on this further development and application for groundfish. And then the CCIA team will provide a summary of its report for you today. So they have a short slide show and an overview of the contents of that report, which, as noted, essentially outlines a proposed methodology that could be used in the harvest setting process for groundfish. And then the EWG had a short report in the advanced briefing book, and that contains some additional recommendations related to risk table methodology and more generally other work related to the initiative. The council also directed that this type of methodology be applied to selected salmon stocks. This was discussed by the ecosystem subcommittee during their webinar. But so far, there hasn't really been a specific methodology developed and proposed or presented for review to the SSC, or I guess I missed it, but there was some discussion yesterday apparently under the salmon methodology review agenda item. But I'm not sure where things stand with that anyways. The EWG report includes a recommended timeline for developing the methodology based on recommendations from the SSC and other advisory bodies. You should develop a work plan identifying who will be responsible for developing the methodology, how such a methodology will be reviewed, and when and how it may be applied within the salmon management process. I suspect there's probably not enough information before you today to accomplish all those tasks, as you will hear from your advisors, but perhaps a way forward that you could discuss and provide guidance on in regards to how to apply bringing ecosystem and climate information into salmon management processes. And then going back to the March 2023 work plan from the EWG, they set out some milestones that would mark when this initiative would be finished, and that when that happened, that would involve making any needed near-term adjustments to advisory body schedules for considering this kind of information, and the initiative would be complete when the council has adopted and implemented an ongoing process for choosing new species to be subject to ecosystem and climate information products, and ensure that advisory bodies have future opportunities and processes for conferring with ecosystem scientists on potential products. So we can say that as far as the groundfish FMP goes, these objectives are at least in process of being met. As already mentioned, there is a proposal of how this might be tried out during the harvest specifications process. We're not very close so far with the salmon FMP at this stage. So that, as I mentioned already, perhaps some guidance today about that. And then even farther out is your other two FMPs, that says CPS and HMS, if and when and how such processes might be integrated into those FMP management systems. As already stated, we're looking for guidance on these topics. The council action listed here is on the situation summary, at least, has these three bulleted things to consider, recommend next steps for utilizing the groundfish risk tables for setting harvest specifications, including advisory body roles, adopt a work plan for salmon risk tables that includes tasking for methodology development and a pathway for potential use in salmon management, and high-level or strategic guidance on other work to integrate ecosystem and climate information into FMP management processes. So in terms of advisory body reports that you have for this, you already mentioned the CCIA report, and as I mentioned, the members of the CCIA team will be presenting an overview of the contents of that report. That's Doctors Mary Hunsaker, Kiva Oken, and Jamil Samori. They're all with the Northwest Science Center and as members of the CCIA team as well. And just to emphasize, because apparently there was maybe some confusion in other forums, that they are all members of the EWG, but they today are presenting this report as members of the Science Center and the CCIA team that are folks from the two science centers. So anyways, then moving on, there's you have an SSC report in front of you. You have two EWG reports, the one I mentioned, and the advanced briefing book, and a supplemental report that kind of provides a little bit more clarifications and discussion on the main points. The EAS provides a supplemental report, and the SDT also submitted a report. So that's obviously related to the salmon task. And then just to make sure, I think there are a couple more, three more. So the SAS report, and then also you have reports from the GMT and your GAP. So quite a bit of reports there related to potential work under those two FMPs, in addition to the more general information about these methodologies. So that's what I have. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Kit. Questions for Kit on the overview? All right, we'll get to it here. And so with that, we'll have the CCIA report. And I have Dr. Mary Hunsaker down and online, and then Dr. Kiva Oken, and then Jamil Sahora, all doctors. So Mary, are you be first?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
We can, welcome.
Perfect, thank you very much. And we thank the council for giving us the opportunity to share the CCIA team's new developments on incorporating climate and ecosystem information into the council's harvest setting process. Next slide, please. We'd like to start our presentation by sharing a key takeaway, or the bottom line, of the CCIA team's report on FEP Initiative 4. This report was developed by stock assessment and ecosystem scientists at the science centers, and it provides a clear pathway and transparent process for using climate, ecosystem, and assessment specific considerations in fine-tuning the setting of scientific uncertainty for groundfish. In other words, it describes a way that we can broaden the consideration of scientific information used to set sigma. It is not creating a new process. It is a first step toward implementing risk tables in the harvest specification process, and it does not preclude further exploration of other pathways for the risk table to be implemented within the harvest specification process. Next slide, please. Here is a roadmap of our presentation, which is based on the CCIEA report. I will start off the presentation with some general background, and then I'll pass the baton to Jamil Samhuri, who will present the current evaluation rubric for the risk tables. Kiva Oken will then present results of some of the retrospective analyses of ABC buffers that she and Abigail Golden have worked on over the past few months. And then Kiva will also wrap up the presentation with a proposed process for implementing a risk table approach in the groundfish harvest specification process. In our report and in the presentation today, we are addressing both the Council's request for a retrospective analysis, as well as the SSC's recommendation for improving risk table methodology and their potential applications in the groundfish management. Next slide, please. So just a quick overview of the timeline of the risk table development for the Council. The EWG spent a good part of 2023 developing the risk table methodology for the Pacific Fisheries Management Council. This included developing pilot risk tables for petrale, sole, and sablefish that the EWG presented at the Council meeting in September 2023. The SSC Ecosystem Subcommittee and Groundfish Subcommittee met with the EWG in 2023 to review the risk tables, and they provided a lot of helpful feedback and recommendations, which were endorsed by the full SSC in November 2023. Then at the March 2024 Council meeting, the CCIEA team proposed that the Northwest and Southwest Science Centers take on the bulk of the work to refine the risk tables based on the feedback from the SSC subcommittees, to generate examples of how risk tables could inform groundfish management, and present new developments of the SSC, present the new developments to the SSC ES for review prior to September 2024. The EWG and our partners at the regional office supported the CCIEA team's proposal, as well as our efforts to further develop the risk table methodology over the past few months. Next slide, please. At the Council meeting last March, the Council essentially supported this proposal. The Council tasked the EWG to further develop the risk table methodology and apply it to groundfish. The Council specifically asked for a retrospective analysis of how the risk tables would have impacted decision-making in past groundfish assessments. And so we reworked the sablefish and petrale sole risk tables developed for the 2023 assessments to conduct this retrospective analysis, which Kiva will discuss in more detail later in this presentation. The Council also directed the EWG and Science Center scientists to broaden development of risk tables to include Sacramento and Klamath River salmon stocks. The Council also endorsed SSC review of this topic. And so in the early August, the SSC Ecosystem Subcommittee met with the CCIE team to review the risk tables, and the full SSC discussed this topic earlier this week. And we want to highlight that this is the second time that the SSC has reviewed the risk table approach and their potential applications to groundfish management. Next slide, please. So before I pass the presentation over to Jamil, I just wanted to present a quick review about the risk tables and why we're developing them for the Council. So those risk tables are essentially a framework providing information that might help inform the ABC for a particular stock, information that is not already included in the stock assessments. These risk tables provide transparency in how decisions are made and the information that is considered in making those decisions. And they foster discussions among the stock assessment scientists and ecosystem scientists, which hasn't been done very much in the past, but is very valuable. One of the reasons that the EWG decided to pursue risk tables, this approach, was that the Alaska Fisheries Science Center developed a risk table framework that has been successfully implemented within the North Pacific Fishery Management Harvest Settings process since 2018. Given the success of this approach in Alaska, the EWG saw this as a good foundation to build on and tailor to the Pacific Fishery Management Council's harvest specification process. Also, other councils, such as the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council, have adopted risk assessments in their management process or are in the process of doing so. Their approach is a bit different from what we're presenting here, but it shares the same overarching goal of incorporating climate and ecosystem information into management decision-making. Next slide, please. In terms of how we might use the information from risk tables for groundfish harvest setting on the West Coast, the SSC suggested 4 potential pathways. They suggested that the risk tables could be used in the selection of scientific uncertainty by the SSC when an assessment is conducted, could be used in the selection of the risk policy by the Council, could also be used in the setting of either or both sigma or P-star in between stock assessments, for example, by adjusting the time varying penalty. In addition, another suggestion was that the risk tables could help inform a different process for the SSC to set the ABC directly and use the risk table to inform that decision. In our report, we mainly focus on the first pathway listed here, the SIGMA pathway, and we recommend moving forward with this pathway as an initial application of the risk table. There are a few reasons for this. First, using a risk table approach to inform SIGMA builds on the existing framework used by the SSC. The risk tables could be used to modify or extend a set of criteria for category designation in the groundfish stock assessment terms of reference that is used by the SSC to assign categories to stock assessments. Second, the SIGMA pathway is flexible in that it can incorporate positive, neutral, and negative adjustments that could potentially lead to increases or decreases in catch. And the third, this pathway does not require a lot of additional research and does not require an FMP amendment. So we just want to reiterate that the SIGMA pathway is a starting point and does not preclude the exploration of additional pathways that were recommended by the SSC in terms of how to apply the risk table approach within the harvest setting process. So with that, I will pass the presentation off to Jamil Samhiri.
Thank you, Mary. Could you please advance to the next slide and one more after that? Very good. Now that we're on the same page about the history of Ecosystem Initiative 4, the general idea of the risk tables, and a specific idea about how they can be used in the groundfish harvest setting process to determine SIGMA, I'm going to share the proposed structure of the risk tables, the process for completing them, and briefly describe that we've redeveloped tables for sablefish and petrale sole. Next slide, please. So there's a lot on this slide. I will walk through it slowly. The idea is to introduce in general the proposed risk table structure. So as you can see, it consists of 3 levels of risk and 3 columns of information. The 3 levels of risk allow for risk neutrality. That is, this process can lead to a reduction or increase in the scientific uncertainty associated with the stock assessment. So there's a level 1 for favorable conditions, a level 2 for neutral conditions, or a level 3 for unfavorable conditions. The 3 columns of information should be familiar, but they have been renamed to more clearly describe the type of information that goes in each. So the first column is the ecosystem and environmental conditions column. This column includes a bit of a checklist of the types of considerations that should be included, including environmental drivers of demographic rates, the prey and predator information, information about competitors and habitat, as well as information about non-fisheries human activities that may affect the productivity of the stock. And finally, the CVA rank, or the Climate Vulnerability Assessment rank. Importantly, each of the considerations in this column should only be included if they have not already been integrated into the stock assessment itself. Speaking of which, this column is particularly important because it allows for an accounting of current and near future conditions that are not captured in an assessment, whether it's a benchmark assessment or an update assessment. The second column and the third column relate to the stock assessment itself and are considerations that are already used in the assessments. We've just provided more clarity and transparency via the risk table. So this first column for assessments is the assessment data inputs column, which really is just what it says. It focuses on the quantity and quality of data that go into the assessment itself. The second assessment column, assessment model fits and structural uncertainty, relate to the assumptions that are made in the stock assessment model and how the model fits the data that are available for it. To arrive at an overall level of risk, we synthesize scientific information about each of the columns and distill it into a few bullet points for each one. Based on these bullets, we recommend an overall risk level for each column. In this case, as a hypothetical example, that conclusion would be a level 1 for ecosystem and environmental conditions, a level 2 for assessment data inputs, and a level 1 for assessment model fits and structural uncertainty. This is a similar process to how the SSC currently determines SIGMA, but is just more explicit. In the report, we recommend that the final decision about risk levels for each column, overall risk for the table, and how to weight the different types of information in the risk table is a decision left to the SSC. Next slide, please. So how do we gather the information to populate a risk table? Well, we propose a facilitated and structured conversation between ecosystem scientists and stock assessors. And the way we did this for redeveloped sablefish and petrale sole tables was by gathering the stock assessment scientists as well as ecosystem scientists, a bridge person to help translate between the two groups, as well as a facilitator. The ecosystem scientists were primarily asked to describe recent ocean and ecosystem conditions that may influence stock productivity, but are not captured by the stock assessment, making it important that the assessment scientists were present for the conversation. And the assessment scientists were asked to describe major sources of uncertainty in the stock assessment data inputs, model structure, and model performance. All of that information was written down and synthesized, and then the members of the EWG from the science centers use that to determine a risk level recommendation for each of the columns. Next slide, please. So in our report, we describe redeveloped tables for sablefish and petrale sole, assuming knowledge available in advance of the 2023 stock assessments. Kiva is now going to share the implications of those tables for ACLs if they were adopted as is.
Thank you, Jamil. So if you go to the next slide. So throughout this section of the talk, I'm going to show some figures, and the yellow lighter colors in the figures will mean smaller buffers between the OFL and the ABC, and higher allowable catches. And purple darker colors will mean larger buffers between the OFL, the overfishing limit, and the allowable biological catch, and smaller catches. So in yellow, you'll see lower values of sigma, larger values of P, and larger values of P star, which will be associated with higher catches. And in purple, you'll see higher values of sigma, smaller values of P star, and that will lead to lower allowable catches. So on the next slide, let me first just orient you to this figure. So the question is, so this plot is going to show how the ABC buffer, that buffer between the overfishing limit and the allowable biological catch, will vary with sigma and when P star is kept at the default value of 0.45. We explored sigmas between 0.25 and 1.5, which we considered a reasonable range for category 1 and 2 assessments. Category 3 assessments have a sigma of 2, but we just stayed with category 1 and 2 at this time. I want to emphasize that we tried to select a reasonable range of sigmas, and the SSE generally supported the range we explored, but the specific sigma used is ultimately the SSE's discretion. The range on the x-axis in years is based, again, as Jamil said, on an assessment conducted in 2023 that will be used for harvest specifications beginning in 2025. Next slide, please. So what we see when we plot this out is somewhat expected, where the ABC is closer to the stock assessment's estimate of the OFL when smaller sigmas in yellow are used. This figure will look the same for any stock that uses our P-star sigma framework, since these are just the buffers. The y-intercept shows the ABC as a fraction of the assessment's OFL estimate in the first year the assessment is used in harvest specifications across these different sigma values. And then the downward slope of each line is because sigma is assumed to increase as you move farther away from the assessment year. Ultimately, in the range we explored, which would apply across category 1 and 2 assessments, the smallest buffer has an ABC that is 96.7% of the assessment's OFL estimate. This would be for a new category 1 assessment under positive conditions. And the largest buffer has an ABC that is 70.9% of the assessment's OFL estimate. This would be an old category 2 assessment under poor conditions. Next slide, please. This plot, and on the can we go back to the previous plot briefly? So here I want to point out that our default category 1 sigma is 0.5. So the yellow line, a sigma of 0.25 would have a smaller buffer and higher catches than our category 1 default. Next slide, please. This plot is very similar to the previous plot, and it has the same y-axis, only in this case, we're varying P star while keeping sigma at the default category 1 value of 0.5. We're showing P stars from 0.25 to 0.45, which is the range that has historically been used around the country at other councils and the Pacific Council. We additionally show a P star of 0.5. This is just to illustrate, but you'll notice it has a dashed line. This is a reminder that the FMP sets a cap for P star at 0.45. I want to point out two things. First, the buffers cover a much larger range than when we looked at sigma. The spread of the lines on the y-axis is greater. Second, importantly, because the council often selects a P star of 0.45, with this P star pathway, there is no current capacity to use risk tables to respond to positive conditions in most cases. This is not the case with the sigma pathway. The sigma pathway does provide that capacity and was a key reason why we've chose to focus on the sigma pathway, which I'll now will now show for specific stocks. Next slide, please. So these two figures show how different sigma levels translate into actual catches in metric tonnage for the petrale and sablefish fisheries based on the 2023 assessments. I want to note that you're now seeing ACLs on the y-axis. In the case of petrale, because it's close to the target, the harvest control rule does get applied briefly in some of these projections, and that leads to additional decreases in catch beyond simply the buffer. The other thing I want to point out is that the scale of sigma has changed. It's now from 0.25 and only up to 0.75. And this is because both of these are category 1 assessments. Risk tables will affect the color of the line that sets the ACL, but note that all of these lines change over time in a similar way. And oftentimes there can be more variability in catches across time than across values of sigma. To better see what is going on with the effect of sigma, let's zoom in on both plots a bit. Next slide, please. So this figure is the same data, but now the y-axis doesn't go all the way down to 0. Next slide, please. So for petrale, the recommended ACL in our CCIEA report was 2,403 metric tons in 2025 and 2,396 metric tons in 2034. I do want to note that we had a little trouble tracking down the correct forecast file for petrale, so these numbers don't match exactly the harvest specifications, but the overall patterns of change across levels of sigma are very conserved. For sablefish, the recommended ACL was 36,545 metric tons in 2025 and 14,587 metric tons in 2034. Next slide, please. So the petrale risk table indicated positive ecosystem and environmental conditions, and it was a really solid assessment with a lot of data that fit the model very well. If we used a lower sigma value for the petrale assessment of, for example, 0.25, our report states that this means the risk table would lead, the use of the risk table would lead to an increase in the ACL of 82 metric tons in 2025 and an increase in the ACL of 49 metric tons in 2034. So again, for the 2023 petrale assessment, risk tables would have advised increases to the ACL. On the other hand, the sablefish risk table indicated neutral environmental and ecosystem conditions in 2023, and there is a lot of added uncertainty right now because of the limited nature of the 2023 update assessment. If we used a higher sigma for the 2023 sablefish assessment of 0.75, that would be associated with a decrease in the ACL of 1,212 metric tons in 2025 and a decrease of 591 metric tons in 2034. Note that all of these values are still all of these ACLs are still thousands of metric tons higher than average catches over the last 5 years leading into the assessment. And this is because the assessment itself captures the very large year classes very well. Notably, the 2021 sablefish assessment did not capture these large year classes and also did update all available data sources. We think that a risk table for the 2021 sablefish update assessment would have looked quite different and may have indicated that a lower sigma and higher catches were warranted. Next slide, please. Finally, our report details a proposed process for how to map the implementation of risk tables. So this is the bottom of the timeline in red onto the existing stock assessment and harvest specifications process. This is on top of the timeline in blue. In particular, I want to note that conversations between assessment and ecosystem scientists would occur toward the end of model development so that these tables would be available for the STAR panel to use and be reviewed by the SSC. Next slide, please. So in this presentation, we summarized our report, which addresses comments and suggestions from the SSC Ecosystem Subcommittee from a year ago, as well as the request from the Council in March. To wrap things up, we wanted to do a quick Mythbuster list of what these risk tables are not and what they are to hopefully address any misconceptions or concerns. First, the risk tables are not a means to support reductions in catch only. The Petrali case study showed an example of risk tables green lighting increases in catch due in part to positive recent environmental conditions. Risk tables are not a lot more work for management teams and advisory bodies. We think this work would largely be taken on by science centers. They do not double count risk or uncertainty. They do not double count information that's already in stock assessments. They're not currently being developed for any FMP beyond groundfish, though our understanding is there have been some conversations about salmon at this meeting. And they are also not currently capturing information from the fishing community. But as Mary has said, we think that this iteration is a first and necessary step in what we hope will be an iterative process. And we would welcome input from what fishermen are seeing on the water to inform information in the tables. Next slide, please. So what risk tables are then? First, we think that they're a transparent and repeatable approach to determine sigma and are really just fine tuning the existing process that the SSC uses to determine sigma as it is. The risk tables are based on climate and ecosystem research already being done by science centers, which helps to alleviate some of the capacity concerns. Risk tables track current and near future conditions that are not currently being captured in assessments. For example, an assessment in 2025 will not contain any data from 2025 and likely would not have information on recruitment in the last few years of the assessment, whereas a risk table could be an on-ramp for information related to those sort of current and recent past conditions. Risk tables can be subjected to review by the SSC and discussed at STAR panels. We also see a lot of benefit to the risk tables in our sort of scientific enterprise of providing information to the council to use. So we found them to be really valuable for facilitating conversations between ecosystem and assessment scientists, which ultimately improves the stock assessment process. And we've also found them to be really useful for we think and are hopeful that they will be useful for identifying research needs and identifying environmental indices that could be included in stock assessments in the future. So in this way, these risk tables could be sort of a proving ground for information that will eventually be included in the stock assessment model itself. So thank you for your time. And as we progress to the last slide, you'll see that this report was really a group effort from a wide range of ecosystem and assessment staff at the science centers. I am a stock assessment scientist, as well as a few other partners as well. So thanks, and we'd be happy to take any questions. Maybe the last slide is a good one to sit on, the previous slide.
Okay, thank you. Questions on the team report? Asia Smola?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question about the table with categories and levels, and thank you guys for the presentation and all the work that went into this. But my question is about, you mentioned the ecosystem and environmental conditions column of the table. I'm curious for stock assessments where we have adequately included this kind of ecosystem and environmental information, what happens to that characterization in that table?
Thank you through the chair. Asia, nice to hear from you. I will take that question first. If I understand it correctly, it's about where there are stock assessments such as the sablefish assessment, where there already is some environmental or ecosystem information built into the model itself. And in that situation, we would not include any information about, for example, an environmental predictor of recruitment that was already integrated into the stock assessment under review by the SSC and the council in that year. However, the data and the environmental information that go into even a benchmark assessment lag behind the time at which the assessments are adopted. So if new information were to become available about changes in the environment that could positively or negatively influence recruitment, we would capture that information about what's happened in the last 6 or 9 months since data integration in the assessment model had stopped.
Thank you. And so if I'm hearing that correctly, it means that in the interim years between when you've done an assessment and when we've got an updated understanding of what the environmental condition is, this is a place where we can include that consideration in setting the uncertainty variables for that stock.
Thank you again. Through the chair, yes.
Okay, thank you. And I have one more question.
Please.
And one thing I keep hearing from industry and the descriptions from industry here is that this is only a tool to layer on additional uncertainty and add to additional reductions. But I just want to sit a little bit on that level 1 area and talk through that a little bit more and think through like, you know, we've got sigma values set for all the groundfish stocks already, but it sounds like in this case, if we're in a spot where they're for a lot of these table categories, if we get to that level 1 area, there's a way that we could actually reduce the buffer between ABC and ACL if they're not set equal to each other, if we've got a lot of favorable information about the stock condition. So it could lead to ultimately a smaller buffer in certain cases.
I can take this through the chair. Thank you for that question. Yes, I think that's a really good characterization. And I think the Petrali case study provided a really good example of that, where we had some ecosystem indicators indicating that recruitment might be kind of high in the sort of the current to near future. And so we recommended the recommendation, had we used a risk table in 2023, the ACL would have been higher than the default that was approved by the council.
Thank you. And yeah, and so just to clarify further, this approach would allow the way that P-Star and Sigma is set up right now seems at times like sort of a one size fits all approach, but this allows some refinement of how we apply Sigma across the range of stocks that we're looking at. Is that a fair characterization?
Through the chair, yes, I think that's a great characterization.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, Corey Niles.
So just quickly, Kiva, thanks to you all for the presentation. But on that slide where you're showing us Petrali and sablefish, how it would differ, I think the answer is probably no. But can you? It's like Asia was just saying, there's kind of a risk ceiling created by our P-Star 0.45, but could you see on that graph what it would have looked like if we were able to go to a P-Star 0.5? I wasn't quite following if it was possible to see that or not on your chart. And I don't have the slide number. Yeah, that one. If we had P-Star at 0.45, can you see where the number for Petrali would have been? Sorry, that didn't come out very cleanly, but let me know if I can.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Niles. So in this figure, we assume a P-Star of 0.45. And this is just exploring how different values of sigma would affect the buffer. If you go to I think it's 3 slides back. One more. Yes, so in this figure, this looks at how the buffer, just the fraction, so you don't actually see ACLs here, but you're seeing a fraction, how that's changing across different values of P-Star. And so a P-Star of 0.5 just indicates that you're going to set the ABC equal to the OFL. And so then sigma doesn't matter at all. There's no impact of sigma if P star equals 0.45. And you would see across different values of sigma, you would see the same ACL or ABC and ACL. Does that answer your question?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. And I could say, duh. Yeah. So there would be no buffer at all. But thank you.
Hey, Corey. What else? John Ugritz.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And thanks to the team for both your report and the slideshow, which I actually found very helpful in understanding this better. Couple questions. First, in doing the retrospective analysis, did you look at how many times in the last 10 or 15 years this process would have resulted in increases versus decreases, looking at past data?
Through the chair, that's a great question. We were not able to do that. I think that our understanding of sort of the task laid for us in March was just to pick a couple of assessments because constructing the risk tables took a lot of time, and we did not have the capacity to sort of construct 15 different risk tables for sablefish and petrale and all of these different species. So this was sort of what we were able to do over the summer.
John?
Thanks. And a somewhat separate question. You noted in what the risk tables are not slide when you were speaking that you hope this will be an iterative process. And what I'm curious about is what your team thinks the next step of this iteration would be.
Thanks for the question through the chair. The next step in the process from our CCIA team perspective would be to develop risk tables for FY25 benchmark assessments. And moving forward from there, and depending how that goes, to update those benchmark assessments as is appropriate and capacity allows.
Can I just add, I'll update those risk tables for the benchmark assessments, right? I think.
Thank you for the clarification. Yes.
Okay. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair Benger. On the answer to the last question from Mr. Ugeritz about updating risk tables for the species for 2025, do you have an estimation on capacity? Do you think you'd be able to do all of them, or just one or two of them, or is that just still unknown at this point what the capacity would be?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Mattis, through the chair. I don't want to speak for the stats, the stock assessment teams, but from the ecosystem scientist perspective, it seems likely that sablefish, chili pepper rockfish, and yellowtail rockfish would be likely to have enough information to fill out the environmental and ecosystem column. And I don't have any concerns for the Northwest Fisheries Science Center portion of the IEA team in contributing to risk tables for those stocks. I don't want to speak for the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, however.
And I guess from the stock assessment side, for those two columns that are based on the stock assessment model, I would say all of that information is information that we sort of are summarizing in our stock assessment reports and discussing in great length at STAR panels and with the SFC. Our hope is that these risk tables actually just summarize that information. So rather than you all having to go through hundreds of pages of stock assessment documents, you'll just have that information in a nice, concise table. And because we're already really doing all of this work and pulling together all this information for the assessment review process, we think that the stats would be able to produce their portion of the risk tables relatively easily.
Okay. Lynn, good. All right. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, IEA folks, for presenting this and pulling this all together. I just actually have a quick clarifying question on the question that Ms. Mattis just asked, which is I heard that this table will be essentially summarizing information that is contained in a lengthy stock assessment, but we also heard that the benefit of these sorts of risk tables and products are that they are actually bringing in information that is not part of a stock assessment. Can you clarify that for me a little bit more? Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Ridings. I think both of those things are true. So I think we do a lot of work characterizing uncertainty in our stock assessment documents. And a lot of that, and the way that the SSE currently determines sigma is fairly coarse. And so this is an on-ramp for that information that, we run tons and tons of models and we only use the single base model to manage our fisheries. And so all of that sort of ancillary information that's in the assessment document doesn't have an on-ramp in management yet. And so this sort of fine tuning of sigma is a use of that information. And then the ecosystem and environmental information is not currently used in stock assessment. So that first column of the risk table would be sort of new added value that's not currently being used at all.
Corey, please.
Thank you for that. Thanks, Mr. Chair. The focus of your presentation today and part of the report is on the selection of sigma during stock assessment. But I'm also thinking about the time varying sigma pathway that was noted and looking a bit ahead to the GAP report and noticing their preference for this and seeing value with that approach. So I'm just curious to why not also focusing on that if you're doing it for an initial stock assessment, how does that relate? What's the workload there? What's the difference there? Just trying to get my head a little bit around why you decided to focus on sigma during stock assessment and not the time varying pathway. Thanks.
Through the chair, I think that having risk tables, I think that there is a potential to update particularly the ecosystem and environment column of the risk table in years that we're not conducting stock assessments. So development of these tables is an iterative process. They can be tweaked over time. But in order to be able to update that environment and ecosystem column in the future, we need to build the risk table with the benchmark assessment to start out. So let's use the sigma pathway when assessments are adopted now and do more work to figure out how to adjust sigma or this time varying penalty in between assessments. So I think those pathways are really not exclusive, but I do think that developing risk tables with benchmark assessments is sort of across all pathways, even if we do want to think about time varying sigmas, I think this first step of developing risk tables for stocks with benchmark assessments in 2025 is going to be the necessary first step. I don't know if other members of the team want to add anything.
Okay. What else? Executive Director Bird.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the team for this really excellent presentation. It's really helped me to understand a bit more about what it is we're looking at and talking about. I am drawn to your slide indicated as page 7, and the title there says, "How might we use information from risk tables for groundfish in the PFMC process?" And the reason I'm drawn to this slide is it's a question I often ask myself, which is as we're heading down an FMP amendment or some sort of action, I try to make sure that we are focusing on addressing either a problem or helping ourselves better meet a goal. And so here you've outlined 4 different possible ways that risk tables could be used in our process. So one addresses sigma, one addresses the risk policy, One refers to the time varying penalty on Sigma. And then the fourth refers to a different process where the SSE could set the ABC directly. And so I'm naturally asking myself, why would we pick one? And that relates then to what problems are addressed or what goals are better achieved by any of these. And so as you all have put this together and spent a lot of time thinking very deeply about this issue, what occurs to you in terms of how this risk table approach could best help this council achieve its goals or best address a problem that is either with us today or coming at us as we think about climate change? And so that could be that each one of these 4 bullets addresses a different problem, or it could be that overall there is one that you see out there that you could help us articulate, help us to understand better so that we may move forward effectively with this great information. So hopefully my question makes some sense.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Burden, for the question. It's a great one. You know, I've looked ahead a bit to the gap statement, and I feel like that statement provides a bit of an answer to your question about sort of which of these approaches. So, you know, when the risk table approach and Initiative 4 was proposed, the idea was that there could be an opportunity to use current oceanographic and ecosystem information to better match the council's harvest guidance with what's happening on the water. And so my understanding is that within the council and the advisory bodies, there was some appeal to using relevant factors to be able to modify harvest levels up or down in response to those changes. And the Sigma pathway provides one such opportunity by designating favorable or unfavorable conditions that would lead to reductions or increases in uncertainty and associated changes in harvest levels. In addition to that, the Sigma pathway that is already part of the council process would not put additional burden on the overall harvest setting process, but would rather increase the clarity and transparency and the amount and quality of information that's brought to bear on the determination of Sigma. So for those reasons, we felt that it was a viable pathway to develop further. And I'll pause for a moment to see if Kiva or Mary would like to add to that response.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you very well. So if some of your co-authors want to jump in, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I guess one other thing I would note is, you know, one of the results of the Climate and Communities Initiative, one of the goals of that initiative was to bring FMP specific ecosystem reporting into the council process at times when it is most needed and useful, and to allow that to sort of supplement the annual ecosystem status report and harvest decisions that are under development. So in this way, we think that the Sigma pathway directly addresses one of those tasks that the council assigned itself from the Climate and Communities Initiative.
Okay, thank you. Merrick.
Thank you. I appreciate those responses. And as I'm listening to them and thinking about our management framework, I guess I would say that what I hear from you in your answer is, you know, we have our OFL and ACL framework, and it incorporates uncertainty in a way that helps ensure that we prevent overfishing. And so this is a more precise way of considering that uncertainty, given that framework that we've created for ourselves and our mandate to avoid overfishing. Would that be an accurate way of explaining and in my words what you just said?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Burden. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Merrick. Great. All right. Okay. With that, thank you. And no more takers. Okay, we're going to take a break because we've been at almost 2 hours, haven't we? Almost. So we have a lot of reports to go through here. So 10 minutes, and let's try to be back in the seats in 10 minutes because we don't want to be too far behind. So.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
We'll take our seats, please. Okay. It was a long 10 minutes, but we're ready to go here for a long run to the evening here. Okay, we just finished with the CCIEA report, and next we'll go to the SSC report and Dr. Kristen Marshall. So, welcome.
I'm inexperienced. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, council members. I am Kristen Marshall from the Northwest Fishery Science Center, Chair of the Ecosystem Subcommittee of the SSC, and I will be reading from Agenda Item H1A, Supplemental SSC Report 1. The Scientific and Statistical Committee received a report from the August 5th, 2024 meeting of the SSC Ecosystem-Based Management Subcommittee from Kristen Marshall and discuss the subcommittee report, the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Team Report 1 and Ecosystem Work Group Report 1. The SSC discussion covered 4 main topics. 1, recommendations for the 2025 groundfish assessment cycle. 2, most appropriate methods for incorporating ecosystem and environmental information into management. 3, potential management impacts of the risk table approach for groundfish. And 4, pathways for incorporation of ecosystem and environmental information into additional fishery management plans. Recommendations for 2025 groundfish stock assessment cycle. The risk table approach is a sound and transparent way of integrating information on environmental conditions, ecosystem factors, and data or structural issues affecting assessment uncertainty. Although multiple pathways for risk tables to inform harvest specifications were identified, the CCIEA team report suggested an initial focus on using risk tables to inform the choice of sigma or scientific uncertainty when assessments are adopted. The SSC agrees that this is an appropriate and tractable starting point. The SSC recommends applying the risk table approach to all of the full assessments scheduled for 2025. The SSC is aware of ongoing work on environmental and ecosystem factors relevant to the sablefish, yellowtail rockfish, and chili pepper rockfish assessments. The SSC recommends the science centers develop risk tables even for assessments of stocks with limited ecosystem and environmental information currently available, where the assessment data inputs and assessment model fits and structural uncertainty aspects could still be considered. This would provide insights into application of risk tables in less information-rich scenarios and would allow for consistency across assessments and how assessment uncertainty was considered. Those latter 2 categories of information are routinely considered and discussed by stock assessment teams and stock assessment review panels, so reporting on them using the structure of a risk table should not add substantially to stat workloads. The SSC agrees with the CCIEA team's recommendation to include ecosystem scientists as part of the stats to promote the identification of relevant data sources, participate in stock-specific discussions early on in the stock assessment process, and contribute to the ecosystem column of the risk tables. Initial review of draft risk tables and their implications for sigma should take place at the STAR panels. For the 2025 assessment cycle, the SSC intends to use the sigma values explored in the CCIEA team report, 0.25 for favorable category 1 assessments, 0.5 for neutral, and 0.75 for unfavorable category 1 assessments as the simplest and most symmetric of the proposed options discussed in the SSC-ES report. Final determinations of sigma will continue to be made by the SSC when assessments are adopted, and future work may refine the sigma adjustments further. Management pathways for risk tables and environmental and ecosystem information. The SSC agrees that using risk tables to inform the specification of acceptable biological catch buffers is one appropriate place for ecosystem and environmental information to inform management. The SSC noted that the current framework for specifying sigma is rigid and does not account for the range of uncertainty among assessments placed in the same category. While adjusting sigma is a tractable starting point, the SSC recommends continued exploration of additional pathways. When a risk table strongly suggests bias in the assessment model or its projections, this bias should be addressed in the next assessment to the extent that it is possible. This highlights the utility of the risk table approach in identifying new information that could be used in future assessments. Additional potential pathways for incorporating ecosystem and environmental information into management advice include directly in assessments, forecasts, and projections, integration into harvest control rules and reference points, and more extensive consideration during the stock assessment prioritization process. Ecosystem and environmental information can be especially valuable for data-limited stocks with identified environmental drivers. These pathways are not mutually exclusive. Potential management implications of risk tables for groundfish. When using the default P-star of 0.45, even large changes in sigma lead to limited changes in ABCs.
Although sigma can be adjusted downward from the default value of 0.5 for a category 1 assessment in response to favorable conditions, this creates only a limited increase in the ABC compared to the status quo because the default level of precaution is already low. This is not an inherent flaw of the risk table framework. Instead, it is an inevitable result of the Council's default P-star of 0.45, the maximum allowed under the FMP. This leads to ABCs close to the overfishing limit, leaving little room to increase because of the Magnuson-Stevens Act National Standard 1 prohibition on exceeding the OFL. Although there is limited scope for risk tables to change harvest specifications in years shortly after assessment adoption for Category 1 assessments, there is considerably more scope for risk tables to change the amount of buffering applied in later projection years. Using risk tables to inform time-varying sigma could substantially increase or decrease fishing opportunities compared to the status quo, and it requires additional work prior to implementation. Consideration of ecosystem and environmental information during the intervals between assessments could be a starting point for this work. Incorporating ecosystem and environmental information in other FMPs. The SSC recommends incorporating ecosystem and environmental information in other FMPs beyond groundfish. In March 2024, the Council tasked the EWG to work with NMFS and the appropriate advisory bodies to broaden the application of risk tables to Sacramento and Klamath River fall Chinook salmon. Unlike the groundfish and coastal pelagic species management processes, uncertainty associated with salmon forecast models is not quantified or communicated within the PFMC process. If scientific uncertainty buffers were used in harvest specifications for salmon management, then a risk table framework could also be used to incorporate environmental and ecosystem conditions in the decision-making process. The SSC did not discuss specific pathways for other FMPs, but supports efforts to incorporate environmental and ecosystem information there as well. And that concludes the statement.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Marshall. Questions on the SSC report? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Thank you for the report. In the first section about looking at other species, and you may have addressed it and I just didn't comprehend what you read. Was there any preference if all of the species for 2025 cannot be addressed? Was there any discussion about prioritization, like do X species before the others, anything like that?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Mattis, through the chair. The SSC didn't really discuss prioritization at this meeting. What we did discuss was that, sort of as I said in the report, that the SSC felt that being able to apply this approach across the 2025 benchmark assessments uniformly was the preferred way forward, and that if there was no information available to inform the environmental or ecosystem columns for one or more species, that we could still proceed and just leave those as no information, and still the approach would still be useful for those two stock assessment related columns.
Appreciate the additional information and clarification.
Thank you, Lynn. Vice Chair Hasselmer.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger, and I apologize if I'm repeating in some way the question Ms. Mattis just asked. I was trying to formulate thinking about this as she was asking it. At the end of page 2 on your report, it says, although there is limited scope for risk tables to change harvest specifications in years shortly after assessment. So in my mind, I had it set that this was being applied throughout the assessment process, the environmental information, and then the drivers about assessment quality. So at the time, even as early as completion of the assessment, it could influence the sigma. But this implies that it wouldn't have as great an effect then. And I understand the time varying sigma and being able, the advantage or ability to do it later, but this statement confused me a little bit. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify, Councilmember Hasselmer, through the chair. Yes, so the point there that the SSC is making is that for a stock that has a P-star of 0.45 and say a sigma of 0.5, these changes that could potentially happen with a risk table applied would lead to
3% change in the buffer either way. So that's a relatively small scope for a change. But as you say, the time varying sigma sort of amplifies those differences through time to some extent. And so the SSC discussions around this were that we felt that applying this approach to the sigma when the assessment was adopted would be at this sort of a first step, and that there was a lot of SSC interest in thinking about how this would interact with the time varying penalty on sigma and how that could potentially be addressed in the future. But we weren't ready to recommend that with what we had in front of us at this time.
Okay, thank you. Now I get the context of the P-star 0.45 and sigma. So that helped. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Pete. Keely Ken.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Marshall, for the report. I have a question similar to Ms. Mattis's question. Which I heard that the SSC did not discuss this too much, but I'm going to ask it and see. Crosswalking between the SSC report, the CCIEA report, and the EWG report. Those latter two talked about a role for the gap in the GMT in recommending species prioritized for the use of the risk tables in the upcoming, right? And then the SSC said, look at them all. And then additionally, the CCIEA recommendation looked like it was, there was some prioritization consideration in their recommendation for stocks that are well below their attainment levels. And I'm assuming that's coming out of a resource constraint perspective and making sure that we're not adding too much to our process. But then the SSC, sounded pretty general in just let's do this for as many species as possible. So was there any more discussion that could shed light on those differences in recommendations?
Thanks for the question, Ms. Kent, through the chair. Yeah, so I think the way that you described it is correct. And the SSC, when the SSC discussed this at the meeting and also during the SSC ecosystem subcommittee meeting, when this topic was discussed there as well, the general feeling was that because the risk tables weren't, at least the stock assessment columns were not adding anything dramatically different to the process, that bringing forward that information in sort of a slightly repackaged way wasn't going to be adding a lot to the stats workload. And so the SSC felt comfortable with that. And then given, thinking through at least the 3 species that I mentioned in the report, for which the SSC thinks that there's probably sufficient information to fill out those ecosystem and environmental columns, so chili pepper, sablefish, and yellowtail, that seemed like it would be a reasonable amount of workload. I mean, and speaking just from the SSC perspective, reviewing one of these tables versus reviewing 5 of them, the SSC didn't see a big difference in the amount of SSC workload burden to do that. So just hopefully that helps.
Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Kristen. I guess kind of in your answer to Pete and somewhat related to Keely's question, I'm thinking about the time varying sigma, and a lot of people thought that was one of the more promising areas to use these in. And I understand your answer to Pete was you didn't think you had enough information to review at this time. And so on the selection of species, kind of what would the next steps be to look at that? I think in picking a species, like you only had petrale and sablefish, which were brand newly assessed last time. So if we wanted the SSC to look at something, we would want to find a species that's probably, 6 years old, say, and where the where harvest is bumping up close to the ACL. So just thinking out loud, there's what would the next steps be if in your mind, if the council were to ask you all to at some point in the future consider how to look at the time varying sigma, what would we do?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Niles, through the chair. So what the SSC discussed on this was that there's a number of different ways that a risk table can interact with that time varying penalty, and we understood that that could get complicated pretty fast. And so, for example, you could have a multiplier on the penalty, say, or that would change the slope of that time varying penalty. But what if you had that going in one direction for a category 1 stock and a different direction for a category 2 stock, and then 10 years down the road, you might end up with those paths crossing? And is that something that we really wanted to do? And so that's just an example of where the SSC felt like there hadn't been enough sort of discussion or fleshing out of the different ways that time varying penalty could be implemented and using this risk table approach, that we felt comfortable making a recommendation to move forward with that at this particular time. The other option that we discussed and is in the SSC report and in the SSCES report is that you could just update the risk table, the ecosystem and environmental columns of a risk table in years where, in biennia, where that stock was not being assessed. And so that would be another potential way forward. But again, because we didn't have anything in front of us to look at to figure out which one of those would be the best way forward. At this time, we didn't feel like we could make a recommendation to do that.
Thank you, Corey. John Ugritz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the SSC for all your work on this. Did you discuss whether there is any necessary role for the SSC's Groundfish subcommittee to take a look at this again?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Mr. Ugritz, through the chair. We discussed at this SSC meeting, we discussed whether this needed more review before moving forward. And the SSC felt comfortable putting it forward in the statement as we think this is ready to go forward as it is. The sort of additional information around those discussions, the last time the SSC made adjustments to how sigmas were being calculated, that material went through subcommittees and then was endorsed by the SSC. It didn't go through a sort of different process. But I would also add that John Field, who is the Groundfish Subcommittee Chair, is online. And if you would like a further answer from him, I think he could provide us some additional context.
John?
I am curious whether additional review is needed. I'm hearkening back to the CEIA comment that there's a next iteration here, and some of the comments from the SSC about exploring how you would do this. So yeah, I'm wondering what the Groundfish subcommittee feels.
Okay. Is he on?
Thank you, Mr. Ugritz, through the chair, for the question. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. Briefly, we didn't talk about a specific plan for further review, but I think we would anticipate that this would continue to be an iterative conversation with the CCIEA team. And I certainly think that if the interest was really in trying to develop a way to inform the time varying sigma penalties, that would certainly be an example where we'd want to think about it, probably have more interactions with the CCIE team that were doing the work, think about additional examples or simulations that could be done, and really think about this quite a bit harder, whether that was at subcommittee meetings or some other pathway for review. But we did not lay out a specific plan for additional review at this meeting. I hope that's helpful.
Thanks, John. Okay. Thank you, John. Anyone else? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. Marshall, for this. I'm looking at page 1, and it's talking about this would provide insights into application of risk tables in less information-rich scenarios and would allow for consistency across assessments in how assessment uncertainty was considered. Can you talk a little bit more about the consistency aspect of that?
Yes, thank you for the question, Ms. Ridings, through the chair. So again, the idea here is that the SSC was discussing and putting forward is that we felt like we could ask for and review the 2 stock assessment related columns of a risk table, whether or not there was an ecosystem and environmental column present that had enough information to be filled out. And the SSC suggested that there's value to doing that because as the CCIEA team highlighted, it would give us a bit more of a nuanced way to set our sigmas and make it more transparent what factors of assessment uncertainty we were considering in making our decision about what the scientific uncertainty portion of the buffer should be. And so the less information rich scenarios part refers to just whether or not there's enough environmental and ecosystem information to inform whether we could fill out that column for every single stock. Or when I say we, I mean whether the stock assessment authors and the ecosystem scientists could fill out that column for every single stock.
Thanks, Corey. All right. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Marshall. All right. Next up will be the EWG report and Dr. Toby Moore.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Today I'll be reading from Agenda Item H1A, EWG Report 1, and Supplemental EWG Report 2. The EWG met on August 15th via webinar to discuss progress on the FEP Initiative 4, including the CCIEA team report on groundfish risk tables and the SSCES August 5th meeting. The EWG would like to thank the CCIA team for their excellent work on the report and the ES for their detailed review. The EWG prepared this report for the advanced briefing book to highlight potential next steps and questions that may help prompt discussion by other advisory bodies in time for them to advise the council in supplemental reports at this meeting. Recognizing the council is yet to hear from the full SSC, sorry, this was written in the past. The EWG foresees the following steps for the council to take at this meeting. Review and comment on next steps for the groundfish risk tables as detailed below and in the IEA team report and as recommended by the SSC. Provide guidance on whether the risk table approach should be incorporated into the groundfish management cycle and on next steps for identifying which of the species could be included for the assessments conducted in 2025. Review the pathways that have been identified for each fishery management plan and provide guidance on how to move forward and the associated timelines for progress reports for council review. As the goal of this initiative would be to make the process a regular part of the groundfish management cycle, the EWG would recommend that the GMT and GAP and council staff supporting groundfish FMP 1, review the proposed implementation timeline for groundfish harvest specification process and provide feedback on the timing and role of the GAP and GMT in the implementation process. 2, provide guidance and recommendations on the GMT and GAP's role as advising on species prioritization for risk table development. 3, consider the stocks prioritized for the next assessment cycle and identify which could best make use of a risk table. 4, provide thoughts on additional pathways that the GMT and GAP would see merit in additional review or exploration, such as P-star and time-varying sigma. And for 5, we do have a correction in our supplemental report, and it is to provide a plan on incorporating this process into the groundfish management cycle. We didn't mean to imply that the groundfish FMP should be amended. The EWG expects to discuss potential roles under the case where Initiative 4 is fully integrated into the groundfish management process and anticipates a supporting role could be needed or helpful. However, the key to make the process successful, we have the interactions between the IEA and ecosystem experts and the stock assessment teams and FMP experts and advisors become a regular feature of the process. Background and overall process. FEP Initiative 4 builds off of the previous initiative, the Climate and Community Initiative, to bring ecosystem and climate information into FMP-based harvest and season-setting decision-making process. To date, we have achieved the goals put forth in the timeline that was adopted by the council in March 2023, although the species selection process was deferred by the council. And you can see Appendix 1 at the end of this report for a summary detail of progress to date. The EWG supports the changes to the groundfish risk tables in the IEA team report and recommends that this methodology be used moving forward, following the revisions recommended by the SSC. Remaining work on the initiative includes adopting a final process for electing future species or species groups to develop risk tables for, and making any adjustments to advisory body schedules for considering ecosystem and climate information. Additionally, in March, the council requests the EWG work with the salmon advisory bodies to develop a risk table approach for using use in salmon forecasting, as described in agenda item H2A supplemental HC report 1. To date, we have not been able to meet with the salmon technical team or SAS and develop this approach, although the EW chair did present a summary of the initiative to the Sacramento River Fall Chinook Working Group. The EWG has met with the CPS management team as well. If the council wishes to extend the risk table approach to these FMPs, we provide suggestions on how this could be accomplished below. Lastly, the EWG felt it is important to note that even if risk tables are not formally used in the harvest setting process, there is still benefit in having more information for managers to consider, and the tables represent a structured process to promote communication between stock assessment and ecosystem scientists, which could lead to direct inclusion of climate and ecosystem science in stock assessments and future assessment cycles. And then next paragraph I've already summarized. So for groundfish, the IA team's report clarifies and greatly simplifies the risk table process, and the EWG's discussion focused on the completeness of the initiative and next steps. Overall, the EWG anticipates that the SSC will recommend the risk table process be ready to be used in the next round of stock assessments. The EWG agrees that the structure and staffing would be in place and of value. If the council chooses to adopt the risk table approach for groundfish, then the EWG recommends that, if necessary, amend the groundfish stock assessment terms of reference to allow the SSC to adopt a range of sigmas in the 2025 assessment cycle based on risk tables, as recommended by the SSCES during their August 5th meeting. Identify additional stocks to develop risk tables for. The EWG supports the SSCES recommendation to update the risk tables for sablefish plus one to two new risk tables for benchmark or update stock assessments being conducted in 2025. And then adopt the implementation timeline for this from the CCIA team report in table 5.1, and provide guidance on who should review the risk tables, either the STAR panel or the SSC groundfish subcommittee. Moving forward, future advances to the risk table methodology could be viewed and updated as part of the mop-up methodology review and adoption of terms of references. If the council opts not to adopt the risk table approach for the next stock assessment cycle, but still wants to continue to develop the risk table approach, then the EWG would recommend that the risk tables be developed in parallel to the stock assessments, and that they be reviewed by the STAR panels and the SSC groundfish subcommittee, as would have been done if the tour had been formally amended. For salmon, in its March meeting, the council directed the working group to start adapting risk table approach for Klamath and Sacramento Fall Chinook salmon. And for this, the EWG recommends that the EWG, the IEA team, salmon advisory bodies, and working groups meet virtually prior to the end of the year to discuss how salmon forecasts for Klamath and Sacramento Fall Chinook are conducted and where ecosystem information could be considered. Following this, the council could request that the EWG, IEA team, and Science Center salmon experts review these considerations and report back to the council, which we recommend occur in March 2025, on how best to proceed, including proposed recommendations on how ecosystem information could be included in salmon forecasts. In March, the council could receive recommendations and provide guidance on whether they should be considered for the 2025 salmon methodology review. For CPS, based on our meetings with the CPS management team and CPS-AS and the reports to the council in March 2024, the EWG learned that there are several potential pathways that include climate ecosystem information in the harvest setting process for CPS. If the council wishes to scope these pathways for potential to develop a pilot example for the CPS FMP, the EWG, recommends the council schedule a check-in agenda item for the March 2025 meeting. HMS. Highly migratory species are internationally managed, and climate ecosystem information is currently being incorporated into that process. There has been discussion by the EWG on the utility of developing ecosystem and climate summaries for HMS species to be used to better inform the council on what information is being considered and how ecosystem and climate conditions, are impacting HMS stocks. If the council would like this concept to be developed further, a pilot table could be developed for a future council meeting. In the meantime, it is the EWG's understanding that the proposed IRA Project 3, I guess no longer proposed, but the IRA Project 3 will address potential ways in which climate and ecosystem information can be incorporated into the council's HMS fishery management process. The EWG supports this effort as is consistent with the HMS MT report from March 2024, recommending that the council consider climate ecosystem information when developing the HMS roadmap goals and action items. And our supplemental report is fairly short. So I've already mentioned a clarification that we don't want to amend the Groundfish FMP. Initiative for development pathways for council consideration. EWG believes the groundfish risk table is well developed and looks forward to review and comments by the SSC and groundfish advisory bodies at this meeting. The EWG provides the next steps in the near and long term, for council to consider in addition to the recommendations in the EWG report 1. 1, further explore and develop methodologies for groundfish species that are less information rich, i.e. category 2 and 3 stocks, long-lived stocks, et cetera, for the 2027-29 assessment cycle. Explore other pathways for groundfish, such as P-star time-varying sigma, and expand the process into other FMPs. The goal of the initiative was to develop tools for including climate ecosystem information into the harvesting process. The EWG again wants to highlight that the information included in the risk tables can be applied more broadly in the fisheries management process to build understanding of the effects of the environment on particular species. The EWG also recognizes there are other ways in which climate and ecosystem information could be used in the harvest setting process beyond risk tables. The EWG can advise on the exploration of these pathways if the council would like to pursue additional applications. EWG role. The EWG also recognizes important in clarifying what the EWG's future role in further development and implementation of the risk table process. The EWG has played an important role in facilitating the application of risk tables in the harvest setting process for groundfish and has reviewed and coordinated advisory communication throughout the development of this application. The EWG anticipates serving a similar role should the council choose to include risk tables in the groundfish management process or processes under other FMPs. If the application remains confined to the use of risk tables as developed under the pilot process, the EWG reviews its role more as a reviewer of risk tables and advisor on which species may be best suited to having risk tables developed in future assessments or specification cycles. It should also be noted that EWG's capacity and role in this process will be impacted by the EWG's role and workload in the IRA projects. And that concludes our report.
Okay, thanks, Tommy. Questions on the EWG report 1 and 2? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Dr. Moore, on report 1, at the top of page 3, there's a reference in the CCIE report to table 5.1. There is no table 5.1 in that document. There's a table 3 in section 5.1 that may be what you're referencing. I'm just hoping to get some clarification there, if possible.
I believe you may be correct. The table in question is the one that lays out the timelines for incorporating the risk tables into the groundfish management process.
Okay, thank you. Looking at the report, that appears to be labeled as table 3 in section 5.1 of the report. So thank you for the clarification, so I know I'm looking at the right table.
Thank you, Lynn. Anyone else? All right. Thank you, Dr. Moore.
Thank you.
Very good. Next up will be Michelle Conrad and the EAS report.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Pettinger and council members. I will be reading from agenda item H1A, Supplemental EAS Report 1. The Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel held an online meeting on September 5th to review progress on the Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative 4. The EAS received a presentation from the California Current Ecosystem Assessment Team on FEP Initiative 4 and reviewed the CCIEA Risk Table Report and the EWG report and has the following comments. The EAS supports incorporating the risk table approach to specify scientific uncertainty in the setting of groundfish specifications. This approach provides the SSC with the ability to incorporate positive, neutral, and negative adjustments to sigma by considering a wider set of criteria to select sigma when the assessment is adopted. This achieves one of the main purposes of Initiative 4, which is to develop clear pathways for ecosystem and climate information to be used in the setting of scientific uncertainty, harvest policy, and specific management actions. The EAS supports using the risk table approach to evaluate sigma in the 2025 groundfish assessment cycle. Specifically, the EAS supports the EWG recommendation to update the risk table for sablefish, plus 1 to 2 new risk tables for benchmarks or updates to stock assessments being conducted in 2025. And I'll note this report, similar to the EWG's report, was written before we received the SSC's report and recommendations. The EAS supports the continued collaborative work between the CCIEA team, stock assessment scientists, and management teams to determine the optimal pathway for incorporating climate and ecosystem information into harvest settings for other FMP species. In summary, the EAS supports 1, the commitment of the CCIEA team and the EWG to move forward with the development of risk tables for Sacramento River and Klamath River Chinook salmon in the fall of 2024 to evaluate whether the risk table pathway complements salmon management. 2, the continued development of pathways to include climate and ecosystem information in the harvest setting for coastal pelagic species, considering the life history of CPS differs from groundfish and may impact the ability to withstand episodic events. 3, exploring how climate and ecosystem information can predict the occurrence, distribution, and interaction with bycatch, and that should be and protected resources, and how this information can help achieve the goals of the proposed Inflation Reduction Act Project 3. Risk tables scratch the surface of how we can include ecosystem and climate information in decision-making and use the information to build climate-resilient fisheries. In addition to the current effort, we support efforts towards diversifying the pathways for information to enter the FMP processes, not just for harvest setting and not just for data-rich stocks. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Michelle. Questions on the EAS report? I'm not seeing any. Thank you. All right. Next up will be the GMT report and Lorna Wargo. Followed by the GAP report.
It looked like it was on. Sorry. So good afternoon, Chair Pettinger and Council. I'm Lorna Wargo, and I will be reading the Groundfish Management Team report under Agenda Item H1A. A report on Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative 4, Groundfish and Salmon Risk Tables, the progress review. The Groundfish Management Team generally supports the development of on-ramps for integrating ecosystem and climate information into Pacific Fishery Management Council fishery management decision-making with the focus on harvest specifications processes. The Ecosystem Work Group, or EWG, provided a series of questions for the team to consider in their report under Agenda Item H1A. The GMT addresses those questions in this report. Regarding the use of risk tables for sablefish in the 27-28 biennium, the GMT does not possess the expertise necessary to advise the Council on the use of these tables in terms of the impacts to SGMA at this time. Therefore, we defer to the Scientific and Statistical Committee's judgment on this matter. The GMT considered the implementation timeline and suggests weighing in on species selection at the September meeting after stock assessment prioritization in June, as the June meeting is demanding for the GMT and finalizing harvest specifications and management measures. The GMT sees merit in applying the risk table to further refine the selection of SGMA, since the risk table accounts for scientific information but does not see a role for the GMT in that process. Using the risk tables to adjust SGMA, which is associated with scientific uncertainty, aligns with the apparent focus for risk tables to incorporate additional relevant scientific information. However, applying the ecosystem uncertainty component to SGMA precludes the GMT and Council from weighing in on this aspect of decision-making, which in part is a policy call to assess risk tolerance. If the Council opts to apply the risk tables to adjust P star, moving this process to a management decision, the GMT could be involved in reviewing and providing input on their application. The GMT does not feel we need to take a formal role in reviewing draft risk tables if SGMA is used to determine risk tables. As GMT and Groundfish Advisory Subpanel representative participate in the stock assessment review or STAR panel process. Therefore, the GMT would have the opportunity to ask questions or engage in discussion during STAR panel meetings when the risk tables are presented. One criterion suggested by the EWG is whether the process should consider only those species near full attainment of the annual catch limit for risk table development. The GMT thinks this criterion could potentially be overly exclusive. Fishery management and stocks targeted by fishermen change over time, which can lead to changes in attainment. Incorporating and implementing information from risk tables for species with sufficient information can make management more robust to future changes in the fishery. In addition to determining attainment, GM expertise on fishery management and changing fishery dynamics could be useful in the selection of species for risk table development. If the Council chooses to use risk tables, the GMT currently does not see a need to amend the Pacific Coast Groundfish Fishery Management Plan to incorporate them into the process. When used to modify future harvest specifications from a stock assessment, a decision regarding how to formalize the risk assessment tables into the Council process can be determined. And thank you. That concludes our statement.
It's on up. Okay, it is. All right. Thanks, Laura. Questions on the GMT report? Okay, thank you. Next up will be the GAP report, followed by the STT. Welcome, Travis.
Good afternoon, Chairman Pettinger, members of the Council. I'll be reading from Agenda Item H1A, Supplemental GAP Report 1 on Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative 4, Groundfish and Salmon Risk Tables. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel remains open to the idea of integrating ecosystem and climate information into the stock assessment and harvest specifications process. However, after hearing the update on the proposed approach and reviewing the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Risk Table Report, the GAP believes the recommended approach, option 1, will add complexity and subjectivity while failing to make meaningful improvements to the council's current management system. Our rationale is described below. When the risk table approach was initially proposed, the GAP was hopeful that it could be an opportunity to use current oceanographic and ecosystem information to better match the council's harvest guidance with the reality on the water. The idea of using relevant factors to modify harvest levels up or down in response to ecosystem changes was appealing in concept. This was especially true for option 3, informing the time-varying penalty on Sigma, given the lack of resources to conduct regular stock assessments for all stocks that need them, resulting in ABC ACL reductions. Option 3 presented an opportunity to use current information to inform harvest guidance for stocks with outdated assessments. While the GAP was interested in the idea in concept, we had a number of questions about how it would be operationalized in practice. In particular, we wanted to understand how the incorporation of this information might have changed harvest specifications in known prior examples where ecosystem and oceanographic changes created a mismatch between catch levels and actual abundance. For example, from our March 2024 statement, the GAP recommended a retrospective analysis on short-belly rockfish and/or sablefish to see if the ecosystem and climate information could have anticipated the current fishery conditions as a possible outcome. For that reason, the GAP and several other advisory bodies recommended a retrospective analysis to assess the potential impacts to our management system. Unfortunately, the analysis presented at this meeting failed to answer many of those questions. In addition, option 1, informing scientific uncertainty when an assessment is conducted, fails to achieve the primary purpose of the initiative, to develop clear pathways for ecosystem and climate information to be used in the setting of scientific uncertainty, harvest policy, and specific management actions. While ecosystem and oceanographic information might have some minor utility in informing Sigma when an assessment is conducted, it becomes more valuable the farther we are from an assessment. True uncertainty increases rapidly and does the harvest penalty associated with the time-varying Sigma. Locking in a revised Sigma when an assessment is conducted will do nothing to improve the match between harvest levels and a stock's response to changing ocean conditions after the assessment is conducted. The GAP was seeking to analyze an adaptive management response. Finally, as we highlighted in our March report, there appears to be significant subjectivity in the currently proposed approach. For example, there is clear guidance in the terms of reference for what qualifies an assessment for categories 1 through 3, but the same can't be said for the level determinations of the risk tables. In sum, the GAP does not support option 1. We remain open to the incorporation of climate and ecosystem information in stock assessments and the harvest specifications process, and continue to believe that the most utility would be under option 3 to improve the match between current conditions and harvest levels. Furthermore, the GAP strongly recommends taking a more holistic look at adaptive management, such as reviewing time-varying Sigma in its entirety, or the ability for a green light management mechanism. Precaution is built into almost every level of our process, but there are very few ways to react when a stock is more abundant than expected. And that concludes the GAP report.
Thank you, Travis. Questions on the GAP report? Okay, you're getting off easy here, so.
Thank you very much.
All righty. Next up will be the STT report. Dr. O'Farrell. Mike, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm here.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'll be referring to agenda item H1A, Supplemental STT Report 1, the STT's report on Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative 4, Groundfish and Salmon Risk Tables Progress Review. The STT reviewed the available reports on Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative 4 and was briefed by Corey Green on the use of risk tables and a matrix approach for Sacramento River Fall Chinook. The STT agrees that incorporating environmental factors into salmon population forecasts has merit. Given data limitations to fully incorporate environmental indicators into stock assessments, we agree that developing a tool to assess risk and/or consistently inform salmon management on measurable environmental factors could be a positive step toward ecosystem-based fisheries management. As part of developing the risk table methodology for groundfish, the Pacific Fishery Management Council agreed that the application could be broadened to include select salmon stocks as described in the Habitat Committee report for March 2024. The Habitat Committee suggested that the stoplight tables for Klamath River Fall Chinook and Sacramento River Fall Chinook could be refined into numerical risk tables. We should also note that both the Sacramento and Klamath Fall Chinook work groups have begun exploring the use of risk tables or matrices as a means to incorporate environmental indicators into salmon management. The STT supports meeting with pertinent groups over the winter months to explore how incorporating environmental factors could improve salmon management for Sacramento and Klamath River Fall Chinook. And that concludes our statement.
Okay. Questions on the STT report? Vice Chair Hassemer.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Good afternoon, Dr. O'Farrell. Bear with me here. Maybe a couple of questions. The first is in the second paragraph. Words always matter to me, and I want to make sure I read this right. The STT agrees that incorporating environmental factors into salmon population forecasts. Let me just jump to my thinking is that if you took stoplight tables, which are largely variables that are either influencing some salmonid survival or productivity, if you incorporated those into forecast, you could be adjusting, because it's a cohort type forecast, you could adjust that forecast up or down if you saw a whole bunch of green lights in that stoplight table. You would say, wow, when those fish are out at sea, things are great, so we should expect more fish than the cohort models indicate coming back. Is that what you're thinking of, or has the STT discussed that, or is it more just buffering down what the point forecast is that you end up with? That's the first question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for the question. I would say that the STT hasn't had a lot of discussions directly getting at the question that you asked. I think that, I know that we do in the STT, we do have a number of forecasts that do incorporate environmental variables, and those are, put forward through, the management process every March and April. We also do look at the Klamath River Fall Chinook and Sacramento Fall Chinook stoplight charts, but we haven't used that to, at least to my knowledge, on the technical side, well, certainly not on the technical side, to make changes to directly allowable exploitation rates. We've looked at those generally when there are de minimis fisheries being planned. So I guess that was kind of a long-winded way of saying that the salmon team needs to really delve into this a little bit more carefully, and we're just getting started in that.
Great. And if I can, Mr. Chair, then that's a good segue to my next question. The salmon team moving carefully. It's maybe a follow-up on yesterday's discussion on the methodology review. I just want to make sure what you're suggesting in this report as a path forward is, I guess it's the last two paragraphs of the STT report that continue to think and have these groups work on it. We're getting close to developing some risk tables, but look at how those environmental factors and stoplight tables could be used to develop risk tables, but there's more thought and thinking process that needs to go into this before we really get committed. Is that right? And would you have some more specific directions on what's done?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. No, I think that is accurate. in listening to these statements provided thus far in this agenda item, clearly, on the groundfish side, they're in a much, more advanced state than salmon is with regard to this topic. And so I would hate to, sort of project my own feelings about ways that, that this could go. But I think that the way you described it is accurate.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Further questions for the SCT? Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Hassemer's question spawned a question from me, or I guess a question to you. So right now on those variables that we use in ESA listed fish matrices, such as a Thule matrix, the LCN matrix, and probably the OCN matrix, they have an overall percentage that we can access, and no matter how good the variables are in those matrices, you still got to stay within the caps of those matrices. Is that correct? So 41%, no matter how good the ocean conditions, say on Thule's, is the highest you can go, no matter what the ocean conditions might tell you, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so we are committed to those percentages on those fish, no matter how good. Of course, we can ratchet down if the ocean conditions are not favorable as one of the factors in what we do. It goes into the models for harvest of salmon. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Butch. All right. What else? All right. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have the SAS report and Megan Waters. Megan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I will be reading from agenda item H1A, Supplemental SAS Report 1 on Fishery Ecosystem Planage Initiative for Groundfish and Salmon Risk Tables Progress Review. The SAS was briefed by Corey Green on the use of risk tables matrix approach for Sacramento Fall Chinook. The SAS also reviewed the STT statement on this agenda item. The SAS understands that as part of developing the risk table methodology for groundfish, the council agreed that the application could be broadened to include select salmon stocks as described in the Habitat Committee's report in March 2024. The Habitat Committee suggested that the stoplight tables for Klamath River Fall Chinook and SRFC could be refined into numerical risk tables. The council currently has two salmon work groups that are focused on improving management and conservation of the California Chinook stocks. Additionally, there are in-season management protocols newly adopted to help protect California coastal Chinook that have yet to be implemented due to the ocean fishery closures off the California coast. The work underway by the work groups and the impacts of in-season management may help guide how to best approach the topic of integrating environmental variables into salmon management. So waiting until these processes are complete seems to be a reasonable approach. The SAS recommendation is for no action on adopting a work plan for salmon risk tables at this time. The SAS proposes the council instead continues to focus on the groundfish risk tables and seeing how well they may fit in the management process, then decide if further developing risk tables for salmon may be appropriate. This will provide a more stepwise approach to the concept, which seems more efficient given the other activities underway in the salmon arena and would provide more time to allow other potential concepts to come to light. It is also not clear to the SAS at this point what the objective of using risk tables in salmon management would be, or what salmon conservation or management problem they would solve. That concludes the report. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Megan. Questions on the SAS report? Bush Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Megan, I realize you might not be able to answer these questions, but so when the SAS was discussing this, did you also indicate that salmon only gets one bite at the apple when they set the season? The season is set, and there's no for the ocean. There's no process if the runs appear to be smaller or bigger. And so, you know, if these variables didn't pan out, something similar what appears to be this year with our new OBI predictor, early indications are that it is off. And when salmon predictions are off to the bad, I mean, then fishermen sit at the dock. Was that discussed in the discussion about while we have, you know, Susan each year comes in like Santa Claus, giving everyone buffers, and then the state has buffers, and then our co-managers, we work out buffers with them, and in the discussion yesterday, I imagined myself getting buffered right off the ocean with all the buffers that were going around. So buffers must be the new buzzword. So anyway, sorry for I digress, but did that stuff kind of go into the talk, and plus we get a presentation from NOAA each year on the green light, red light, yellow light, ocean conditions, which are very helpful. Did those discussions take place in the SAS? Sorry for the long question.
Yeah, Butch, I certainly appreciate that. I wish some of my colleagues from California could be here to answer your question in greater detail, but I think you're delving into a couple of points that our report touches on, which is, you know, we have a lot of protocols and processes, and particularly in California, we haven't had the chance to even really fully implement them since there haven't been any ocean fisheries. And I absolutely agree with your assessment that kind of buffering is the new buzzword in our meetings, but that's absolutely something we talked about, is that single bite of the apple. In regard to a discussion around stoplight tables, we talked in the end of the report, just wanting to be clear about how that instead of the red, yellow, green stoplight table, how this numerical risk assessment would be an improvement on that, and whether it's actually going to give flexibility and provide better management, or if it's just, I know we have best available science, but is this actually a better management tool when it comes down to it? Does that answer your question, Mr. Smith?
I think so, and I apologize. Thank you for the SAS great report too. So thank you, Megan. Nice to hear your voice. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Butch. Further questions for the SAS? All right. Thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
That concludes our reports. It takes us to public comment. I believe we have one. I think it's Michelle, I believe. Michelle Conrad, welcome back.
Good afternoon, Chair Pettinger and council members. I'm Michelle Conrad, and I'm speaking to the comments submitted by Ocean Conservancy, Wild Oceans, Environmental Defense Fund, and the Nature Conservancy on the Council's Fishery Ecosystem Plan Initiative 4 Progress Review. We want to thank the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Team, the Scientific and Statistical Committee, and the council's ecosystem-based management subcommittee of the SSC and the ecosystem work group for their reports and recommendations. There has been a lot of great work over the past decade to develop a risk assessment framework to incorporate and consider ecosystem information into the council's fishery management decision-making processes. And we recommend the council apply this approach to its management of groundfish fisheries as recommended by the SSC. For 2025, we support the SSC's recommendation to update the risk table for sablefish and apply the risk table approach to all of the full assessments scheduled. In our letter, we had recommended the council consider widow, yellowtail, and yellow-eye rockfish as candidate stocks, given their life history characteristics, sensitivity to climate, and relatively high attainment levels. However, this was before we were aware of the SSC's recommendation, their workload assessment, and the ongoing work on chili pepper rockfish. We also support the recommendations of the EWG to explore ways to incorporate ecosystem and environmental information in other FMPs beyond groundfish, such as through the Council's Inflation Reduction Act Project 3 process when developing the highly migratory species roadmap goals and action items. In summary, we urge the Council to follow the science-based advice of the CCIEA team, SSC, and EWG, which will better position the Council to manage its fisheries in a manner that is responsive to climate influences and changing ocean conditions. Again, thank you for the opportunity to provide our comments, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Michelle. Questions on Michelle's testimony? Okay, thank you. All right. Takes care of public comment, I believe. So we'll open the floor for discussion. I think our work will be before us here shortly. Council action. So long day, so has to be expected. So Corey Ridings and John Ugritz. Corey.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I was just going to offer to kick us off with voicing my appreciation for the CCIEA team and the work that they did to produce the initial results and that initial report that they produced. This work, a lot of it has been the outgrowth of multiple things the council has considered under various fishery ecosystem plan items, climate items, and I think represents a good effort to look at what this council needs and try to come back with tools that are useful. So just wanted to express that appreciation. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thanks, Corey. John Ugritz.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll echo the appreciation and honestly, my surprise and being impressed that we've gone so far with ecosystem work in a relatively short amount of time. I know we've been working on this a while, but we are developing new tools and we're developing new ways to incorporate ecosystem into what we do. And I think it is responsive to the Climate and Communities Initiative, as the CCIEA team mentioned today. I'll also point out that climate change and our response to it is a long-term issue with long-term implications requiring long-term solutions. It's not a fishery crisis that we are responding to today that needs an immediate action. Based on everything I've heard and read, I think risk tables are a really good start at getting us there. And I think they are ready to be explored. But I don't think that they're ready to be fully implemented into active management. And I sort of key off of the CCIA statement that this is an iterative process. And I think the SSC recommended that, there might be tweaks and iterations moving forward. And I think what I'd like to see is that we recognize the work that's been done, that we use these risk tables is as a way to explore their utility in the current upcoming cycle of assessments, but not that we implement their results into the current upcoming groundfish management. I'd like to see all of it go forward. I'd like to see the results if possible. And if there's time, I'd like to see some of the time varying results for the other things that haven't been explored yet that the GAP announced or GAP recommended. And at the end of the current assessment cycle, I think we can make an informed decision about how to implement this going forward and whether it's ripe for management use. So it's kind of where my head's at right now with it. But I really do think we've just made tremendous progress.
Thank you, John. Asia Shumalu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd also like to echo appreciation for the CCIEA team. This day really cleared up a lot for me, what I was reading, and getting back onto board with what we were discussing and trying to do here. Some things really stuck with me, that this approach is a transparent way of integrating information about ecosystem considerations, that it may have been happening in patches and in different places before, but this is one way that formalizes it in the process of at least the groundfish specifications. I don't have as much knowledge about the other FMPs and can't, and I'm really grafting off of the reports that we heard today about how it would play out in other places, but for groundfish at least, with the existing approach that we have in P-Star Sigma, it does strike me as a path of least resistance to incorporating ecosystem information here. I also just want to highlight that there are tons of different ways to do this. We just, it seems like we're building a approach into an existing complicated process that we have, but it seems better to do something here than throw the entire thing out and throw the entire uncertainty and risk structure that we have for the groundfish fishery out and start over again with coming up with a new way to incorporate ecosystem uncertainty here. So I do really respect this as a way to go forward, particularly with groundfish. I don't really know if it's the best for the other fisheries too. I'm really interested in this as an approach or an opportunity to adjust Sigma and fine-tune Sigma in the intervening years between that first year of the assessment and when we're setting specifications. So in those biennium where we're not, when we're not, however you pluralize or whatever. Anyways, whenever in those years when we haven't done an assessment, that we get to take in information that's out there and use that to set uncertainty. It seems like a good tool for how to do that. And this only deals with uncertainty when setting catch limits, but I just want to highlight here that there are so many other tools that we can use to get at some of the concerns that industry raised today. I'm really thinking about the GAP report here. And what was said in the EAS report, that this just scratches the surface of how we can incorporate environmental information into improving fisheries flexibility. And I see how this misses the mark for the GAP. I think that they were looking for this to be a tool where we can jump in and increase catch limits in certain circumstances. But I'm really hopeful that the council can look back at other times when we've used information to increase catch limits, to respond to prevailing information, to address fisheries issues that come up. And I think that from what I've read of the Inflation Reduction Act projects, particularly the first project, that's a really good place to really start exploring, like, what are the tools outside of uncertainty adjustments that we could use to make some adjustments to fisheries. So I don't want this to be mistaken as a bad tool. I think it is just one of the tools of the whole suite of tools that we could possibly use. And we need to expand that look into others. So stop there.
Thank you, Asia. Leonidas?
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. My comments were going to echo sort of what Mr. Ugoretz and Ms. Shumulo said, that we've made progress and appreciate all the hard work that's gone into place. I would like to see groundfish move forward, but maybe not in a formal way yet. Let's work on this in conjunction with our next spec cycle, see how it works, if it works, and then we can maybe reevaluate and adopt more formally. I do want to keep in mind, we don't want to buffer Butch completely out of the room. I know that conversation has happened with others too, that making sure this isn't just another buffer on top of a buffer on top of a buffer, which I think using it for one cycle as a test case will help inform that. Try not to be results oriented, that we pre-assume what the results are going to be and make our decision based on that. But I think it would give us a better idea how these will work and be incorporated into the groundfish process moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I am appreciative of all the work that's been done on this matter by everybody concerned that participated. And I too agree with John and I would say Asia's last name, but I know I'd butcher it, and so I'm not going to. And Lynn, but me and John is now Sam and John, I guess, sitting in the seat there. I don't want to presume myself to be in, what's going on in California, but if the same process was going on in Washington, I would say there's already a lot on their plate to do what they have to do in a short amount of time. And adding this layer on top when the salmon world has already incorporated some environmental variables, ocean conditions and whatnot. I think that, possibly at this time, setting the salmon off to the side, and if we want to move forward on incorporating and looking into further, not ready for prime time, but into the groundfish, then that could be done, and they could focus on one thing instead of being split and focused on two things at one time. Just want to remind people in the salmon world, we have some of the best salmon scientists in the world, and our co-managers included. And there's a lot of fingers in the salmon pie already. And so I think that John and Marcy have their hands full with what they're doing right now. And I think that as Mr. O'Farrell indicated, that we're already using environmental variables in the ocean salmon management world on our ESA listed fish, survival rates and whatnot on water conditions. I don't want to pass the buck and say these guys can have it, but we don't have to. But it seems like that once we got close to something up and running, I would hope that we wouldn't incorporate it the first year. I hope we'd maybe run it alongside to see how it performs or how it would have performed had we used it. I wish we would have done that with the OPI fix that we intended to do, which had peers, although the jury's not completely in, but early indications said it was maybe a wrong move. So those are some of my thoughts, and thank you to my colleagues. This is this will definitely take some staff time, and God bless you all on that. But those are my thoughts on what we might do with salmon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Butch. All right. Corey Writing. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait. Corey Niles. Get through everybody before me.
I'll try to keep it brief. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm agreeing with the general viewpoints being expressed here. I think I'll just highlight a couple different things. First, I think we think of these things as ecosystem and climate tables, but I'm also, as we heard from the SSC, two of the columns have to do with the assessment themselves. And I'm thinking back to discussions like Mark that you've been raising in terms of California quillback and a lot in talking with Butch and other folks about just wanting to understand groundfish assessments better. And just remind, this is also a tool for that. If we had had this for California quillback, would everyone's questions have been answered? Probably not, but it's a step in that right direction of trying to explain some of these very technical assessment issues in plainer English and in a condensed form. So just wanted to, that value was raised by a couple of folks, and I think that's important. And yeah, I agree with the Gap said about, I think the time varying sigma, and John and Asia got to this too, is where some bang for our buck is. And I hope we can find a way. The SSC basically said they didn't have time or the analysis to look at quite yet, but I hope we can find a way. And I'm thankful that Butch didn't call me Salmon Corey, because he knows I don't know what I'm talking about. But I'm seeing a definite need, being involved in the ecosystem work group and these discussions. There's a definite need on learning what's in Butch's head, and in our STT's head, and some real need to learn what is going on. And for example, places like the Pacific Salmon Commission, and I learned just listening to the STT today what they're already doing, and gonna ask Butch what a matrix is when we're done here. But I do see a need for some more learning there on what's going on. And lastly, my last point would be, I've just all throughout discussions, I'm thinking of Merrick, waiting for him to ask what the problem statement is. And I think that we haven't nailed the scientific uncertainty discussion. We don't have it perfect, and it's going to be an ongoing thing. And we need to understand if we're being buffered too much or too little. And so I think those conversations need to keep happening between the scientists and the stakeholders and us up here. And that's why I was a little surprised to hear the Gap think it would be turned into a more subjective exercise, when I kind of think it would make it a more participatory and transparent way of talking about uncertainty that the Gap could also then participate in. But yeah, I just think it's a discussion that is going to be ongoing. And this is, like many people say, this is possibly a first step and one useful tool in helping us through those thorny issues.
Thank you, Corey. And now the other Corey writings.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think I'm just going to echo a little bit. I'm hearing the other Corey, Ms. Shamilo, and others talking about the value of transparency. That was something I hadn't really thought too much about before this week and thinking about these products. And that's really struck me as something that is actually of value. So just, it's especially when we're talking about the current practice of Sigma, how that is a tool that we have now and we use now. And ideally, this gives us the ability to make that a finer tuner, and do that in a way that is more transparent and explicit, so everyone can better understand how those decisions are being made. In my mind, that's not really a buffer, because we are already doing it. It's just doing what we do, only better. So using this newer tool that's being offered to us, and hopefully moving forward with that. So thank you.
Hey, Corey. Okay. John Newgris.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And yeah, my initial comments were definitely focused on groundfish. I don't think salmon is at the same place. And I think the EWG and others have noted that in their reports. They're looking for some meetings. And I think that's a reasonable thing to ask for, as long as it's based on the availability of the salmon people to participate. And not being a salmon person, never mind, I won't go there. But I will say that Butch brings up a point that I was going to make at the end, but I think it's worth saying now, that this item was agendized under ecosystem, and that was appropriate. It's sort of the end of an ecosystem process. But moving forward, as we start implementing ecosystem items into FMP topics, I think this is a great example of where this might have been better scheduled, or at least noticed, in the groundfish and salmon areas of our agenda separately, so that our constituents had kind of full transparency that that's what we were going to discuss. I think it's very possible that, for example, someone interested in salmon would not have looked at the ecosystem agenda for this meeting to note that we were talking about a salmon topic. So I think just something to consider in future workload, that as we move forward with these, the ends of initiatives, that we make sure we put them in the right place. It's not really even changing what we're agendizing. It's just putting them where people know they'll be.
Good point, John. Okay. No one else? There's some good comments here. I think with Lynn.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Since I didn't see any other hands popping up, I do have a draft motion ready. I believe Chris and Hayden have it if we're ready for that point.
I think we are, given the discussion and the time of day.
Okay, this is ODFW H1 Motion 1. I move the council explore the use of the risk tables for groundfish as described in EWG Report 1 for the 2027 and 2028 cycle without adopting a formal framework at this time. Revisit the use of risk tables for groundfish after the 27-28 cycle to determine how they worked and if and how their use should be continued. Part 2, request the CCIEA team to work with the EWG, SSC Groundfish Subcommittee, and SSC to explore the development of the setting of either both Sigma or P-star in between new stock assessments, example, the time varying penalty on Sigma, as described in the CCIEA risk table report on FEP Initiative 4. Item 3, request that the sablefish risk table be updated for the 2025 stock assessment cycle and other species on the 2025 assessment list that workload can accommodate be developed in parallel to the stock assessments, prioritizing a longer-lived species and or a Category 2 species if not enough capacity to develop for all species. Number 4, endorse the EWG meet over winter to explore and help start discussions with appropriate advisory bodies to identify if and how risk tables might be incorporated into salmon management. 5, task the EWG with drafting a summary report describing the FEP Initiative 4 process, results, and anticipated next steps for future easy reference. And 6, add a groundfish and salmon risk table update agenda item to the March 2025 meeting to inform the council of progress made and recommendations on next steps, noting that this should be addressed under K4 later at this meeting as well. Thank you.
Okay, Lynn. Is the language on the screen accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay, for a second. Seconded by Krista Spitzen. Thank you, Krista. Please speak to your motion as appropriate, Lynn.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. We've had a lot of discussion, and I know there was some discussion yesterday on salmon that I wasn't a part of that kind of got wrapped into this. But this motion is attempting to address starting with groundfish, seeing how they work before we formalize it. Then we can come back next cycle to formalize if they work or if they don't, see how we can use them. Part 2 is addressing what the partially what the gap was after, and some of the rest of us too is exploring Sigma and or P-star in between assessments for to address uncertainty in that time period. And then number 3, when I asked the questions earlier about how many new risk tables could be accommodated, I added number 3 in case there was a capacity to do all of them, that I would prefer that a longer lived species than sablefish or petrale sole and or a Category 2 species be looked at. That way it would give us a better range to explore on how risk tables work. Both sablefish and petrale are relatively shorter lived species compared to rockfish, and both are Category 1 species that have a lot of data. There's been a lot of back and forth today about should this be incorporated into salmon. to not interfere with the item that was discussed yesterday. Number 4 is intended to just start the exploration and discussions about how, or even if risk tables should be incorporated into salmon management. This is intended to be exploratory in nature, not prescriptive in nature. As far as drafting a summary report, currently getting to what Mr. Yeager had said a few minutes ago about when we're noticing things, we have pieces and parts under various FMPs, and maybe not easy to find under one space. So is it under ecosystem or is it an under groundfish FMP? So asking the EWG to draft a summary report would hopefully put all of the processes, results, and next steps in one place that's easy for all of us to find, sort of a one-stop shopping place rather than having to go dig through each individual FMP. And finally, I do know number 6 gets more to workload planning, which we address under K4, but I did want to put it there as mostly a reminder. I do want to make note that this motion specifically does not address CPS or HMS. It does not appear that either of those are ready for this type of process yet and could be explored at a later date if there was that desire. There just does not seem to be that desire at this time. I think that'll do it.
Thank you, Lynn. Questions on the motion? Keely Kent.
Thank you. Thank you for the motion. Just to clarify, so in number 1, when you say for the 2027-2028 cycle, I'm assuming what you mean is the 2025 assessments, which inform the 27-28 specs, rather than saying we're holding off until the 2027 assessments in future. Is that right?
Through the chair, that is correct. It is meant to be the 27-28 harvest specifications cycle that are informed by 2025 assessments.
Thanks, Keely. Vice Chair Hassemer.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Lynn, thanks for that motion. A question on number 4, if we can scroll down to that. As you said, it's not prescriptive, endorsing the EWG meet over the winter to explore this. I'm going to refer back to the STT report where they say both the Sacramento Fall Chinook, Clements River Fall Chinook work groups have begun exploring, and their specific statement, the STT supports meeting with pertinent groups over the winter months to explore pretty much what you said there. So is there flexibility in here that it's not the EWG leading this, but as these groups are working together, the EWG is included in that process of exploring? Because I'm not exactly sure how much the work groups in the STT, but it was the STT that supports meeting with various groups. Just what you intended there.
Through the chair, Vice Chair, I think there can be some flexibility there as to who is involved in this discussion. Since this was part of the ecosystem work group work, that's why I included it. I will admit I had that sentence written with the endorsed the EWG prior to hearing the STT report. And again, trying to leave it somewhat flexible so as to not override or interfere with decisions that were made yesterday under a salmon agenda item.
Executive Director Burton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. See, scrolling back up to number 1, if you could. I want to make sure that as we think about implementing this motion, that I am interpreting number 1 correctly. So it says, explore the use of risk tables for groundfish for the 27-28 cycle, and appreciating the earlier clarification. It also says, without adopting a formal framework at this time. I would interpret that to mean that we would run the calculations, but not implement them until I get to the subpart, which says, determine how they worked, which implies to me that we do implement them. So could you tell me, are we doing the specifications process in 27-28 in the way that we've been doing them and doing the math in parallel and just seeing how that compares? Or are we taking this approach to develop ACLs for 27 and 28 and then taking a step back and seeing how they worked?
Yeah. Through the chair, Executive Director Burden, your first take on it was my intention that we run the risk tables in parallel to the normal spec cycle as we have been doing them, see how they compare. Maybe compare would be a better term than worked. And then if and how we should use them going forward. But it was intended to be in parallel, not as a piece of the spec cycle this next time.
Excellent. Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And could you scroll so that we can see both 2 and 3? Thank you. So I note that in 2, you actually call out the setting of either both Sigma or P-star, but specifically in between new stock assessments. When I look back to the CC, whatever their long name was, their primary recommendation was really using the risk tables for groundfish in the selection of scientific uncertainty, Sigma, by the SSC when an assessment is conducted. So the language of number 3 doesn't really seem to specifically articulate that. So is your intent that a few assessments, I know the SSC suggested all, I don't know how reality that is, but you have kind of called out longer lived species or category 2 species, which suggests to me a couple in the assessment process, but you do not specifically articulate using the risk assessment, the risk tables relative to informing the Sigma selected by SSC. So I'm just trying to kind of understand, is that still part of this equation, or are we just assuming that SSC is going to go forward and do it? I'm a little confused.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Kiefer. To me, number 2 and number 3 are completely independent of one another. Number 2 is just looking at time variance Sigma and the uncertainty in between assessments. Since oftentimes it's 10 years or more before it's between assessments. And then number 3 is just talking specifically about using risk tables for 2025 assessments, things that we are planning. Since those would be current assessments, we wouldn't need to worry about the time varying Sigma. So to me, they're independent, they're related, but very independent things. One is the immediate need and the other one is the need as we get farther away from the assessment.
Mr. Chairman, follow up. So your intent with 3 is that application of risk tables in those specific assessments to inform Sigma.
Through the chair, Ms. Kiefer, that is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. John Ugris.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Lynn, for the motion. So I am a little confused about the difference between number 3 and number 1. I understand number 1 is, as you clarified to Executive Director Burden, an in parallel examination of what might happen, but not used for management. Are you suggesting in number 3 that we update and use sablefish and the other species for management in 25? Or is it just, I don't know what we're doing in 25 that's different than 27, 28.
Through the chair, Mr. Uritz, number 3 is intended to inform the assessments that we do in 2025, which will then inform the management measures we do in 27, 28. So maybe it would have been better to have number 3 as number 1, since in the timeline it comes first. Again, to me, these are separate issues. One is stock assessments and getting the results of that, and or number 3, and then number 1 is setting the harvest specifications and the management measures that go along with those, is the way in my head it worked out.
John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Lynn. That helps. In both cases, are you suggesting that this is an in parallel and not actually implemented for management process?
Through the chair, Mr. Uris, that is correct. In parallel, I should have been more clear on that.
Thank you, John. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Lynn. Let's keep the pressure on you here. But the on number 2, I'm first of all, thank you for the motion. I'm supportive of the approach. I'm almost wanting to amend it to request that one of the risk tables they produce this in the manner that you're suggesting be for a stock that doesn't have an assessment in 2025. So it'd be a more specific way of helping number 2 happen. But is your vision here that this would be enough just to give the folks leeway to figure out how and when they make it happen? Because I'm kind of seeing this in parallel. You could do the in parallel look for what Sharon clarified on the sigma, but you could also do it in parallel for the time varying sigma, possibly if there was enough capacity in the SSC to think about that. So I'll go back to my question: are you just basically saying, please try to do do what you can to figure out how to make this happen in between assessments or for assessments that are old, and then kind of, I think number 5, can't see it, is report back to us in March about how you might do that. Is that kind of your plan here?
Through the chair, Mr. Niles, yes, that is what I intended. Is we could come back to it, see what we can get done, come back and discuss.
Bush Smith.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Lynn, my capacity, I think, is starting to run out, so my head's hurting here. This is my first question I've ever asked to make a motion, so I'm sorry about that. Great motion. So number 6 is probably pretty self-explanatory, but could you just elaborate a little bit more on your thinking on number 6 with the salmon?
Through the chair, Mr. Smith, the intent is just get an update on the overwinter discussions that we're proposing to happen under number 4. If those meetings happen and there's some discussions, we can get an update, even if it's a 1-sentence update. There was not time and capacity to have the discussions. And similarly with Groundfish, it's an opportunity, since we do ecosystem stuff in March, to get an update on how the overwinter work has progressed, if it has not. That is the sole intent.
Thank you.
Thanks, Butch. Okay. So let everybody know we're not stopping at 5. We're going to finish today's agenda. So we'll take a short break after we're done here with this one. And so, John?
I'd like to offer an amendment. Could please scroll up to number 1 so I can see it. Thanks. After the word determine in 1A, you're going to have to scroll back up. Oh, there we go. Thank you. After the word determine in 1A, strike how they and insert if they would have, and then sorry, I'm speaking now. If they would have worked, and then strike the last part of the sentence starting with there to the end. And replace it with they should be used moving forward. Thank you.
Is the language of the screen accurate?
It is.
Okay. Second by Asia? No? Okay. So second by Corey? All right. All right. So John, speak to your amendment.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to make sure that it's clear that the intent is not to use these for management in this cycle. Lynn has expressed that in response to questions, and I like to make sure that motions are clear that way so it doesn't get confused later.
Okay, very good. All right. Questions from motion maker or discussion on the motion? Asia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John, I am curious what working, like what it means if it worked is for you. And that's what I get caught up with in this context is, again, I think there's disappointment if we expect a certain result around these things. And so I don't want to imply that like an increase in a catch limit or a decrease in a catch limit represents a mistake in some way. Sometimes it's the result of incorporating information. And so I have trouble with the term like, did this work? I liked the how did they perform? What was the performance of this? Yeah, the previous wording I think was fine. Your second adjustment is fine, but I just don't like the implication that there is a result that is positive or negative in this circumstance.
John.
Thanks, through the chair. Yes, I didn't come up with worked. I changed it. I understand how taking out how alters that slightly. My amendment was based more on the question from Executive Director Burden and my follow-up on whether this is being used in management and trying to capture that. I've already made the motion, but I can think of other ways to say it.
It's a subjective term. I mean, we've talked about how things worked out. I don't think it's a sticking point. I think we understand what he's doing here. So, unless Asia, you want to do so.
Yeah.
Sorry, Director Burden.
See if I can help just a little bit as I think about what it would mean to implement this amendment. The way I think about this issue is that how and when and even whether these risk tables that we're discussing are implemented, that's the council's call. And so it is your determination to decide if they worked. And so I think if we interpret it this way and we say, let's do an evaluation here or do a dry run, come back and then consider this again, that's your call as council members to decide if that worked. So it's hard to make that an objective measurement, although I appreciate the desire, it's hard to make that objective. And so if you follow my logic, I think the language works for implementation purposes. And I'll just leave it there.
Okay. Corey Reddings.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to speak to the concerns that Ms. Susmilo brought up and just say that I share them. I'm appreciative of the amendment that John offered. I think the spirit of the initial text from Ms. Mattis and the amendment I agree with. Also, just noting that as this moves forward, worked. I agree with Ms. Susmilo that can be objective, but it also sort of suggests that there is something to measure that by. So just adding my own context here, that I am happy to offer an amendment to an amendment. If I see faces around the table, I'm also happy to see it move forward. Thanks.
Okay. Corey Niles.
Well, I think what I heard Merrick say was that's kind of what I was going to ask is it's going to be an evaluation, and Corey mentioned the spirit of the original motion, and the amendment is the same spirit. So I think I guess the question would be for John, but it's kind of in getting council staff to remind us probably at this time 2 years from now, because we will have just finished the harvest specification process in June, like we just did. So at that point in time, we'll have some kind of evaluation of how it went and how to use it next time. And that's, if that's the intent, I guess I'll stop there to the maker of the amendment there.
Thank you, Corey. Okay, John, please.
Did I mess up? Was I too all over the place there, John?
Yeah, I think everything is.
Yeah.
I maybe try me again.
So just the intent is that, like Merrick's saying, whether we need an amendment or not, is there's going to be evaluation at some point. And my question was going to be that point would probably be about now at this meeting 2 years from now, because we'll have just gone through the harvest specification cycle, finished in June, like we just finished this past June. So the plan would be to figure out how to do an evaluation of what just happened, and probably around this time 2 years from now.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Okay. All right. Hopefully we can move forward. Hopefully. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. And I was not going to speak to the term worked. I was just going to say that I appreciate Mr. Ugert's amendment to the motion to make it more crystal clear what the intent was. I see it as clarifying, and I appreciate the clarification on that.
Okay. We'll see any other hands. Thank you. So I'm going to call for the motion on the amendment. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? All right. Amendment passes unanimously. So we're now to the amended motion. Further discussion? Thank you. I'm going to call for the motion. Question, I should say. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? Okay. The amended motion passes unanimously. Thank you, John. All right. Further discussion before I go to Kit? Again, thank you. Kit?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think you necessarily need to ask me, but your work is done here, I believe, and you've helpfully crystallized your discussion and your guidance in a motion that lays out how you want to proceed with using risk tables in the next harvest specification cycle and onward beyond that, and the potential for, well, first off, that you want to kind of do a parallel process without a complete implementation, see how it goes, do an assessment, think about future implementation in a future cycle, along with potentially other applications, such as to setting sigma in between assessments. And then there's a bit of very general guidance as far as salmon goes. Really just get the folks together and have a discussion this winter and come back in March with report back what the results of those discussions were. And then I believe I heard, although I don't think it's explicit in the motion, to hold off kind of for the foreseeable future doing anything for your other two FMPs, and let's work through what's been put on the table for groundfish, certainly, and see if anything proceeds with salmon, and then at some future date, think about those other FMPs. So that's my take.
All right, Kit, thank you. And I guess you actually threw out there about see how it goes as another option. Corey Niles?
Yeah, thanks, Kid. I think that was pretty comprehensive, but I might have missed one thing. And I think part of the plan was it wasn't just reporting back on the salmon aspect in March. It was also getting some feedback on the groundfish part of it in March too.
Thank you, Corey. Okay, we're gonna run late tonight, so 10-minute break. Be back here at 5 o'clock. I'm gonna start without you because we're going to 6 at least. So, okay, thank you.
Recording stopped.
Recording take our seats when we go in here. Angela's back. All right. Yes. Perfect. You might get a better picture of her. Okay, welcome back, everyone. It's 5 o'clock, and we're starting off in the C2. I'm turning to Angela to get us started. Angela.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Agenda Item C2, Equity and Environmental Justice Gap Analysis Framework and Regional Implementation Plan. A reminder that in May 2023, the National Marine Fisheries Service had released their national EEJ strategy. And in August of this year, the West Coast region released their regional implementation plan based off of the national strategy. And under this agenda item, you will be receiving an report from Ms. Maggie Summers from NFMS on the regional plan. And when the council was first reviewing the draft national EEJ strategy, the council did have formal discussions on determining its own approach to addressing EEJ issues. And in April 2023, appointed an ad hoc EEJC to assist the council in developing, in addressing EEJ issues and advising the council on working with NFMS on the forthcoming regional plan. So the ad hoc EEJ has met a number of times since their first meeting in July of 2023. And in September of 2023, they did provide a number of recommendations to the council on how it could work with partners to address EEJ issues. One of these recommendations was for the council to conduct a gap analysis that reviews council processes and products, noting where there might be improvements that would address EEJ issues. And at the EEJ's meeting in August of this year, they did provide input on a draft work plan for this gap analysis framework. And so under this agenda item, the council will also be reviewing and approving this draft framework work plan and providing feedback on if it is covering everything that the council would like included. So council action under this agenda item is to review and discuss the NFMS West Coast Equity and Environmental Justice Regional Implementation Plan and provide comments to NFMS as appropriate. And also to review and approve the draft gap analysis work plan and provide any feedback to the EEJC on whether the plan addresses all the processes and products that it wants included. You do have a number of materials for this in your briefing book. There is the full regional plan as well as the full work plan, a PowerPoint from Ms. Summers as well as myself, and there is one public comment signed up under this agenda item.
Okay. Thank you, Angela. Questions on the overview? I'm not seeing any. So with that, we'll go straight to Maggie Summers. Maggie?
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Angela. Maggie Summer, NOAA Fisheries, West Coast Region. The purpose of this brief presentation is to announce the release of NOAA Fisheries West Coast Equity and Environmental Justice Implementation Plan and provide a brief orientation to the document and its contents. So I'll just describe the background very briefly and our West Coast plan, what we see as next steps and how the public can provide feedback. Next slide, please. In May of 2023, the National Marine Fisheries Service released an equity and environmental justice strategy after several years of development with extensive public input. This was in recognition of the need to bring equity considerations into the marine fisheries environment. The strategy defines equity as the consistent and systematic, fair, just, and impartial treatment of all individuals, including those who belong to underserved communities that have been denied such treatment. I'll point out that the strategy also has definitions for environmental justice, underserved communities, and other key terms. Next slide, please. The national strategy is available online. It's easy to find by putting NOAA Fisheries EEJ into a search engine. And that'll bring you to a new website where the agency's EEJ information is consolidated. The site provides an overview of the strategy and links to download the plan or translations of its executive summary. There's quite a bit more information on this page than this slide shows, including a description of the strategy's goals and 6 objectives or core areas. Next slide, please. This diagram of the core areas in the national strategy might look familiar from previous presentations. It's included again here to emphasize that EEJ fits into everything we do. Each area describes an aspect of our work to meet NOAA Fisheries' mission of stewardship of the nation's ocean resources and their habitat. And there's a central fundamental need for knowledge and internal support to empower our workforce to integrate EEJ into our daily tasks. We have that support from NOAA Fisheries leadership. Next slide, please. Now I'm happy to share that the West Coast Equity and Environmental Justice Implementation Plan was released in August 2024, along with 9 other such plans across the agency that outline how our national program offices, regions, and science centers will implement the EEJ strategy. These plans reflect our deep commitment to advancing EEJ and make that commitment tangible by identifying specific actions we will take to understand and be responsive to the needs of underserved communities in each area. Next slide. All of the implementation plans can be found on the same agency EEJ strategy webpage that I described earlier. On that page, alongside the link to each plan, is an email address where questions and comments can be sent. We encourage the public to review and provide feedback on the implementation plans, and that can be done by using the email address on this page. In addition, the Pacific Council could provide the National Marine Fisheries Service with comments or recommendations on the West Coast Plan at this meeting or in the future. Next slide. The remainder of this presentation is an overview of the West Coast Plan. We start by acknowledging that we serve a wide diversity of communities throughout the West Coast, including everyone affected by federal fisheries and related regulations, as well as our research and monitoring, habitat restoration, law enforcement, and protected species conservation work. Historically, we've worked with many partners and members of these communities, including the Pacific Fishery Management Council, and we've always aimed to provide equitable access and opportunities because it's good governance and part of our role in serving the nation. Next slide. However, awareness of EEJ considerations is evolving, and we have room to learn. In addition, while we've engaged with many partners and community members in a variety of ways over time, we recognize that some may have been missed or may have encountered barriers to their ability to engage. The EEJ strategy aims to fill in those gaps and reduce barriers. Among the first steps is identifying underserved communities impacted by our activities and seeking input from them. We have begun by identifying 2 types of communities that have potentially been underserved in the West Coast region. This is only a starting point, and we will build on it as we learn more. First, tribal communities. It's important to note that in developing the national strategy, NOAA Fisheries heard differing perspectives on our EEJ efforts from tribal communities across the nation, with some in favor of being included in EEJ considerations, and others expressing that they did not wish to be categorized as underserved communities. In the West Coast, we will proceed with engagement on a case-by-case basis and build our understanding of the needs and wishes of tribal communities. Second, minority fishing communities such as African American, Latin American, and Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander communities may be underserved relative to NOAA Fisheries activities on the West Coast. Next slide, please. We also recognize that even when awareness and opportunity to engage exists or services are available, resources available within a community may not be sufficient to enable its members to benefit. For example, barriers could include language, lack of information or funding, geographic isolation, and others. Next slide. To begin implementing the national strategy in our region, we've identified priority actions, their intended impact relative to EEJ, and how progress will be measured. These are described in the plan, grouped by each of the 6 core areas. On the next several slides, I'll show some example actions from the plan, but please know that there are many more, and I encourage anyone interested to read the full plan. I'll also preface the examples by saying that in some cases, the actions in the regional plan have long been part of our work, and in others, they represent new or updated approaches. We can work on some of the actions now, but we want to be clear that some are potential future actions that would require additional resources. Next slide. On these example slides, at left, you'll see the core area, and at the top, you'll see the headers for the table listing actions, their expected impact, and metrics that we might use. You don't need to be able to read the text in these slides. I'll talk through them briefly, and again, you can find them all in the plan document. But beginning with these examples in the empowering environment area, the excerpted actions shown here describe that we will include and as appropriate prioritize EEJ as we go through internal efforts that underpin our own work, including planning, staffing, and budgeting. In addition, we will seek and provide training or other learning opportunities for our employees to begin building our internal capacity. Next slide. In the policy and planning core area, we have already begun incorporating EEJ considerations, and we will review our other guiding documents to look for opportunities to better integrate EEJ considerations. We also hope to work with the Council and its ad hoc EEJ committee in evaluating how federal fishery management affects underserved communities and understanding and addressing barriers to participation. Next slide, please. And then I have two slides with examples from the inclusive governance core area, since this is particularly relevant to the Council audience. First, as I noted earlier, we first need to develop our understanding of who and where the underserved communities are, how they would like to engage with us, and what they feel their needs are. The second action on this slide recognizes the value of meaningful engagement in decision-making and indicates our willingness to work with the Council to identify and address barriers to participation and representation. Next slide, please. And continuing with examples in the inclusive governance core area, the plan specifically identifies continuing to honor tribal sovereignty and the federal trust responsibility, strengthening relationships with tribes, and coordinating with co-managers on issues involving underserved communities. Next slide. For the sake of brevity, since this presentation is simply intended to introduce the plan, I've not included example actions from the other core areas: research and monitoring, outreach and engagement, and equitable distribution of benefits, but they're no less important. I invite you to read through them all in the plan, and we look forward to future feedback and discussion. There's quite a bit more detail and more actions in the plan. Next slide. Going forward, sharing this initial West Coast EEJ implementation plan widely is our first step. We're providing these orientations so that you'll know how to find it and what to expect in it. And we hope you'll take the time to read the plan and consider how it relates to your communities and experience. And when you're ready, share any feedback and ideas you have. In the meantime, NOAA Fisheries West Coast offices will be guided by this plan in our internal efforts to begin building EEJ considerations and actions into our work. Importantly, a key feature of ours and all of the NOAA Fisheries regional implementation plans is that they're living documents expected to evolve over time. Our initial West Coast plan is a starting point. We will review it and update it annually to reflect what we learn as we go, progress made, and additions or revisions to the actions based on input from people like you. Next slide. And that wraps up this brief orientation. I'd be happy to answer questions. And I also encourage everyone to use the westcoast.eej@noaa.gov email address with comments or questions specific to the West Coast implementation plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. Questions for Maggie on her NIPS presentation? Corey Writing.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Summer, for that overview. I am reflecting on the concept of this being a living document and something that the agency is saying it's going to update annually and looking for revisions. And that sounds like a really great idea to me in terms that the door is open for the council and interested parties to be able to continually engage and share ideas. In terms of this council moving forward with this plan, what do you see as the best way that we can engage with this plan that would be most helpful to you?
Maggie?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Ridings, for the question. And you put it exactly right. The door is always open. We will always welcome feedback from the council or from anyone else on the plan. I would also, I'll respond, but then maybe invite council staff to add or correct me if I get anything wrong here. But it's my understanding that the council's ad hoc EEJ committee will have an opportunity to discuss the plan at a November meeting coming up and could provide input to the council at that point specific to the plan. And then I believe it is next on the council's agenda on the year at a glance for June 2025, which would be, as I understand it, the next point, the council would have an opportunity for a full discussion and could weigh in to the National Marine Fisheries Service at that point. Again, we are always here at the meetings. We are listening to all of the agenda items and certainly recognize that EEJ considerations may come up in other agenda items, and we will continue listening, looking for ideas to bring into our EEJ work and sharing our ideas with the council. Thanks.
Thank you, Corey. Anyone else? All right. I'm not seeing anyone. Okay. With that, Corey, you have the EEJC report.
That ideas. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Welcome.
The Council's Ad Hoc Equity and Environmental Justice Committee met online on August 1st, 2024 to provide feedback on a draft gap analysis framework. The EEJC first recommended the Council conduct an EEJ gap analysis in September 2023, noting that it could be a first step the Council takes to evaluate its own operations and decision-making with respect to EEJ issues. The EEJC looks forward to discussing the draft work plan with the Council. The NIMF's West Coast Equity and Environmental Justice Regional Implementation Plan was not available when the EEJC met, but the EEJC anticipates the contents of the plan will complement the gap analysis. The EEJC looks forward to discussing the RP in detail when they meet in person in November 2024, and to any initial discussions that may occur at the September 2024 Council meeting.
Hey, Corey. Questions for Corey on her report? Okay. Okay. Angela? I think maybe I should have went to you before I went there, maybe.
Nope, this works just great. I will be providing a little bit more context to the gap analysis framework that Mrs. Ridings was mentioning. Let me just get that presentation pulled up.
I didn't mess up then.
We're doing great.
You're perfect. Thank you.
This is in the full, as I mentioned in the situation summary, the full work plan is available in the briefing book. Oh. So as I noted, when the council first received their update from the regional office, they appointed this ad hoc EEJC to assist them in addressing EEJ concerns. And part of the EEJC's recommendations that they made in September 2023 was this gap analysis as a way for the council to evaluate its own operations and decision-making. The EEJC noted in their report that this gap analysis could review council processes and products and be followed by a prioritization of next steps as necessary. The gap analysis would be the first step in the development of a council EEJ plan if the council wishes to develop one after considering the results of this analysis. Staff took this statement, as well as previous conversations by the EEJC, the council, and advisory bodies, to develop a list of processes and products to be evaluated through this gap analysis. And as noted in the situation summary, the council will be asked to review and approve the work plan and provide any feedback on the items included. So the analysis, as I noted, will look at these following items and determine if they do or do not address EEJ concerns. It will also include recommendations for improvements to better address EEJ considerations as necessary. And given that there's a lot of crossover between some of the items listed in the gap analysis and the regional plan, there will be extensive coordination with the regional office and their ongoing efforts. So the first item in the gap analysis is a review of the council operations and procedures document. This is the document that covers a wide variety of council processes, including how the council and advisory bodies run their meetings, how public comments are considered, protocols for exempted fishing permits and annual management cycles. And work on this item is already underway by Jim Seeger, who has been on contract with the council since his retirement, working on a number of items, and this one included. The second item is a review of the advisory body membership's appointment process. This would be beginning outreach in 2027 for the 2028 through 2030 cycle, noting that we are already deep into the throes of our coming up cycle. And the gap analysis would look at ways that we could potentially improve outreach strategies and would consider if there are any groups that have underrepresentation of current individuals or bodies that should be on them. It would also look at other councils and how they conduct their outreach for soliciting for AB positions to see if there's any lessons that could be learned from them. The third item, another one that is in the NMFS regional plan, is identification of specific barriers to engagement, and for this plan specifically in the engagement in the council process. There has been recent public testimony on this topic, which would be reviewed and compiled in the analysis. And this may also review a significant body of literature on identifying and addressing barriers that could be reviewed. The fourth item is in regard to a national training that political appointees to all new fishery management councils take. Last year, there was a presentation that was developed by council staff from each of the different fishery management councils on EEJ in the council process. And this part of the gap analysis would review that presentation and determine any ways that it may be improved upon for future years. It would also include recommendations of tools and strategies that council members could use on how to consider EEJ issues when making fisheries management decisions. The fifth item would be a review of the standardized analytical template that the council and NMFS staff use to ensure that proposed actions are compliant with applicable laws and fully analyzed for the council to consider. This is another item that is also called out in the NMFS regional plan. The gap analysis will consider if EEJ considerations are already clearly taken into account in this document, and if not, recommend improvements for how that could be better done, or a restructuring of the document to make sure that that information, if it is already included in some ways, is more clearly presented. The last item is one that I think came up a lot, especially at our last council meeting. It's language and translation services and clear communication. The analysis would attempt to identify the most commonly spoken foreign languages by our different stakeholder groups and identify which council documents might be the most beneficial to get translated into these languages. It would also work at identifying plain language trainings for council staff or partnering with plain language translation services to make sure that our documents are easily accessible and understandable by the general public. So if the council does opt to adopt this work plan, then work would begin and continue through mid-2025. And at the mid-2025 is when we would start reaching out to advisory bodies and management teams to gain input on these recommendations for improvement to better address EEJ considerations in each of these items. And the final document and these supplemental reports on recommendations would be presented to the council shooting for that June meeting. And with that, Katrina and myself would be happy to take any questions on the work plan.
Okay, thank you, Angela. Questions on her presentation? Rebecca Lind.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Jill, for the presentation. And thank you also for the national report. Just a couple things that come to mind as I'm reading these reports of this initiative, which is really fantastic. It's great. The importance of language. We just have to be able to communicate. And I am so pleased that you mentioned not just the kind of language we're using in our documents, which is another term for the word language, but thinking about making things comprehensible. I struggled in the last discussion because I'm a marine economist, but I'm going to go back, damn it, and understand what all the risk factors are. But how do we do that with people who are in a different profession altogether and need to understand what this basically means to them? Also, language skills. Yes, translation. Lovely to see that. But also hiring people who can speak the language. That's such a powerful way to go and speak to the Vietnamese fishing community or speak with, in San Diego tuna market, where I'd say 80% of the clientele are Filipino or Vietnamese, and they're really great customers for fresh San Diego harvested fish. So it'd be lovely to see some more of that. Also, outreach, schools and communities, just in San Diego where I live. And there are schools where 90% of the students come from homes where Spanish is spoken. And they may be far from the ocean, but they're in San Diego County. It'd be good for them to know about the fishing industry and opportunities there. Sometimes people are having trouble finding crew, finding workers. And finally, recognizing the contributions of our stakeholders. And I'm sure this is something that I've mentioned this to Corey, the Fish for Life initiative that's done by the Sport Fishing Association of California and partners. There's some NOAA people and state people are involved in that. I found out that at the San Diego tuna market, if they have leftovers, rather than throw them away, they get contributed to a food bank in San Diego. So a great way to contribute to the community and provide nutritious seafood and make sure that those markets are there and people are appreciating our products. So a little bit from the bully pulpit, if there's anything I can do to assist in San Diego area, I'm your man. That's an inside joke.
Thank you, Rebecca. Anybody else? Asia.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. I'm curious about resources available to carry out the work plan once it's adopted. And yeah, that's kind of directed at Merrick. Thank you.
Executive Director Burton.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the question. We've spent, since my tenure, we spent quite a bit of time talking about our resources, and we are in a fortunate position where we've just recently received IRA funding. IRA funding is not directly tied to this matter, but it does help us more bigger picture. And then we have the fortunate position of having likely a no-cost extension next year. And so that is an amount of money that we will have to spend within 1 year. But we are currently slating this topic to be funded with the no-cost extension funding. So that does give us a year of a healthy amount of money to pursue some work, but not beyond that. So beyond 25 is another question.
Okay. Hubert. Asia. John Ugritz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the reports. When we talk language, we need to consider a variety of things. I know for Department of Fish and Wildlife, everything we are putting online has to be screen readable, and all of our attachments have to be checked. I actually just went through and checked 3 attachments from this briefing book. They're pretty good, but they don't pass. They failed on very minor things, the ones that I checked, with the exception of the Gantt chart timeline for IRA, which is a tough one to make readable. But I'm hoping that within this, we're considering those things, people who are sight impaired, people who don't perceive things in the same ways. It's very hard to do. I know it's an uphill battle for us, and having worked on trying to get written documents translated into other languages, I wish you luck.
Thanks, John. Sharon Kiefer.
Mr. Chairman, just not to cut off conversation, but when the time is appropriate, I do have a motion.
Okay. It's good to know that that's in our back pocket. So anyone else? All right. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't want to steal my neighbor's thunder here, but he did point out we haven't gone to public comment yet. But have we moved into discussion? Just doing a little check on process here.
Great. Okay. All right. All right. All right. So for done taking questions, do you have any public comment? We do? Okay. We probably shouldn't leave them waiting. Who do we got? All right. And we have one person. It'd be kind of bad if we missed public comment on EEJ. All right. Welcome, Michelle.
Good afternoon, Chair Pettinger and council members. I'm Michelle Conrad, and I'm providing comments on behalf of Ocean Conservancy on addressing equity and environmental justice in the council process. We appreciate the work of the council's EEJ committee and council staff to produce the draft EEJ gap analysis framework. As described, the council is actively working to address the EEJ gaps that are identified. We look forward to hearing more from the council's EEJ committee on the NMFS regional implementation plan and proposed next steps. We are concerned, however, about the time lag between the council's scheduled EEJ discussions. EEJ was last discussed by the council a year ago, and it doesn't appear on the council's year at a glance again until June 2025. Not only does the time lag between discussions create inefficiencies, but there is a lot of work to be done, which we highlight in our letter. By having only one discussion a year, it will take several years before meaningful progress on EEJ can be made. Based on our initial read of NMFS's EEJ regional implementation plan, we were encouraged by inclusion of the council-focused actions to identify and address how West Coast fisheries management decisions have impacted communities. However, all of the council-focused actions in the regional implementation plan will take time to discuss, develop, and consider. Therefore, we urge the council to continue to make progress by scheduling EEJ topics at least twice a year to keep the discussions fresh and on point. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide comments on this important matter, and I'd be happy to take questions.
Okay. Hey, Michelle, questions for Michelle on Michelle's testimony? Not seeing any. And Michelle, I think it's probably, we should probably point out that we were kind of waiting for the National Marine Fisheries Service to come up with their plan before we move forward. So that's the rationale for that. So the delay. So, okay, thank you. All right. And now I'll open the council floor for discussion. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to provide a few reflections on the regional implementation plan. Had a chance to look through it since it was posted in the briefing book, and just a few thoughts. First, a thanks to Maggie and NMFS for the work. I really appreciate the approach that's been outlined, the openness, the willingness to listen and learn. the little open door that Maggie just confirmed does in fact exist. Also, the internal commitment to the work is really nice to see. Regarding this type of work, nobody has all the answers. This is by definition a collective effort. So I think that even just underscores the importance of the approach that the agency is taking, and I appreciate that. I want to talk a little bit about one of the key components that I read in this and something that I've heard from NIMS and we have discussed, which is identifying underserved as well as unserved communities. And I noted there's some, in the report, it talks about kind of starting with who you know and going from there. And that is certainly one way to go about that. And I think that should be done. But I also think we need to do a little bit more. Histories and ongoing practices of exclusion, marginalization, and violence are critical to understand why some people may be rendered invisible, but they are potential beneficiaries or interested parties that may want to be part of fisheries. So noting that they may be out there, but may be very hard to find, just continuing to think of that in our mind as we approach this work and try to identify those folks and continue to think about ways that go beyond simply the folks that we know. Similar and sort of along those lines is making sure that in this process, we do consider history. I know that can be tough. I know I've spoken about this before. I didn't see much of that in the RIP, which is just to say that we do need to consider the history about how we got to where we are to move forward, to understand those harms and make sure that we're not reproducing them. And that entails a certain aspect of accountability for us as an institution, NIMS as an institution, and trying to understand what that accountability looks like moving forward. Also, I think it would be great to see some sort of acknowledgement and address of anti-equity, narratives of victimhood, co-optation of equity language and concepts of notions of justice, or a simple lack of understanding can all lead to additional harm being done to communities. So it's critical that we avoid these as we move forward. And by we, I mean both the council and NIMS, to try to avoid doing further harm. And again, that can be perhaps easier said than done, but there are certainly bodies of literature out there and many people working on this that can help NIMS and help the council move forward in that direction.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Not seeing anybody else. I'll take a motion. Oh, John, did you want to? Okay. Okay. When you're ready.
Should I read it? Mr. Chairman, I move the council adopt the Equity and Environmental Justice Gap Analysis Framework Draft Work Plan as presented in Agenda Item C2, Attachment 2.
Is the language on the screen accurate?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it is.
Looking for a second? Second by Krista Smithson. Thank you, Krista. All right, please speak to your motion.
Mr. Chairman, I actually have had some reservations regarding this particular issue, but I found the draft work plan to be reasonable, rational, understandable, and framed within a context that supports the council's management activity. In particular, I go back to a conversation that we had around this table where Mr. Joe Oatman, who I greatly respect, articulated a vision of equity and environmental justice really as fish for underserved communities. And again, I think this complements that expectation. And so thus the reason for my motion.
Thank you, Chair. All right. Questions for the motion maker? Discussion on the motion? Krista Svensson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for the motion. I will be supporting the motion. This topic is certainly something that I have been a pretty staunch advocate for from the beginning. And I do think that it is important for us to continue to talk about. I think we have, hopefully most of us have heard different conversations the days we've been here. It hasn't even been a week, but it feels like it. Around what this topic is and what it can encompass. And just some of the conversations that I've had this week have been around advisory bodies. They've been around subsistence and making sure that we incorporate that. It's been around how do we include communities that are lesser served than some of our communities that have more access to national marine fisheries or our state departments or other resources. Even in the conversation this afternoon, we've heard about, hey, how do we bring language and not necessarily other languages besides English into the conversation, but really comprehension of our documents and how we engage with the public. And that can be something as simple as being colorblind and not seeing things on the screen quite the way others do. So I'm appreciative. I'm appreciative of the work that the group has done in terms of identifying the framework for the gap analysis. I am encouraged to hear that we are going to continue moving forward with it. And I'm thankful for the public testimony today saying, hey, get a move on it. Once a year probably is not enough. And hearing from our chair why that has been in terms of year at a glance, and that we are probably a little more open to having this topic on more than once a year. So with all that being said, thank you for the motion, and I do look forward to supporting.
Thank you, Krista. Anyone else? Well, don't make me call for the motion or question here, but you're gonna. All right, I'm gonna call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Abstentions? All right, motion passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Very good. And I just like to say that the gap analysis for the items for consideration was well done by the staff. So, okay. Any further discussion before I turn to Angela? Okay, Angela, how are we doing?
Well, you have received a report from the National Marine Fisheries Service on the regional plan, and you have adopted the gap analysis framework work plan, which was your action under this agenda item. So your work here is complete.
Very good. Okay. With that, I'll turn to Executive Director Burden for any comments or notes. Tonight or tomorrow?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good work today, everyone. It was a bit of a long day. I don't have any remarks, and so unless you decide otherwise, we'll see you back here tomorrow at 8 a.m.
All right. With that, enjoy your evening and dinner, and we'll see you tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Thank you.